Good morning, everyone. While the Georgetown Hoya is shorthanded without freshman sensation Thomas Sorber and others, they step up and win going away, 93-72 over Providence. TCU transfer Micah Peavy scored 30 in the win. Georgetown's now 7-8 in Big East play. The Hoyas head coach Ed Cooley getting his first win against his former program. Now, elsewhere in local college hoops, American falls in a matchup of the top two teams in the Patriot League, 76-69 at Army. You know, Army's got a history in college basketball. Great names in the game like Bob Knight, Coach K, but they have never played in the NCAA tournament. Navy fought back, but they fall 79-75 at Colgate, and a tough home loss for GW, 79-68 to St. Joe's. The Nationals look to bolster their bullpen, signing veteran righty Lucas Sims to a one-year deal. Tonight is hockey's Four Nations Cup final, an 8 o'clock puck drop for Team USA and Canada. And sad news on the ice, where legendary former Penguins broadcaster Mike Lang has passed away at age 76.
Guerin's got the puck to Crosby, wrist shot. He shoots and scores. Oh, get in the fast lane, Grandma. The bingo game is ready to roll.
He was certainly one of a kind. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It's 10 a.m. and I'm pissed off to start. This is B. Mitch and Finley. Language freaking matters. I just saw this Commander's Insider headline, Landini. I don't want to take shots at anybody. I did a Facebook Live last night and somebody asked about Brian Robinson. And I said, it's really easy to be dismissive of Robinson, but there's no way you can automatically assume he won't be RB1 when they were really good for a while. And then injuries started to pile up and things went sideways. And I in no way was dismissive of B-Rob. And the headline says, Commander's Insider doesn't believe Brian Robinson will be starting running back in 2025. How the hell do you land on that? And then the dude that writes it goes on to say, Finley didn't criticize Robinson. He defended him. What are you talking about?
Hey, I keep telling you, the headlines and the little blips, little blurbs that come out, and then you read the story and they don't match. And you guys get pissed off at that all the time at Comcast.
Yeah, dude. And this is such junk. This is junk. That's not what I said. And I start here to I literally saw that as the show was starting. So apologies to everybody. That is not what I said. Anyway,
you want to go? Let's go get the guy.
I'm going to
put hands on him.
I'm not going to say his name. I'm going to be polite and try to see if I can find him and send him a note. I don't know how nice the note's going to be, but at least it'll be direct.
Hey, idiot. You got to write what I said, not what you think I said.
It's not what I said, dude. But I started this that I wanted to talk about language mattering because this morning on Instagram and Twitter, I see like 1 million posts of Cooper Kupp, of Washington's interest in Cooper Kupp.
Uh-huh.
And it was because of, I believe, and maybe you guys could track down the exact, I'd love to hear the exact quote because everything I have seen is more akin to kind of what happened to me with this Brian Robinson thing, which is not what I said. Where folks are, Jeremy Fowler is a, ESPN national NFL coverage guy. Like Fowler knows what he's saying. And he talked about Kupp. And basically what he did is he talked about Cooper Kupp and said the Rams would really like to get something back for him.
Yeah.
And it'll help their salary cap. And so he talked about that, right?
Huh?
The Rams would like to get something back for Kupp. Then there's a period. Then he talked about there are teams out there that could use another receiver.
Uh-huh.
And he listed the Patriots, Washington, and Pittsburgh.
Okay.
Those are teams that need another receiver.
Yeah.
But there is no direct correlation from one to the other. Like, it's a Venn diagram with no middle. He's not saying that Washington is trading for him, but people just go from, okay, this dude talked about Kupp, and he talked about Washington in the same television hit.
Well, you know what
therefore,
it is, Jay.
Washington's in the market.
People want those type of stories out there because there's no football right now.
Bro, I
So
get
they
what
make
the
stuff up
content
all
game
day.
is. I understand the content game. I'm from these content streets. But, like, you can't just make stuff up, man. At the same time, like,
They do it.
1 + 1 does not equal 3. You know what I'm saying? Like, the extrapolation from what is said to what becomes a headline or is aggregated is not necessarily
People
correct
don't write
or fair.
what is said. People write what they wanted to say. That has happened all the time. And that's why I don't like most of the content game. I mean, it's there, but I don't like most of it because it's a lot of BS, straight up. Because you say stuff and they don't expect people to remember it, and tomorrow they'll say something totally against it. You know what I'm saying? And people don't catch it. But I think the person that writes the story needs to be the one writing the headline. But that's not how it works. There's a headline guy and a guy writes stories. And they don't match up too many times. And that would piss me off consistently.
Yeah. I'm sending this fella a note right now. Can you change it or let me know your thought process?
Mm-hmm. Because if you supported a person, then that doesn't mean that if you defended him doesn't mean that you're saying he's not going to be a star.
Here's what I said. Somebody asked me, do you think they have to upgrade at running back? And I said, I think it became really easy as the season went on to start dunking on the running back situation.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think the first half of the year, they were killing it when those guys were healthy, when you had Eckler and B-Rob killing it. And I think, do I think they'll add at the running back position? Probably.
Yeah.
We'd have to double check, but C-Rod and I doubt McNichols has multiple years on that deal. Even Eckler's guarantees aren't all that significant.
Mm-hmm.
So do I think they're going to add at the running back position? Yes, but I think it's become overly discussed that B-Rob can't get it done, because if you go back and look at like the game logs, B-Rob was crushing it early in the season.
Yeah.
And then what happened is we saw all of a sudden Jaden gets the rib injury, and that impacts their ability to run because Jaden's not running like he was.
Yep.
Then the offensive line starts to get beat up, and that impacts your ability to run. Then
That
B-Rob,
probably impacted it more.
B-Rob was hurt. He missed time.
Yeah.
So, like, I just think it's people get in such a hurry to, like, this time of year, it's all about who you're going to sign, who you're going to sign, who you're going to replace, how do you get better? They have damn near 30 free agents they have to replace.
Yeah.
Like, they got a lot they have to do. And I just think it's, like, if you look at the start of the season, Robinson had 200-yard games in the first 4, was racking up touchdowns at a crazy rate. Like, he was quite good. And when they were really good at running the ball, it was Robinson driving the bus.
Yes.
I am not suggesting that you don't try to improve, but I think specifically trying to single him out as like the problem is overly simplistic and inaccurate.
People, what happened in that situation? You said something, so they put words in your mouth so they don't have to say it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You said something. You didn't say what the person wrote, but you said something, and instead of that person saying what they truly believe, they say, well, the insider said this. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It happens all the time, man.
So I'm going to give credit to this dude. He immediately responded to me, says he can change the headline. I don't want to misrepresent you. I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate that. Because here's the other thing I know, and this sucks. Like, I have personal relationships with a lot of these players and their representatives.
Yep.
And then they see the stuff on social media and they get mad. Like, that may or may not have happened with the tweet we sent out. and it wasn't, I didn't send it out, but my name's on the B. Mitch and Finley account. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a lot of moving parts in this content game.
It works. It goes, baby.
I think you'll appreciate this from Travis B. Travis Wigfall said, at JP, I love the passion, bro, but like B. Mitch said, stop letting that stuff get to you.
Now, but this year, you got to get this correct, though.
Yeah.
Because the thing that I know a lot of times people are, well, why do you ask this question? You have to be respectful in this game. You know what I'm saying? In the whole media thing, you can't just go out there and do what a fan or somebody else think you should do. You know?
Well,
and players understand you telling the truth. But if somebody misrepresents what you said, then that can piss somebody off.
Totally.
And they're not going to be mad at the person that wrote the story. They're going to be mad at the person that they said.
They don't know who wrote the story.
Yeah.
They see the headline and see the name in there.
There you go.
And it happens, and the content game's a dirty game, man, and we all live in it and operate. But I don't know. I didn't expect that to I was happy. I was ready. I was fully prepared for this Cup discussion I wanted to have. That threw me for a curveball. This is the earliest the four of us have ever gotten here, and I didn't notice that until 10 seconds before we go on air. But it's an interesting world, B. I think the Kupp thing is a perfect example where, dude, of course, LA wants compensation for Kupp.
Yeah.
What do I always say? I also want a Range Rover. What do I drive? A 4Runner. I love my 4Runner, but sure, I want a Range, right? Like,
yeah, hey.
Of course, the Rams want compensation for Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp's been a really good player before, but what's going to crush them is if they can't trade him, then they get smoked on the cap. So maybe they'll take like a seventh just to not get smoked on the cap. It basically becomes a salary dump.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It gets interesting. Cooper Kupp, when he's healthy, is an absolute stud. The last season he played 17 games or 16 games, he went for almost 2 Gs.
Yeah.
When they won the Super Bowl in 2021, he had 145 catches for 1,947 yards and 16 touchdowns. Everybody talked about Jamar Chase winning the receiver triple crown. Mm-hmm. Most catches, most yards, most touchdowns. Like it was some unheard of thing.
It happened just a year or so prior.
Kupp did it 3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
He's an absolute stud, but the injuries have really limited it.
Yeah, they have.
He hasn't played more than 12 games in the last 3 years.
Totally.
So, and dude, he's still highly productive. I mean, last year, the YPCs started to dip. He kind of became more of a possession guy, and Puka kind of became more of their big play guy. But I think, of course, the Rams are telling anybody that'll listen, yeah, you know, we need a pick for Kupp. Yeah. He's a player.
100%.
It doesn't mean they're going to get it. And yes, Washington, you'd like to supplement the receiver room. 100%. As of now, you only have 2 under contract. They're going to add others. They're going to draft somebody. Like, what death and taxes are the only 2 things guaranteed in life, right, B?
Yeah.
I will guarantee one more thing. By week 1, whether that's in Brazil, Philadelphia, Kansas City, or freaking Landover, Washington will have more than 2 receivers on their roster.
They damn sure will.
Like,
that's going to definitely happen.
I don't know, man. Get me all riled up, man. I'm excited for a lot of things this evening. 4 Nations has been awesome, and tonight is the finals, U.S. versus Canada. Did you watch any of the last? I think I might have called you Saturday night because there were all those fights in the first 10 seconds.
I told you I didn't see it live. I just went back and looked at some of the stuff, but I love that.
It was awesome.
You know, the fighting is entertaining, and it makes you tune in.
I want to.
Will there be any fights in this one? Everybody says the finals, but that doesn't make a difference.
I don't know. I want
somebody gonna lay hands on somebody.
I'm gonna preemptively say something. I do not advocate booing anyone's national anthem. Okay?
Mhm.
But Canada, Montreal the other night, they booed the hell out of the U.S. national anthem.
Uh-huh.
So should people in Boston tonight, where they're playing back on the south side of the border,
Uh-huh.
should Canada get booed? I'm okay with it. And I think it's okay for this to be like a fun hockey rivalry thing. I recognize there's a lot more going on in the world, but like we can just keep this to hockey and let it be fun.
Yeah.
Because that's what I want to see tonight. I'm fired up. Joe Beninati is going to join us at 11 to talk about the Four Nations tonight. It's weird. I haven't heard Joe B's voice in like 2 weeks because the Caps have been off. I miss that silky tone. Pat Leonard's going to join us at noon. We got Bleep You this afternoon. Rosenberg at 1:30. A lot going on in the NFL world. You had a dinner with some NFL people last night.
Yeah, the people that do the content.
But I thought more than Tana and Fred and everybody there?
Tana, Fred.
Logan probably.
Logan, London.
What does
all of the people behind the scenes?
Maddie.
Yoakum, Maddie.
Right.
Kayla, Anna. Oh, boy, don't forget.
That's all right.
Michael Jenkins.
Good time.
Brian Colbert.
Yeah.
The whole crew. Sean. Fred was killing Sean.
About
everything. He told me
he
played D tackle. He told me because the room had like the lights real down low, and he told me couldn't see him. Fred was just Fred is an ass. That's what he is. It was cool though. Good dinner at DC Prime.
DC Prime's always hitting.
Oh man,
a dude like Logan that is so buttoned up and
drink,
so health conscious. What does he order at DC Prime?
Oh, he ordered steak.
A big old steak.
He steak.
Yeah. What are like his side dishes? Like unrefined green beans or something?
He probably ate the asparagus, I would think.
Yeah, but it might be like butter or Parmesan.
He'll eat that type of stuff.
Okay.
He won't. And he'll get him some water.
How late does he stay as that night progresses?
He is quicker than you. At least you indulge and then try to sneak out. Logan just out.
I will indulge and then sneak out and try to get one for the road, for the Uber.
Because when I got ready to go, I think I ended up standing by the bar talking to somebody for the longest.
I have seen you get ready to go and then just talk to somebody for a half hour. The single hardest job in media is getting Brian Mitchell out of a Redskins hotel lobby.
Hey,
people
want to talk, man. So I talk. I don't worry about it.
All right. So tonight I got a fun event. I'm going out to Annapolis tonight for the Annapolis Touchdown Club annual dinner. Coach Locks is going to be there. I want to be clear. This is Pete Medhurst's event. Obviously Pete can't be there, so I'm just trying to step in and have some fun. We're going to honor Pete tonight as should be done. But I'm excited for it. Brian Newberry is the Naval Academy football coach. He's going to be there tonight. It should be a really fun time. I am seeing this thing, and the program looks like it's going to go to like 8:30 or so is my guess. John Riggins is the headliner. It's going to be dope to talk to Riggo. They set me up with a car because it's Annapolis, kind of far, whatever, right? Which is very nice of them. And shout out to Driven is the company. They have the car scheduled to bring me home, I think at 10:30. You think I'm making it to 10:30 before I'm in that car headed home?
Depending on how long the actual thing goes. You forgot you're the MC.
I think the thing's over by like 8:30-ish. And then it's just kind of hanging and, drinking and having dinner.
Well, you're going to have some certain people you got to at least shake hands with certain. You're not going to be there till 10:30, though. No, there's no
10:30 sounds late, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't sound late. It sounds late for you. JP got to be home and tucked in by 10:30, and he like little burgers and cheese pizza. What does he sound like to y'all? A kid.
Yeah, I stayed up late last night watching SEC hoops. Did you watch any of that?
What was the latest?
I think I went to bed at like 11:20.
I didn't watch none of the game. I told you where I was hanging.
Yeah. You might have been out later than me.
I think I saw nothing but Pinot Noir. All I saw.
When you called me at like I had just gotten off, did all ears, say I was done around 9, I think I talked to you. It sounded like there might have been a little bit of
Well,
brown.
somebody asked me. No, I had no brown. I had nothing but red wine.
Okay.
The guy was like, "Man, it was JP." I said, "No, you got to do his show all ears tonight." Dude said, "Man, you cracking on his ears." That's the name of his damn show. All ears.
Yo, what was funny is one of the dudes at NBC last night. Shout out to my guy Dave. He when we were walking to do our pre-show meeting, he's like, "Oh, John Leahy's in the lobby." I was like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, you're always talking about your buddy John Leahy. He's here." And I was like, "Are you serious?" He's like, "Nah, man. I just wanted to tell you I listened to the radio show." So shout out to Dave and shout out to our guy, John Leahy. Seriously, if you're thinking about real estate in the DC area, seems like a weird time, a lot of questions, a lot of fake information going around on social media, talk to Leahy.
Just like George and Sylvia did. They had recently retired, and thanks to that, they were able to relocate to Florida so they could be closer to their daughter and their grandchildren, like I would like to be. But all didn't go according to plan. Why? Because they initially tried to sell their Temple Hills property on their own, and the given fact that they needed to sell their home quickly and at a certain price to be able to afford their new place in Florida. Sylvia and George quickly discovered they needed an expert, and that expert was John Leahy. That's where John Leahy and the Fine Living Group stood in, came in to save the day. Needless to say, they worked their magic, getting the property sold in only 3 weeks with a cash offer of $15,000 over the asking price. If you're looking to sell, take advantage of John Leahy and the Fine Living Group's guaranteed offer. Start by finding out what the home is worth in only 30 seconds at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about our friend John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
Life definitely happens, man. And B, you're so right. John is not trying to lock you into anything. If anything, John is trying to make things easier for you. The reality is sometimes you got to make real estate decisions, and it's a stressful situation. That's why you need to talk to John Leahy. He and his crew are the best in the business. So whether you're dealing with divorce, a death in the family, long-term care, foreclosures, any of that stuff, John and the Fine Living Group have the options and, more importantly, the strategies that'll take care of you and your family, but also get things done ASAP. Just speed the process up, get you the most cash, and most importantly, the least stress, man. I would call John. B would call John. You should call John. 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
Good morning, everyone. Well, the Nationals are staying active as spring training is underway. They make a move to sign right-handed reliever Lucas Sims to a one-year, $3 million deal. Now, Sims is an 8-year big league veteran who worked to a 4.38 ERA in 58 appearances between Cincy and Boston in 2024. Now, the Nationals spring training opener this Saturday. We're just 2 days away, a 1 o'clock start. Listen to Charlie and Dave with a call on the Team 980 as the Nats take on the Astros. Ed Cooley leads the Hoyas to their first win over his former side, Providence, in his 2 years on the Hilltop. Georgetown victorious going away, 93-72. And tonight, sound the bell. It's round 2 of Team USA and Canada in hockey's Four Nations Cup, the championship game, and 8 o'clock puck drop. From the Krupp Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Song's hitting. Somewhere Danny Rouillet is cursing me out for letting the music play too long. But when you play a banger, Lambo,
I like music.
Did you see? I saw Danny posted on Instagram. He did another commercial with Barkley. I'm excited to watch those. Yeah, that is such a cool, just such a cool like little wrinkle of time.
Hell yeah.
Speaking of wrinkles of time, I just noticed this. RG3 just responded to Elon Musk to invite him onto his podcast. So we got that going for us. I want to say I appreciate the article and the author. I'm not naming names because I don't want it to be a thing, but they updated that headline. Shout out to the folks involved. Thank you very much. We are going to have a busy day. I think there is a lot going on with Washington. It's funny. We were just talking to Valdez because I guess people were mad at him this morning. He said something on the Junks that he's not expecting this huge spending spree to happen for the Commanders. And I say this as I got Commander Hef sending me something about the Chargers. This is one I actually believe. If you just look at the Chargers salary cap situation and Joey, which Bosa's on the Chargers? Joey, right? Nick's on the Niners.
Yeah, I think it's Joey, yeah.
Joey Bosa's production has, I don't know that I want to say waned.
Declined.
So. Yeah, like especially he's never been as good as Nick has been. Bosa's been good. I certainly don't get me wrong, but it's never been like the dominant 18, 19 kind of sack season. Mm-hmm. He hasn't had more than 6.5 sacks in the last 3 years. And Bosa's contract is pretty significant. Like some of this is just math, Landfill. Joey Bosa currently has no guaranteed money on his deal and a $36 million cap number. Yeah. If you release Joey Bosa, you save $25 million against the cap. If you do it as a pre-June one, if you do it as a post-June one, the numbers don't change. So you're talking about significant savings.
That could be something that's going to happen.
That's one that actually makes sense. And then you think about that team with Khalil Mack coming off the books probably too. It gets to be pretty damn interesting.
They get a lot. They get a lot of money with those two moves.
Now, Bosa's a guy that folks are going to be interested in. Certainly, great player at Ohio State. He turns 30 this summer. So you're talking similar age to Myles Garrett, never the production of Garrett. Bosa's a good player, and if you somehow kind of get into a he might be available. I don't think he's ever going to be cheap, but what if he needs a 1-year prove-it deal? And you got to guarantee him some money, but that actually gets interesting to me. And
I want to know why he only had 6.5 sacks the last 3 years. So I'll figure that out.
he's had 13.5 the last 3. I'm saying 6.5 is the most he's had any of the last 3 years.
Okay.
I'm
saying 6.5 sacks
I guess
per
14,
year. Thanks for you saying. Why is he only getting 6.5 sacks? Because
14
to
in
be
the last
having
3 years.
37 million on his cap.
Well, I can tell you why. Injuries. He hasn't been playing. This
How many
past
games
year,
he missed?
So his last full season was 21, and he had 10.5 sacks.
Okay.
22, he gets hurt, only plays 4 games. 23, he's still coming back from the injury, plays in 9, only starts 5. Does show some more of the explosiveness. This past year, he played in 14 games, started 9 of them, 5 sacks. Now, maybe things shifted. Harbaugh took over. I don't know the specifics, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's something we can look more into. I can text with my boy Chris out in LA that really knows the Chargers well. That to me is something that's interesting, though far from certainty.
Uh-huh.
It does sure seem like he's going to get released, just looking at the numbers. He went to St. Thomas Aquinas down in Fort Lauderdale. Shout out to Matt Ritz. But kind of this, every name player that gets released or gets talk of release, folks are wondering if Washington's going to make a run at them. And I do think we need to remember a few things.
They're not signing everybody.
And
they're not going to sign everybody. And please, let's stop thinking like things used to be when everybody became free. We always talked about them coming here. We have to figure out, are they going to fit this system? Are they the type of guy you want in this system? And does the coach want these guys? You know, it's just like everybody that becomes a free agent, no, we should not be interested in every damn body. If you got a plan, stick with your plan. Don't just jump for everything that pops up out there, because a lot of times guys are free because they just can't play it like they used to anymore. And you probably don't want them.
If you stand for nothing, you'll fall for anything, Lamphil. I think let's go back to Adam Peters' first words when he arrived in Washington. We're going to build through the draft. And I recognize Washington has a lot of money to spend, okay? If you go to Over the Cap and you click on cap space, they're third in line as far as cap space available. Now, it's worth pointing out they are significantly behind the 2 teams ahead of them. The Pats have $120 million in effective cap space, and the Raiders have more than 90. But what the Pats and the Raiders are also going to have are new coaches. In New England, they probably have the quarterback position settled, or at least they believe they do, and they're going to try to add around him.
Mm-hmm.
Vegas, that whole thing's a mess. They might have to add a quarterback to that, which takes up a big old chunk of that effective cap space.
Mm-hmm.
But in Washington, just keep in mind how many players they have to make decisions on.
Yeah.
They have like 28 potential free agents between now and March 12th. 28 players, dude.
Yeah.
That is a ton.
And some of them they're going to sign back.
Right. So of that cap space, like just keep in mind, people will call in and tell us which guys, De'Ami Brown, Zach Ertz, Bobby Wagner, Jeremy Chin, whoever it is you want them to bring back definitively, that eats into that money. So it's not going to be, oh my gosh, a sailor just got out of port with $100 in his pocket and there's a casino. Like it's not going to be like that. And I think folks just got to be kind of cognizant of that.
Be patient.
That
don't jump at everyone that becomes free.
It doesn't mean
just because they're free, Washington may not be interested in some of them.
Totally. And I think they really want to build through the draft. Also, if you look at the draft capital Washington's put together, 3 picks in the top 80, which has real value. 29, 61, 79. 79 is the one they got from the Dolphins. But they only have 7 picks, and 3 of those are 200 and after.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're going to move a lot around. I think we all know that's coming. But if you really want to build through the draft, those first 3-round picks are going to be vital for them to hit on. We talked about how Philly is built and how they have sustained is through the draft. If you ask Peters if he's made a big splash yet, I think he'd probably say the Latimore trade was it because they had to give up draft capital to get Latimore. They believe they have a true star, CB1 in the building.
Mm-hmm.
And when he gets healthy and gets familiar with everything, that's going to impact them significantly.
Yeah.
So, you got to try to put that Latimore piece in your brain talking about this year. Everybody, I want to give Russell credit. Now, Ahmet's bringing lunch in, so I bet we'll actually see Russell today. Something tells me he'll pop up.
Since you said that just now, he's definitely coming in.
Russell has been very correct on this, that a lot of fans are very excited about the potential receivers available in free agency. One, I'm not so sure that these guys are even going to get to free agency. Higgins looks like he's going to get tagged. Godwin might get tagged.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean there aren't other receivers. I think you're shopping in a different tier anyway. And I think a guy like Christian Kirk, a guy like Darius Slayton, Nick Westbrook, Akine, I think those guys will be interesting. They got to get a deal done with Terry. And I think what Terry has proven to be for this team, what Terry has proven to be as a wideout for Jaden, getting McLaurin's deal done is
an extension can make his number lower.
Totally.
This year.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Not to mention, you probably don't want to go into next year. If you get an extension done now, you're paying him he's not taking a huge discount, but you're paying him at current receiver prices, and you're giving him an extension so you get the current year left on this deal at 25.
Mm-hmm.
Receivers are now making 35, 40.
Yeah.
I mean, when Chase eventually signs,
it'd be close to 40, yeah.
So if you what they look at is average annual value. So if you're able to get an extension, say you add 2 more years, you guarantee this year, you guarantee next year, and you got to guarantee 60, 58.
Mm-hmm.
That's $58 million guaranteed in Terry's account. He just got married. He'll take that.
He'll take that, yeah.
And you're locking this in at way less prices.
Remember Chase asked for 1 penny more than Jefferson?
Yeah.
And they didn't bite on that. They're going to regret that when that number hits. Believe me.
That organization has proven to be the joke we all believe they were.
They are.
The way they've handled it.
They are.
Yeah. Or have been. That's the Bengals.
Yeah.
Washington, in 1 year with Peters at the helm, looks like a very different organization than we're used to seeing. And I think they will get the right moves done. Terry, you got time on. That's not something that has to happen by March 12th. But just keep that in mind with all the crazy wide receiver conversation. All the people that keep telling me on Facebook they want to trade for Tyreek.
They want everybody that they think is going to be free.
Right.
You got to get to the point where you stop being like that.
Joe B joins the program at 11.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. College basketball is reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150, 50 extra bucks to bet on everything from conference clashes, tournament upsets, and even who's cutting down the nets. Listen, will Auburn be the team to take it all this year? I think White Brian, we would definitely want that to happen. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/Brian and get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. That's FanDuel.com/Brian, BRIAN. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. First online, real money wage only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
B-Mitch of Finley, 1067 The Fan. Wanted to wish Marcus Edelin a happy birthday. Marcus chimed in on the chat, said what's up. It's his birthday. Happy birthday, Marcus. I'd also like to point out that my last name is spelled with an A, Marcus. Where have the Bryans gone? We're missing both B-Mitch and White Brian.
They were talking about fighting earlier in the commercial break, so I feel like that might have happened.
Who you got in that one?
I would take B-Mitch. Even though he's way, way older, he was a professional athlete.
I would take B-Mitch also in the fight against White Brian. What's really remarkable, though, is because White Brian isn't back, I just wish the dude from the chat a happy birthday, but I don't think we're up on the chat because that's White Brian's job, and him and B-Mitch are fighting.
That's hilarious.
And now we're back. Shout out to Jeff putting it up, and B's chair was just empty. That was like Bill Belichick at the draft, the COVID draft. I wanted to quickly hit on this thing about I love this. This is another one. I got a headline for you, B.
There.
Says Commanders. It says Redskins legend thinks Bobby Wagner should be a top priority.
That was me?
It was you. People are listening, B.
That what it was?
Yeah. We were talking
I say it should
about.
be a priority. I didn't say the top priority, but it's all good. I don't care.
So the difference is you provided the difference in real life versus black and white pixelation of words. It's just context. It's just context. Now, this is not, I don't think this is something that they're misrepresenting anything. It says, Mitchell, Commanders should make Wagner top priority free agent. Your answer was, I asked you, Wagner, Ertz, Chin. You said, I'm trying to bring back all three. But if I had to choose one, Bobby might be one of those three. Having a glue guy in your room, a veteran who can still play at that level, that does more for your team than you can imagine. You heard coaches say he was always prepared. So I just, like, it's just funny how things get discussed.
In other words, they should have wrote, Mitchell thinks that Wagner should be the top priority of the three people that JP named.
Among top priorities.
You know what I mean?
I think among top priorities. Probably
Hey, man,
give you a
write
little,
what you want. I don't care.
I know. Oh, dude. Bobby Portis suspended 25 games.
I just saw that. You know it ain't weed because you can smoke marijuana in the NBA. You smoke marijuana in all sports now. He must have been on something else.
Is that steroids or PEDs, or is that like ecstasy? Jeff, what drugs are hot in the streets these days beyond weed?
I don't know.
I mean,
He probably was doing a little something else.
I'm not suggesting you're taking it, Jeff, but you're out at night. I'm going to bed.
We got the wrong headlines.
Wrong headline. Just because I'm out don't mean I'm indulging in
Again,
knowing what
I'm not
drugs
suggesting
are out here.
you're indulging, but I bet you know.
Nah, I mean, I don't know, man.
White Brian,
He could be doing anything.
do you know what cool drugs are now?
No idea.
That I believe.
He probably was. He listen, man. Bobby Portis he's had some issues before.
Has he?
Yeah. So I'm thinking when I saw it, I go, okay, he wasn't smoking weed. So what the hell was it?
That's what I want to know. All right.
The story is just Sam. What's his name? Sharanya.
Shams.
But he basically it's one paragraph to send it. He say more to come. So I'm waiting to see what it was.
Portis's agent, Mark Bartelstein, hope I'm saying that right.
I think it's
Bartelstein released it. I never know when to go Steen or Stein because it doesn't seem
Depending
to be
on
like,
what one the way that they want to say
right,
it.
like a uniform rule with that. So the agent released a statement claiming that the violation was essentially a mix-up. You ready for this, B?
All right.
Portis thought he was taking a pain medication called Toradol, which you and I are familiar with, vitamin T, but instead took a pain medication called Tramadol, which is not approved. I mean,
normally you get a Toradol shot, right?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So he went and got his own Toradol?
Here's my thing.
I just say, hey man, let the team administer whatever you need to get, and then you don't have to worry about it.
So one of them is an opioid. Tramadol apparently is like these oxys and all this stuff. Like, I don't think it's as strong as hydrocodone, but it's still in the opioid world. I think Toradol is something else.
Toradol is
It's like a numbing agent though, more right?
It's a horse. It's like a horse drug. That's what they use it on horses. I guess they call athletes horses all the time. That's why they use it on them.
I don't know, man. The opioid stuff freaks me out. I hope I hope Bobby's okay. Seems like a hell of a mix-up. Toradol versus Tramadol. I guess on the surface you can kind of hear it.
If I go up and say,
Toradol's
"Give
a
me
shot."
if I say, "Give me Toradol," they also have pills.
Okay.
And if I say, "Give me Toradol," you're not the person is not going to bring me Tramadol.
Right. Like Toradol is like you basically get a shot of Toradol to numb something up so you can go play through it.
Well, you don't feel nothing.
Right.
I've seen people limp in and jog out, brother.
Right, but it's not it's not in the opioid family. I don't even think it's a narcotic or whatever. I'm not a doctor with any of this stuff, but it's more anti-inflammatory than pain killing. Yeah. So it's a heck of a mix-up. We're going to go from painkillers to hockey. They might need some this evening. I can't wait to watch this game. Joe Beninati, King of the Caps, joins us next to preview U.S. Canada.
Good morning, everyone. Well, with a shorthanded side, including the absence of freshman big man Thomas Sorber due to injury, the Hoyas overcome. They dominate Providence 93-72 as Micah Peavy scores 30 in the effort to give head coach Ed Cooley his first win over his former program. Coach Cooley after the victory.
This to me was a really signature win for me as a coach. And not so much because of the opponent, but because of the adversity that we were facing.
So the Hoyas are having a step-up season. They're now 7-8 in Big East play. Georgetown will head to Creighton for a 4 o'clock tip-off on Sunday. You can listen to it after Capitals hockey right here on The Fan. Now elsewhere locally, GW falls at home to St. Joe's 79-68. Navy battles but falls at Colgate 79-75. And American comes up short at Army in a matchup of the two top teams in the Patriot League, 76-69. Now tonight, Maryland will welcome Southern Cal to College Park at 8:30 tip-off on the Team 980. The Nationals signed veteran right-handed reliever Lucas Sims to a 1-year deal. And tonight is hockey's Four Nations Cup final. Team USA and Canada match up once more. Puck drop set for 8 o'clock. From the Krupp Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. It's not often that I have been waiting all week for a hockey game, especially a non-Caps hockey game. But, dude, the Four Nations has completely, I think, kind of taken over what is a quiet time on the sports calendar. And we were talking about it yesterday, like, oh, who could we get to talk Four Nations with? And I was like, Joe B, man, is there anybody better? Joe Beninati joins us now. Joe B, how are you, man? You've been enjoying a little bit of downtime, or have you just been missing the road?
A little bit of both, JP. Good to talk with you and B. Mitch today, but I didn't get a chance to get away during this Four Nations face-off break. I've had some things to take care of around the house, but all the while, like you were talking about, they put together this sort of made-for-TV event, and it's turned out to be must-see TV. And it all culminates tonight. It should be great.
But let me pause real quick with our Four Nations excitement. We all know Locker had heart surgery. I've seen the pictures from Courtney's Instagram. Like, I know he's doing well and working his way through it. Have you seen or talked to Locker? And just can you give us an update on how he's doing?
Yeah, I visited last week. We made some lunch. We brought out there and visited with Ryan Billy, our producer, was there.
Great.
Al Koken was there. A bunch of us were there that time. I know all of us have tried to make some flight paths out to the Laughlin residence. I'm going to actually watch our Pittsburgh game. The Cavs Pittsburgh game is on national TV, so I'm going to swing by Locker's place and watch the Caps get back into action there. From what I gather, he told me, he's feeling well. He has good days and bad. It's remarkable how quickly he was up and around and out of the hospital and out of ICU and off of medications, the heavy duty stuff. And so I think he's very much going along in the right place. But I think even he realizes, wow, this took a lot out of him, and it's going to take a while for him to come back, but I know that he will.
Absolutely. And we're thinking of him and the family. Now, Joe, when you go to watch the Caps game with Locker, you got to try to keep him calm, I think. You can't get all fired up, man.
It's going to be fun. I'm curious because some of his commentary off mic can be just as good as the ones that are on mic.
I'm sure.
The off mic ones may have a little bit more sensitivity going. So I look forward to it. Very rarely have we had the occasion to watch a Caps game together without calling it. So this is going to be one of those instances.
Yeah, absolutely. That'll be fun. All right, now let's get to the Four Nations then, because I'll be honest, after the Super Bowl, I kind of checked the Cap schedule just to lock in watching a game, maybe try to get to a game as my schedule was calming down. And I screamed on this here radio program, what the hell's the NHL doing? Why do they not have games right now when there's really this hole in the sports calendar? And it was explained to me that Four Nations was kind of thought up to replace the NHL All-Star game. And I wasn't into it. And then I watched a little bit of Canada, Sweden. And then I tuned in for U.S.-Canada, the first game. And the immediate fights got me sucked in.
Yep, totally.
What has the reaction been to this tournament so far?
Really good. And it has to be. If you're a hockey lover, if you're a hockey fan, just take one look at the rosters. When you look at the rosters and you realize that these guys are going to go hard and play for their nation's pride, you sit there and go, wow, they have that guy and that guy and that guy. And you just go on and on and on. So it's truly a best-on-best kind of arrangement. And I think the league took a long-range approach. And with regard to international best-on-best, this was a good time to fit in the Four Nations face-off before an Olympic Games next year in Cortina, Milano. You know, there hadn't been NHL participation at the highest senior level in the Olympics. They weren't there in the Olympics of 18 and 22. They didn't go to South Korea. They didn't go to Beijing. So the last time you've really seen best-on-best, including NHL players, would be the 2016 World Cup. And with that in mind, now they've got this rotation. Let's go Four Nations face-off in 25, 26 Olympics, bring the World Cup back in February of 28, go back to the Olympics in the French Alps in 30. So you're going to get this every 2 years or so, best-on-best competitions, and this just gets it off to a flying start. Again, the depth of talent is amazing. Just have a look at the rosters and you'll go, whoa.
Is it going to be the same nations every time, or are they going to add others into it?
The Four Nations thing, obviously with the climate worldwide, Russia not being there, Russia I don't believe would be in the 26 Olympic Games, but you will get a more full-scale approach of the international best-on-best and an Olympic Games Mitch. But as far as the Four Nations were concerned, when this was cooked up, it was just going to be U.S., Canada, Sweden, Finland.
Okay.
Talking with Joe Beninati here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude is the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. You can follow Joe B at Joe B PXP. Of course, watch him on Monumental Sports Network calling the Caps. All right, so specific to tonight, there's a little bit of injury on both sides. I know there was a defenseman the U.S. was hoping to get. It's Joe, I'll confess, and I don't know that this is a shock to you, but like I am a Caps fan before I'm necessarily a hockey fan. Like I watch most Caps games, all Caps playoffs, but like I'm not tuning in for Blues Predators on a Friday night. You know what I mean?
JP, this makes sense. This is why you call me. This is why you call me. I understand this.
Exactly.
This makes perfect sense. And Charlie McAvoy is not going to play for Team USA, and that's a huge loss. Cale Makar is going to play for Canada, and that's a huge gain.
He didn't play in the last game, right?
No, he didn't.
Yeah,
and
that's tough.
He's arguably, I think he's the best defenseman in the world. He could be the best hockey player in the world. And I know some people will shriek and go, how can you not say it's not McKinnon or McDavid or Matthews? I love defensemen, and Makar plays both ends of the rink at an amazing level. And with him returning for Canada, that makes them even more impactful. Up front for Team USA, from what I gather, and I don't think they'll be at 100%, but the Tkachuk brothers are expected to play. Matthews is expected to play. I can't imagine that any of those three are going to be at 100%, but 80% of those three is really good. So when you fold them into the rest of the USA roster, just an amazing game ahead. And here's one thing to remember. I'm not sure if people are aware. this game tonight, if it goes past regulation, if it requires overtime, it's not 3-on-3. There's no shootout in this one. If they go overtime tonight, it's Stanley Cup playoff overtime. They'll play as long as it takes to get a winner.
Wow.
I didn't realize
Do you think
that.
it'll be any fights in this one? Because it's the finals. But still, the nations are going to go at each other.
B-Mitch, it's interesting because, again, the roster depth, you sit there and go, I don't want my top guys in the penalty box for 5 minutes for fighting. But I've got so many top guys. If push comes to shove, the Kachuks, and we're talking about it in advance. I think there's been reports about this group text between the guys for Team USA saying, hey, you know what? In that Canada game, let's stir it up as soon as possible. So I think they knew it was coming, and Canada obliged. Tonight, with everything on the line, you really don't want to be spending a lot of time in the penalty box, but I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if one or two breaks out. Here's the other thing with regard to fighting, and I'm amazed when it happens. That game had 3 fights in 9 seconds.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, in the entirety of the NHL season up to date, better than 700 total games, there had been one game with 3 fights in it before that Four Nations face-off explosion between these two.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't happen very often. The fighting is way down, but it's magnified when you see it at that level of international best on best.
Yeah, I mean that the beginning of that game was just so nuts. But then the McDavid goal, I was like, oh my gosh, Canada's got all the energy. That building was crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And then for the U.S. to come back was really, really an impressive effort. How do you think it goes tonight? I remember, did the Avalanche win it like 3 years ago? I remember the first time watching Makar was, because I always, hockey playoffs, I will watch whoever it is because they're just so electric. And I remember the first time really watching Makar on the Avs being like, the speed that dude had for a defenseman was just mind-blowing.
Yeah, and together with Nathan McKinnon, and here we go, on and
Right.
on with the talent. But it's hard in any sport, regardless of sport, to beat a great team twice in what would this be, a 6-day span.
Right.
Canada, if you're gonna look back on history, Canada in past Olympic tournaments, I want to say tonight's the 7th time at the senior level, best on best, that Canada and the U.S. have squared off in a gold medal game per se. Canada's won 4 of them. The last 2 in particular at the Olympics in 2002 in Salt Lake City, which I was lucky enough to cover, and in 10 in Vancouver. It is hard to beat a great team twice in 6 days. Advantage Canada. Makar coming back. Advantage Canada. If you sit there and say Hellebuck is better than Binnington, I'm not going to disagree with you in the goal. But Binnington won a Stanley Cup on this ice sheet in 2019 with the Blues. You get where I'm going here?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I really think the USA is built and ready to do it and ready to take down a Canadian team at the highest level. Canada's won 9 of 13 best on best all time, 5 of the last 6. I think it's time for USA, but it's going to be hard for them to beat this Canadian team twice in less than a week.
Yeah. I pick up what you're putting down, Joe B. Talking with our friend Joe Beninati, Caps play-by-play. You can follow him at Joe B PXP. Joe joins us via the Rude guest hotline. Rude is the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. What can the building do tonight in Boston? We saw how outrageously loud and kind of nationalistic this thing was in Montreal. I'd expect these New Englanders to return the favor tonight.
Yes, and especially with so many of their favorite sons in the lineup. I think immediately, if you're going to put a spotlight on, maybe, hey, watch out for someone. It's someone like Jack Eichel, who grew up in the Boston suburbs, who played collegiately at BU and was one of the finest at the amateur level. Now that he is a top-flight pro and a Stanley Cup champion out with Vegas, it wouldn't surprise me if somebody like Jack Eichel turns the light on to create a big win for the United States tonight. It just wouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
There are so many New England guys in that lineup, or guys who have played at least collegiately in that area. The fan base will be amazingly red, white, and blue supportive. Absolutely. And from an energy standpoint, I've had a lot of athletes, JP and B Mitch, tell me, regardless of sport, again, when they have the chance to put on their colors, when they have the chance to put on the red, white, and blue, they feel like a superhero. And if that doesn't pump you up, then nothing else will.
Yeah.
They almost take this superheroic approach to the game, and I think it's amazing. I was wondering how they were going to play at what level. This wasn't going to be, I knew it wasn't going to be a grip and grin, all-star kind of friendly no-hitter, but I didn't realize that they were going to play at this level.
Oh, yeah.
And that brings in all the other injury concerns for the rest of the NHL season. I just cross my fingers and hope that nobody gets injured, that everybody's able to play moving forward. But when they get to this level, and I expect them to all be frothing at the mouth tonight, it's going to be pretty good.
I'm sure the owners are sitting up there going, "Oh man, just play how you want to play." That's a joke. All the owners are probably like, "Please don't get hurt."
Well, dude,
Yeah.
I couldn't help.
Because it'll be short-lived if you get a lot of guys hurt.
B said it earlier. When the Four Nations thing came out, I remember saying to Landfill, I was like, dude, the Caps aren't even in this thing. That's when we realized Russia wasn't even in this thing, and so on and so on. Watching the first 10 seconds of the Canada-USA game the other night, I think it's an advantage for the American team
that Tom Wilson
that Canada did not take Tom Wilson. Has that been discussed at all?
Of course. And I know through sort of back channel circles, and I think, and I hope Tom knows if he's listening today to the program, he was in very high consideration for Team Canada. I want to say he's probably one of the last two guys who was left off of the roster. It was that close. And there are a number of guys still in Canada's roster who can do who can take a similar approach. But Willie would have been amazing for the Maple Leaf team tonight.
Absolutely.
That would have just been off the charts. And Tom has grown up over the last 10 plus years as a pro to know when he can do it, what he can do it, how far can he push that, how can he walk that line.
Sure.
I think, and I know for sure, Tom would have used good judgment in this tournament, but he would have been a difference maker. He's the kind of guy who swings a pretty big sledgehammer out there.
I think the U.S. would have said, "We're not doing this fighting thing." Hey, they got Wilson over there, man. Nah, I'm not doing that.
Well,
or you go get him.
Yeah.
You fight him. I'm not fighting him.
Well, dude, the third fight, and Joe, you're going to know the guys, but the third fight, so it's one Kachuk, two Kachuk.
JT Miller and Parayko is the third fight.
Like, the American dude was way smaller and kind of picked the fight. I don't think you do that with Willie.
No.
JT Miller is really, really tough, extremely talented, recently traded from Vancouver to the New York Rangers. Parayko is 6'6".
Yeah, the dude had a foot on him.
And mean as a snake. It was fantastic. And it was, as I was watching it, as soon as we saw Matthew Tkachuk go with Hagel, I was yelling to somebody who was watching the game with me, Brady is going to go immediately, and if Bennett is on the ice, it'll be Brady and Bennett. And for once, my forecasting turned out to be right.
Love it.
It's just I didn't see JT Miller going with Parayko, but I think JT wanted anybody and anybody off of that goalmouth scrum. He happened to grab Godzilla, but that's okay. It was greatly recognized and appreciated by his teammates. I thought Team USA played beautifully. You know, not only are the rosters incredible, but coaching staff rosters are exceptional. And tonight's two head coaches, it's a brilliant matchup with Mike Sullivan against John Cooper. And I could say so many good things about everybody, both roster-wise and coaching staff-wise, all the way through, head coaches through assistants and associates. But that first game, Team USA defensively played exactly the way they need to play tonight. And I don't know if you can duplicate that with Connor Hellebuck in goal. And Hellebuck is fantastic in regular season play. I think Connor and the Winnipeg Jets have something to prove come playoff time, come April, and they just might. But when Hellebuck has chances to see shots that are angled shots from the perimeter at his size, he's incredibly tough to beat. If they can do that tonight, if they can keep Team Canada away from what's affectionately referred to as home plate area in front of Hellebuck, they can do it again. They can beat Canada.
Hell, Canada. Joe, obviously we're focused on tonight. I don't want to peek ahead too much. You said Caps Pens, I guess, is on ABC or whatever. Does that mean your
Right.
first game back is McDavid coming to town, Oilers Caps?
JP, I wish. That's 0 for 2. That's another national exclusive.
Damn, is it?
Damn.
Oh man, I legit didn't know that.
No, Monumental doesn't get back to work on the game front till Tuesday. We get Calgary.
Okay.
So Pittsburgh and Edmonton are both national exclusives. And Pittsburgh, Edmonton, Calgary, the first 3 games back after this break.
Huge.
Washington has recent wins over all 3 of those teams. But I just think the 8 or 9 days off, the guys are back on the ice practicing again today. I think that came at just the right time. I didn't like the way the Caps were playing heading into the break. I thought their best game in recent memory was one they played against Florida on February 4th. Florida looked like a Stanley Cup champion, played really well. Washington beat them at home. That's the game I take some solace from. The most recent games heading into the break, maybe the guys were on the beach already. I didn't like the way they played in the early stages of the Utah game specifically. They'll be better. They'll be ready to go once they're in Pittsburgh on Saturday.
Dude, Joe B, I never expected to have much of an opinion on the Utah team, but the fact that Ovi played out there, got hurt, then they came here and won. I hate this Utah team.
And well, you should. They a bunch of young kids who NHL fans will be familiar with from the time together in Arizona.
Right.
Always seem to play well against Washington, and it's the speed component.
I forgot. Was it 2 years ago they gave up a touchdown to Arizona in a matinee at Cap One? Wasn't it like 7-2?
I think you're remembering a game that the Caps played out in Tempe at the Arizona State rink. The then Coyotes put 5 on them in the first period. It was 5-0 after 1.
Woof.
That was a kick in the gut. That team tends to match up pretty well against Washington, whatever their name is and whatever their future nickname is going to be.
Right.
I just didn't like, that was one game in, I can't remember, where Logan Thompson wasn't Logan Thompson. Guys, he's been very much in the Vezina Trophy discussion for best goalie this year. It's probably Thompson and Hellebuck 1-2 or 2-1, however you want to stack it. And with as good as the Caps have been and where their record is at the time of this break, I'm telling you, Logan's deserving, especially in the last month when the team hasn't been all that great. Thompson's been MVP level good. And against Utah, he wasn't. So, again, he's human. He'll bounce back. That team will come back to that good level. And now you can almost start to see April. So now you want to make sure that you're playing the game the right way. And Spencer Carberry and his staff will have these guys motivated to do so and get back to the level that we were really enjoying in the first, 2 months, 10 weeks of the season.
Can't wait for tonight, USA Canada. Can't wait to hear you again on the call next Tuesday night. Caps Flames from Capital One Arena. Joe B, as always, thank you, man.
Hi, Joe.
I appreciate
Take care, buddy.
Guys, my pleasure. Have fun tonight.
Peace.
Joe Beninati at Joe B PXP. Give him a follow. If I was Sidney Crosby or Connor McDavid and I got a mad Tom Wilson coming my way, I don't know, man. Kind of interesting.
Yeah, very much so. Hey, it's B. Mitch and JP here. If you want confident convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn the road. With Wi-Fi capability, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? Adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the absolute best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
And here's the thing when you're dealing with Rude, it is whisper quiet. No noisy interruptions, nothing waking you up in the middle of the night, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. It's comfort and performance perfectly balanced. But you got to tell them about the savings. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Check them out, rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
That's RUUD, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
It
ain't right.
Good morning, everyone. Well, Georgetown dominates Providence. Even though the Hoyas were shorthanded, playing without outstanding freshman big man Thomas Sorber, the Hoyas overwhelmed the Friars 93-72 at Capital One Arena. It is a first win in a fourth try for Ed Cooley over his former program. Now, the Commanders have the third most cap room in the 32-team NFL entering this offseason. That room will now be extended somewhat as the NFL salary cap will escalate more than $20 million in 2025. The national sign veteran right-handed reliever Lucas Sims, who pitched in both Cincy and Boston last year, to a one-year deal. And the 20th ranked Maryland Terrapins are back in action tonight from Xfinity Center in College Park. They host USC for an 8:30 tip. Listen on the Team 980. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Hot damn. B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Tough loss last night for the AU Eagles. Keeping track of all our local hoops. Also looking for something to take my kids to do Sunday afternoon and not having much success. AU plays Saturday. I want to talk about something. I may have some information that is useful for us, Brian.
Okay, what you got?
You and I have been working trying to figure out why the franchise tag numbers seem lower than they should be.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Joel Corey is a dude we both know, both respect. Former agent. He's a salary cap expert. He does specific contracted salary cap work for CBS Sports. I believe in Joel Corey's numbers. I believe in his number crunching abilities. Do you land at the same location I do?
I'm with that.
Okay. Corey just put out his new franchise tags based on the new salary cap, $277.5 million. It's a chance the cap lands a little higher than that, but at most it'll be 280.5.
Yeah.
So you're talking about a negligible percentage difference. So I understand why Joel would base it off the minimum number,
gotcha.
Right? It'll only be a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
And I find this just remarkable. What do you think the franchise tag at the quarterback position is for 2025 based on Joel Corey's numbers?
Well, you said yesterday 42. 45.
$40.
It went down?
Maybe yesterday I was incorrect. That was my estimate. $40 million is the franchise tag for quarterbacks. So he's getting asked, like, how is that possible, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we should do some math. I bet I'm not the guy for this. Maybe you are. Maybe Jeff. I don't know. But Corey was asked, I'm having trouble understanding how to calculate the tag using data from the last 5 years. So here's what he said. The tags under the original methodology, which is what we all became used to, the average of the top 5 salaries.
Totally.
So the tags under the original method from the previous 5 years are added together, then divided by the sum of the salary caps of the past 5 years. The resulting percentage is multiplied by the salary cap for the upcoming league year. You got that?
That's just too much BS, man. When the salary cap started, it was supposed to be the average of the top 5 salaries. All of this going back to that, and that this is something the league has started to do because you know what? The numbers are growing a little too fast for them.
PA has to agree to it.
Yeah, well, they need to start looking at this stuff again then, because they're not right on that one. They're messing it up.
So what I find remarkable, dude, if you look at the top 5 quarterback money this year, average salary at the quarterback position,
what is it?
Dak's making 60.
Yep.
Burrow's at 55, Love's at 55, Trevor Lawrence at 55, then Tua at 53. And the tag is at 40.
It doesn't really make sense, man.
That is such a one-sided advantage to ownership and management.
Yeah, but see, the thing of it, though, quarterbacks don't get franchise tag normally. They normally get their deals. And you think it's going to go to 40? Well, I would franchise a quarterback that I don't believe is worth $50 million, $60 million. The franchise, you just give him 40.
I tell you, where else you're really, really stunting the growth, and this is probably why T. Higgins is incredibly pissed off.
Where's that?
Wideout.
What's their average?
You want to guess?
We thought it was 30.
I'm telling you the tag, not the average, the newfangled
They said
tag.
26 with him.
24.
24. So everything is going backwards? You got more money on the cap, but everything is going backwards now?
B, you got, this is dudes making north of 30. Jefferson, CD, A.J. Brown, Amon-Ra, St. Brown, Tyreek Hill, Brandon Ayuk, north of 30. North of the tag, you keep going. Waddle, Adams, DJ Moore, Cooper Kupp at 26.7. Devontae Smith just got his deal done at 25.
See, this, I don't know how, let's not, the man put the numbers together, but it doesn't seem right or fair at all. The numbers that came out yesterday about Higgins was 26.5. And now today you're saying it's 24. Something must be wrong in that deal, because all of this extra adding this and calculating that stuff was never supposed to be a part of the deal.
I think it's supposed to be a percentage of the cap. I don't know, man. It's crazy to me.
That percentage of the cap crap never was a part of this thing.
Now there are spots where maybe, but like they're not, like this dude isn't wrong. Clearly they have changed, updated, finagled the rules or whatever. There are some positions where it's probably to your advantage to get tagged. I think.
Like where?
I doubt many of them get it, but if you're an interior offensive lineman, like we saw with the dude from Kansas City that they declined to tag him, if you're a guard or a center, you're getting paid tackle money because they only listed as O-line. Here's something I'd love an explanation on. Yes, landfill. Yes. They have O-line as one blanket category for franchise tags.
Mm-hmm.
$23.5 million is the franchise tag for an O-line. But they split up D-ends, D-tackles, and linebackers. Of the three, D-ends, D-tackles, linebackers, what position do you think would carry the highest franchise tag?
You would think the D-end.
You sure would. And it's the lowest.
The linebacker carries it?
Linebacker, barely. Linebackers, 25.6 mil. D-tackle, 25.3 mil. D-end, 22.2. So a lot of this is in the classification. What is Myles Garrett? What is TJ Watt? Like, how are you classifying those contracts? This sure looks advantageous to the NFL,
think about it.
man.
If those are the numbers, why are those guys, when they sign deals, get way more than that? Because wouldn't you think they would be trying to stay somewhere closer to the average, the franchise tag numbers?
I think
because guys are destroying those numbers.
I think clearly the tags become less relevant to drive discussion on contract value, and it's the last guy that got paid. Right? Because Dak has now set the market at 60.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know the next quarterback due to get paid at that scale. We'd have to think. Stroud is a year away, right? You could try to pay Stroud a year from now. If Trevor Lawrence just got paid, what draft is in between there? There might just not
What did
be.
he get? 50 something, 55?
Who? Lawrence? Yeah, Lawrence got 55. Is there a quarterback in between those two drafts that I'm blanking on that would be up for getting paid? I don't think so. He was 23, so it'd be the 22 NFL draft. What were the quarterbacks from 2022? They all suck. That's why we haven't seen it. All right, we got a break. Landfill's yelling at me. Pat Leonard. We're going around the NFL with our guy Pat Leonard at noon. See, that's a big miss from White Brian. Everybody had their hands up. We were feeling it. And Brian doesn't throw the stream on. Give the people what they want right there. WB? Remember the WB as a network? Is that still a thing? Is that the CW
The WB?
now?
I don't know. I don't watch that much TV to know, Jay.
Dawson's Creek was on the WB, I think.
The WB and UPN merged to become the CW in like 05.
Okay. Shout out to UPN. Shout out to Dawson's Creek.
How the hell you know that information, Landfill?
Especially to know the dates.
Are you bored as hell? Because that's some obscure information to know right there.
You should, first off, you should all know this. I used to watch the hell out of Smallville, which was on the WB.
I didn't watch Smallville.
Well, you should have.
Hold on.
Great show.
Hold on. Quick guess. Because I think I know this. What do you think the plot is to Smallville, B?
Don't know what the hell it is.
It's about Superman. Can you guess from there?
No.
Yeah, Superman like as a kid or something.
Actually,
right?
yeah, not about Superman. It's about Clark Kent in high school. That's what it's about.
Yeah.
Great show.
I was close.
Great show.
You have a boring life if you're watching all that crap.
Great show.
Dawson's Creek, man, was a great
You need to
show.
get out the house
Also
a little bit more,
good show.
Landfill.
Dawson's Creek's also
get out
a
and
good show.
play.
Smallville, great show.
So
You need to get out your house sometime, dog.
I'm going to get to this real point I'm trying to make here. A moment ago, we were talking about, the franchise tags and how ridiculous they've become as an ownership advantage. We're going to try to get Joel Corey on the program tomorrow to help us understand how this all changed.
Because I'm confused like hell.
But basically, each year, a new quarterback or a new stud receiver or a new stud X player resets the market at X position. And Dak did it last year, and we were trying to go through, pick our brains, who's the QB that could do it this year. And we're like, oh, that 2022 NFL draft sucked. There's no kid coming up for eligibility. Brock Purdy. We forgot about Purdy, probably because he was the last pick in the draft.
Yeah.
If Purdy goes north of Dak at 60 mil,
they probably just franchise him.
Dude, but let's talk about...
Wouldn't it be smart to franchise him?
It'd be really smart to franchise.
Because they could keep him way $20 million below what the other top guys are getting, and you still give him a hell of a jump.
Can we run through the 9 quarterbacks drafted in 2022? Can anybody name one?
Kenny Pickett?
Kenny Pickett was the first quarterback drafted that year, 20th overall. He's already been traded, although he did just win a Super Bowl ring. Back up to Hurts. What else you got, Landfill? I'm here.
Who was that? Was that guy from Malik Willis?
Malik Willis was your 3rd quarterback drafted.
Oh.
He was in the 3rd round, 86th overall. I think he's Jordan Love's backup at Green Bay now.
I think he is.
You missed the 2nd quarterback draft. This is open to everybody.
Can I get a hint?
Jeff?
Like what school?
For the 2nd?
Yeah.
Yes. I think Washington has played this dude while he's been on 2 different teams. Already. I'm saying the Commanders.
And he was drafted in 2022?
Yeah.
Was Bailey Zappi one of the guys?
Bailey Zappi is one of them.
I remember B-Mitch was a big Bailey Zappi guy.
Was he?
He was.
What college did Bailey Zappi go to?
Boise State?
Nah, I think
it
was
wasn't
Western
Kentucky. Yeah,
right?
something like that.
I was no damn Bailey Zappi.
Bailey Zappi. Bailey Zappi, I believe, is out of the NFL. He was a 4th rounder.
So that was...
He started for the Browns in their last game of the season.
Good for him. He was... I guess the Patriots cut him. I got Ole Miss, Landfill. Ole Miss is a hint. No Matt Corral fans in the crowd?
Wow.
Matt Corral was a 3rd round pick.
All right. Yeah.
Wow.
I'll give you a hint on one of these quarterbacks. This is the 2nd quarterback drafted in 2022. Brad Jackson. That's your hint.
He went to Cal?
No. Brad didn't go to Cal.
Where the hell did Brad go?
Cincinnati.
Oh, that's your dude.
Oh, yeah. You were a big fan of this guy, JP.
Yeah.
I was dead on about this
Played
guy.
for the Falcons.
From day one. I told you Desmond Ridder ain't an NFL quarterback, and Desmond Ridder ain't an NFL quarterback. All right. So far, we've gotten Pickett, Ridder, Willis, Corral, Zappi. Do you know who the fifth quarterback taken, maybe the sixth quarterback taken, but in the 5th round that year.
No.
You got to give us a school or something here.
Jeff, you got this one. 5th rounder quarterback.
JP,
Jeff might pull this. I'm telling you.
You wouldn't know it
2022.
if you weren't looking at the list.
If somebody told me 5th round quarterback 2022, I would know it.
Nah.
I thought if you would.
Oh,
We devoted
Is it
hours.
Sam Howell?
It is Sam Howell. We've devoted hours, weeks of our life to this game.
I didn't do it on
still
purpose.
can't believe they
I
traded the
did it
third.
because
They got a
that's
third
what y'all
rounder for
wanted
that
to
guy.
do. I told you earlier. Let's get away from it.
All right. Brock Purdy.
Remember all the people who said he was supposed to be a first rounder? The guy got drafted in the 5th round in the weakest quarterback draft in years, and people were trying to hype him up to like he was a first rounder. Like we got the steal of the draft.
My bad.
This has been a quarterback-starved wasteland.
In
and
fairness,
all of a sudden, we're eating filet, baby.
They kind of did get the steal of the draft because they turned a 5th round pick into a 3rd round pick.
Adam Peters knows what he's doing. Okay, I'm going to give you one. So far, we've named 6 of the quarterbacks for 2022.
How many was it? 7?
There were 9.
9?
And Purdy was the last one. I legit,
And he was the best one of the whole draft.
by miles and miles. I legit can't tell you anything about the next 2. There are 2 quarterbacks between Howell and Purdy, and I think at best I can tell you where one of them went to college.
Where?
I think one of them went to Northwestern. I think. And shares a first name with the love interest in Good Will Hunting.
Well, you lost me right there.
Skylar Thompson. Anybody got anything on Skylar Thompson?
I didn't know he was drafted.
I thought he was like a
Where does he play?
Washington or
Is
something.
he still in the league?
Apparently he's on the Steelers. Kansas State is where he played his college football. Now, he played really well for the Dolphins when they almost pulled off that upset of the Bills in the playoffs like 2 years ago. Forgive me, I don't know what has happened with Skylar Thompson. All right, this is I legit got zero file, as the G&D program would say. I'm going to look him up. I am confessing, though, I know nothing about the last dude we can name from the 2022 draft.
2-time Super Bowl champ. I just looked it up.
Who, Skylar Thompson?
No, this last guy.
All right, B. This dude played for
You wasted time asking me.
South Florida, Samford, and South Dakota State.
With the 3 of them?
Yeah.
Have no clue.
Chris Oladukin. Chris Oladukin.
You say he has 2 Super Bowl rings, Gladville? How many snaps has he taken in the league?
Are you just because
He has 5 rushing yards.
Are you sure he's got 2 rings?
Yep. We got a break.
He's
We
on
got
the
a break.
Chiefs both times?
Pat Leonard joins us next.
Good afternoon, everyone. While the Nationals make a move to bolster their bullpen, bringing in veteran right-handed reliever Lucas Sims on a one-year, $3 million deal. Sims will be entering his 9th big league season. The righty worked to a 4.38 ERA in 58 outings between Cincy and Boston last year. Now you can listen to the Nats spring training opener against the Astros Saturday afternoon at 1 on the Team 980. Now Micah Peavy scored 30 points. Georgetown blows out Providence 93-72, and the Hoyas are now 7-8 in Big East play. They will head to Creighton, a team they beat earlier on this year at home, for a 4 o'clock Sunday afternoon tip-off. Listen to it following Caps hockey here on The Fan. Now tonight, surging Maryland will welcome Southern Cal to town. The Terps are coming off of a 101-75 thumping of Iowa. Tip time from Xfinity Center tonight is at 8:30. You can listen to it on the Team 980. The NFL's salary cap is on the rise again. It will escalate by more than $20 million for the 2025 season. And round 2 fight, the U.S. and Canada for hockey's Four Nations Cup Championship. Puck drop tonight at 8 p.m. From the Krupp Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
So self-conscious. Landfill playing bangers today. High noon in the District of Columbia, and it's time to talk NFL with our guy, Mr. Pat Leonard, NFL columnist for the New York Daily News, of course, talking ball with Pat Leonard. I got to start with some personal questions, Pat. Thank you for making time for us. I don't know if you saw Pat down at Radio Row.
I did.
But he has so many endorsements going now. He looked like a male model every day walking around the New Orleans Convention Center because he's got his own fashion endorsement. You have some like health and wellness stuff popping. What is going on, man? How are you?
Yeah, man. No, I'm doing great. Thanks for the plug. Well, listen, you guys are the pros at this. You know, you were rocking Radio Row, like everybody's walking by saying hi to you.
They're saying hi to me.
But but I'm there, you know, that's my maiden voyage with my Talking Ball podcast. And frankly, JP, the only way I was able to get there, this isn't a plug, this is just the reality. It was because of those sponsors, you know, Boom Chaga, Mushroom Super Drink.
What is that?
Colorado for Men, my bookie. Boom Chaga it's like a supplement that you pour. It's a liquid. It comes in a packet and you pour it into your coffee or your tea or your water. And, you know, it reduces inflammation. It can lower cholesterol, has antioxidants. And, yeah, I put it in my coffee every morning. I'm a crazy coffee drinker. So they have, like, mushroom coffees out there that some people swear by or like.
Yeah,
but this is cool because you can kind of control what you're putting it in.
Can you send us some? I'll try it. When I saw 100%. That it was mushroom,
Boom Chaga is what it's called?
You don't trip,
Boom
right?
Chaga, yeah. You can use my code, too. I got a code. It's Talking Ball 25. Everybody listening, you get a discount.
Is it a hallucinogenic?
It is not.
Okay.
It is not.
Well, JP not interested in.
If it was, I figured I would be able to land Aaron Rodgers pretty quickly as a guest. You know?
That's the perfect segue, dude. Let's start there. What do you think happens? You think Rodgers is out of the league?
No. No, I don't. I think the interesting part right now is what does he get versus what he wants? Like, you know, it seems like he's a way better fit for a team that would not be contending. Like, you know, the Raiders just need a quarterback on the field, or the Tennessee Titans as they're kind of rebuilding, and it gives them a shot in the arm, gets people in the stands. Rodgers obviously has a higher opinion of himself than I think the rest of the league does at the moment. But I think out west is probably where he's looking. It's just a question of where it's going to be a fit, right? You know, like you look at the LA Rams, if Matthew Stafford gets traded, then I personally would circle the Rams as the place for Rodgers. But listen, that makes sense for Rodgers. That would be great for him. Does that make sense for the Rams? Right? Like that's the question you have to ask yourself there. How much better do they get? I think they become a worse team immediately if they trade Stafford and then end up signing or trading for an Aaron Rodgers. This is a guy who likes to run the offense the way he does and kind of make all the checks and own it. But that's McVay's offense, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's where ideally he would like to be, but I'm not quite sure that it makes sense for all parties involved.
So Aaron wants to be in LA. It's not that LA wants Aaron.
I don't, you know, there's that revolving door of what happens with Stafford that dictates that. I think I can't tell you LA does not want him. I think that as far as I know, the Rams understand that keeping and getting something done with Stafford is that's their best path to being a good or better team next season. Now, but you guys know as well as I do, it's hard to do, but like the best teams are able to kind of cut bait right before it becomes obvious to everybody else it's time, not after, right? You don't want to pay Matthew Stafford $50 million a year as the Rams, and then suddenly he goes into a steep decline immediately. And now you have these young players like Jared Verse on defense that you've added, and you've started to kind of turn over the roster with Puka Nacua, but now you're like saddled for another 2 years, let's say, by an albatross veteran quarterback contract. So that's a decision they have to make. I mean, I interviewed, I had Adam Schefter on the podcast last week, asked him that directly. He had the same read on, you know, Matthew Stafford, essentially, he and the Rams trying to get something done now. That's the priority. But B-Mitch, I think if Stafford ends up getting traded, they first would, I think, want a young quarterback in the building to develop. But also, listen, they were a good Jalen Carter pass rush away from potentially beating the Eagles. So in the playoffs. So like, it's not like they're a team that's in full rebuild mode anymore. Is Rodgers the guy then?
I would question that.
Does Sean want to deal with his BS?
I know. Listen, if I were running the Rams, I think my choice would be to go elsewhere. But, you know, when you talk about, okay, who would be your quarterback next season if it wasn't Stafford so that you could compete? I don't know. Would it be Kirk Cousins after he gets released by the Falcons? I mean, you guys, you know, in that market, talk about not needing a quarterback. Holy cow. I mean, what a luxury.
It's a different world down here, dude. It hasn't been like this in a long
time.
It is a different world. And, you know, that becomes that's a tough question for the Rams. It really is. That's tough question.
Well, this is inside information from my wife listening to Stafford's wife's podcast. I don't think they want to leave LA. We're talking with our friend Pat Leonard here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude is the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. You can follow Pat at P Leonard NYDN. Read all his work at the New York Daily News. Check out the Talking Ball podcast. Let's go to the Giants then, because I know the Giants have been, I think, the most connected team with these Stafford rumors, whether they're real or just rumors.
I know you don't want to leave LA and go there.
Dude, if you're Daboll and Shane, who held on to their jobs by a fingernail, they got to do something to win now, right?
Yeah. I mean, the quote going around right now, guys, is Joe Shane swearing, you know, I'm not going to throw any Hail Marys to save my job this year. But let's be honest. First of all,
that's the only way you're going to save it.
Yeah, right, exactly. You kind of have to. Also, what people don't recognize, because it wasn't a quarterback, the trade for Brian Burns last year was a Hail Mary. Like, they gave up a second-round pick that they could have used on Kamari Lassiter, a rookie corner who starred for the Texans opposite Derek Stingley. And they also paid Burns an above-market contract that neared $30 million a year. That was like wow, we really need to upgrade our front, our pass rush. You know, this might be go for broke time. If we don't succeed this year, it might be curtains. So they overspent there for a guy. Like, they've already done it. So the idea that they wouldn't do it again, especially when they literally have no quarterback on the roster other than Tommy DeVito, I think Stafford is definitely on the table. I mentioned Cousins earlier. You know, guys, it's funny. Like, if you were the Giants, okay, you have the number 3 overall pick. There's Shedeur Sanders. There's Cam Ward.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say, hypothetically, even you are drafting one of those guys. How are you making sure you're winning games in weeks 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of this season to save your job, to show ownership progress? Even with that rookie in the building feeling, oh, we got a guy we can develop, it just doesn't add up to me to help them be a competitive team out of the gate in a division that, because of Jaden now, because the Eagles, Super Bowl champions, like it's as difficult as ever. So I think they have to go a veteran route, even if they draft a QB. And I think Stafford is the most attractive name out there right now.
I will take Stafford before I take Kirk. And then again, Kirk may not want to deal with that again because what happened to him just a while ago.
Stafford also looked good last year.
Yeah.
Stafford is still performing at a high level. Do you really think the Giants will take Shedeur or Cam Ward? Giants are a third, right?
You know, the word is, yeah, they're third. Titans are 1, Browns are 2. The word is that Shane loves Shedeur, that the Giants love Shedeur. They have a high opinion of Cam Ward's talents too. I do think the Titans, I don't know, they've thrown up a lot of signs that they want to trade back from 1. We'll see if they actually do. They also need a quarterback. The Browns need a quarterback at 2. JP, to answer your question, if job preservation was not an issue, which of course it is in the NFL, especially for the Giants, if it wasn't an issue, I think the best path for them is to take the best player there, and it's probably an Abdul Carter.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, I would rather it be an offensive lineman if I were the Giants, but you know, if it's Travis Hunter, whatever, I think you just need talent. They don't have a lot of talent on their team. I think the cheap veteran plus the number 3 pick being a stud position player plus maybe a 2nd or 3rd round quarterback who you can get in and develop is the right team building way to go. Now we'll see if they actually do that.
Does Joe Shane want to deal with Deion?
Well, B-Mitch, I'm glad you said that because let's be honest. If the Giants drafted Shedeur Sanders, with Brian Daboll potentially not even lasting 6 games this fall, depending on how it goes, Deion Sanders immediately becomes a candidate to be the Giants' next head coach.
Wow.
Now, you know, would they hire him? Would he actually leave Colorado? He threw up a lot of flares this offseason to kind of test the market. I'm not saying the Giants would do it. I'm just saying he's already said on the record that if he left for the NFL, it would be to coach his son. You know, Daboll is dead man walking right now as far as the coaching carousel goes. You know, and I think you make a great point. If Deion's not the coach, listen, he's very outspoken. He's fun to listen to, right? He knows what he's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But if he's Colorado's head coach out there, let's say Shedeur doesn't start week 1 and Deion starts talking out in Colorado about my son's not starting, what's going on? Or it's week 6 and he throws 2 interceptions and the coach says something publicly about we got to start turning the ball over. Just becomes like a slippery slope there.
It does.
All right, now I'm going to make sure I got you quoted correctly because that's a tweet waiting to happen, Pat. I got, if the Giants end up drafting Shedeur Sanders, then eventually Deion Sanders becomes a major contender to coach
Make
the
sure
Giants.
you get this right, JP. We don't want you messing up.
I'm asking him.
I would say, here's what I would say.
Okay.
I would say if Daboll doesn't last this here, all right, let's start here.
We don't have to tweet it, dude. It gets complicated.
You can tweet it. No,
All right.
I've written it. No, for sure. Joe Shane and Daboll are both under pressure going into this season. But when I listened to John Mara standing there right in front of him on breakup day, even though he was saying none of it was good enough, it sounded to me like he had lost patience more so with the coach than the general manager. I could be wrong about that. I do feel, though, that Shane has some stronger kind of tethers and tentacles in there. Mara is very enamored with how he runs the draft and runs the personnel process.
Helps that draft last year was really good.
Mm-hmm.
Go figure. So that being the case, he's also asked Daboll to give up play calling, do all those kind of things. I think that Daboll is on a hotter seat. And if Daboll gets fired and Shane is still here, I believe Deion Sanders would become a candidate to be the next head coach, assuming they draft Shedeur. So the dots connected are you draft Shador as your new franchise QB, and Dable gets fired, and maybe Shane still has some more rope. I do believe, yes, in that scenario, Dion would become a candidate.
Gotcha. That's good context there. And it's also a perfect example. B and I talk about all the time that the NFL is a self-preservation league. Many executives and coaches are just focused on keeping their job because it's one of the coolest things to do in the world. And this is an exact example of it. If you had somebody that was solely focused on the best future for the New York Giants, you draft Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter there. And I don't think there's really much discussion about it. I think the quarterbacks in this draft, they might end up being good players, but if you're just ranking top talent, they don't crack the top 20 in this draft.
Right. No, you know what, JP, sorry to interrupt. I wouldn't, not that I would pass on a Travis Hunter because he's a Heisman winner. He's amazing. He can play two ways. But for the Giants, it really also comes down to the lines. Like if there was an offensive lineman they had judged at number 3 there, I would say Carter or insert offensive lineman there.
Well, and the flip side of that is, but if you're Shane and Dable and you draft a rookie quarterback and then you don't play him for 6 games because he's not ready, we got to go with our bridge guy. Then you play him 5 games and it's rough. But then that last 4-game stretch, he shows real promise. Voila, we're back for next year because we got to be here to see things go through with this quarterback.
There you go.
Like that's how this stuff works.
No, you're right. And you know that you would just have to have the beginning of the season go well enough or tread water well enough that you could get to that point as the regime. Although like we just saw last year, I mean, it couldn't be any worse here and the guys still have the job. So nobody really knows what kind of the Giants standard is anymore. Let me ask you a question. Is Myles Garrett, you guys going to get Myles Garrett down in Washington?
We want him.
I don't know that he gets out of Cleveland, man. And I think this is more than him just wanting a new contract. But I do think Cleveland throws some guaranteed money on the books for this year, says, listen, we're going to go get Kirk. We're going to go get somebody to compete this year and, you know, give us a year, give us a chance. Because I think there's a real relationship there. I think the contract structure makes it really hard for Garrett to get dealt. I think if a trade becomes realistic, I think Washington's in play. But keep in mind, like everybody's kind of moved past it because it happened at the end of the trade deadline last year. They did give some stuff up to get Latimore, and I think inside that building they think they already added a stud defensive player and will get him for 2 more years. That said, Latimore ain't Garrett, and you put Garrett on this team, all of a sudden, do they beat Philly in the NFC title game? I don't know. It gets a lot more interesting.
Did you get a chance to see how Mara felt with Saquon and going to Super Bowl when he had an unbelievable year?
Yeah, did Mara talk?
He has not talked to us since the Super Bowl, no.
He couldn't be feeling good, man.
I mean, I'll tell you this. The closest thing I have had to, knowing what Mara is feeling right now is I had Amani Toomer, the Giants legend, on my podcast last week. And he just kind of, as he was talking about everything that's going wrong with the franchise, he said, I know the owner's not happy. And, and it's like, clearly a very recent kind of connection there to how John Mara is feeling. But obviously, guys, the disconnect is there because John can say, I'm not happy. But if you're running it back and everything stays the same, then everyone kind of throws up their hands and says, what's going on? And where it stands in Giants land is prior to the Super Bowl, Michael Strahan did a segment where he interviewed Saquon Barkley for Fox. And at the end of it, he grabbed an Eagles flag and waved it in the air during the segment and said that he would do this on Barkley's behalf because he has so much respect for him. And I talked in depth to Amani about what that meant. A lot of these Giants legends are fed up. Like
they mad at Strahan.
So Strahan did this segment on Fox, like during a pregame segment where he waved an Eagles flag, "Fly Eagles Fly." And so the Giants. So Amani Toomer went on a radio show on ESPN New York here and said that was a warning shot at the organization. And as I interviewed Amani and asked him what exactly this is about, he said a lot of former Giants feel the way that Strahan kind of articulated there, which is they're very disappointed they don't have a real answer to what the direction of the franchise is.
Okay, I got you.
And they want to see the Giants turn this around, but they don't know where it starts and ends. And that's kind of where the whole Giants landscape is. Everybody wants answers, and they're not. The former players, the legends, are not hearing what they want to hear from the leadership all the way up to ownership.
That's interesting. And if I had to guess, and I don't know, but like if you're Shane and Daboll, you're probably not that kind to former players coming around as you guys suck and nobody can figure it out. When you start to get that divide, we kind of saw that.
It here
as the Ron thing started falling apart. That gets difficult. Shout out to our guy Ryan. He just tweeted me, Pat. He said, "What a great interview." So I told him to follow our guy Pat Leonard, P Leonard NYDN. Read his work in the Daily News. Check out the Talking Ball podcast. Real quick on this: does Darius Slayton get out of New York? That's an interesting name to me.
That is an interesting one. That's a good question, JP, because he's kind of this is like the story of his career. He's kind of in that sweet spot. Like he's not, a top 5, let's say, potentially available free agent receiver. So he's not immediately pricing himself out of the building, right? But he's valuable as like a consistent, number 3, ideally on a good offensive team. And the Giants have one of their major problems in recent years has been not only like letting go of good players, they've also let go because they've misjudged like kind of the character guys from their locker room. Like you guys just saw kind of the rebuild of a culture and the character of a locker room down there pretty quickly. The Giants have kind of gone the other way, and Slayton, very involved in the community, won the NFLPA award.
Yeah, I talked to him in New Orleans on the red carpet.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Flex. And they were, he's very respected in the locker room. He spoke for the team very well at the end of the season when things were going haywire. So listen, you're still paying people for production, obviously.
Sure. Yeah.
They can't be in the business, because they already are, of letting Julian Love, Xavier McKinney, Leonard Williams, Saquon Barkley, like all of these guys who, okay, they're good players, but these are guys that players on offense and defense were looking to for leadership, that the organization adjudged were not worth whatever they were looking for. So does Slayton get out of the building? I think if he commands a significant contract, yes. But if he ends up in that middle ground of free agency, then I think the Giants have to go to whatever that number is conceivably, because they can't ignore that element. But my short answer, JP, would be he gets out. I think, he's not a player who's going to dictate terms necessarily.
Right.
I think he wants to go somewhere where he can win and someone's going to notice his play.
Come on down the road, bro.
Yo, Pat, thank you, dude. We kept you way
Pat.
too long. Appreciate you, brother.
No, you guys are awesome. Take care.
Hi, man.
That's our boy, Pat Leonard, New York Daily News. Phone lines open at 1 o'clock.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. When the game tips off, the NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel, America's #1 sports book, because FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So even if you miss the first few minutes of the game or want to bet on a fourth-quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the first whistle until the final buzzer. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join. New FanDuel customers get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to join today. That's FanDuel.com/Brian for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Four Nations Face-Off Championship tonight. United States and Canada. Puck drop at 8 o'clock. The United States beat Canada in Montreal 3-1 on Saturday night. They'll look to do it once again tonight in Boston for the championship in the Four Nations Face-Off. College hoops last night. Georgetown beat Providence 93-72. Micah Peavy leading all scorers with 30 points. Tonight, number 20 Maryland hosts USC. 8:30 tip-off. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. In the NBA, Bucks forward Bobby Portis has been suspended 25 games for violating the NBA's anti-drug policy. The Wizards will take on the Bucks tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. In baseball, first spring training game of the season. Cubs and Dodgers today at 3:05. Also, the Yankees signed manager Aaron Boone to an extension through 2027. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Saw the Rooster, B. He was just settling in the exact middle of the bullpen to do his television hit. And I said, Roos, what's up? He's like, I'm doing this just for you, baby. So we got that going for us.
You got a whole studio over there. He just decided, hell with the studio. I'll do it right in the middle of the damn whole building and make everybody else's lives miserable.
All right. Great conversation there with Pat Leonard. If you missed any of that, get on the Odyssey app or YouTube. However you access it, go access it because it's dope. Got this article, B. 21 notable cut candidates. Salary cap cuts. Debo, top of the list. Debo Samuel.
I can see that.
Yeah, man. It saves them $5 million against the cap. It's not a ton. Maybe they get I think they're still going to try to get.
Once they paid Ayuk,
yeah,
it was over for Debo.
And they still got to pay Brock.
Yeah.
I can see it though. I think. Look, when somebody asks you to trade them and you say yes, eventually that dude's probably not going to be on your team unless you're going to do a new contract.
More than likely, yeah.
So Debo, I see. This one I categorically disagree with. Marshawn Latimore. Marshawn Latimore is a 4-time Pro Bowl cornerback, but those 4 Pro Bowl seasons all came between 2017 and 21. Since 22, he's missed 25 games with a variety of injuries. Washington traded for him at the 24 deadline, sending a package of picks, but only getting 2 regular season games and 3 playoff contests out of him. And notably, he was awful in the postseason, earning a horrific 29.6 coverage grade from PFF and allowing 10 catches for 172 and a 136 passer rating on 14 targets.
Mm-hmm.
With a release, his entire $18 million cap hit would become savings in 25. And while the Commanders are in superb shape, projected to be $75 million under the cap, they might rather spend those millions elsewhere as they seek to build around Jaden Daniels and become a lasting powerhouse in the NFC. It would be a bit surprising to trade for a player of Latimore's career caliber and then cut him a few months later, but it might take too much sense given all the variables. I categorically disagree.
I don't see that happening like that. But,
Adam Peters was asked about Latimore at the season wrap-up presser and said, we can't wait to have him back, have him in our system, get him healthy, get him to know exactly how we run our defense. Like, I get it's easy to look at a team's salary cap on Spot Rack or over the cap and then
make it up.
Well, dude, it's not like a hard game. If you just look at who has guaranteed money and who would create a cap savings, like it's not hard content to create. And if you look at Latimore, he's got an $18 million cap number with no dead money, and you can really release them all. They just traded for him. I just don't see that happening. this team talks about building through the draft, and I don't think giving up picks and reworking the deal and all that to get it done. I don't see that happening whatsoever. I don't see really any outright releases with these guys. I am very curious what, if anything, happens with Allen's contract. It's a $22 million cap hit. No guarantees on there. You could clear a bunch of cash. I don't think, though, frankly, with John, that they're looking to do a release or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe try to rework the deal. But, dude, even if you just keep him and pay him at that rate, compared to the market, John was hurt most of last season. It wasn't his best, wasn't Payne's best. But compared to the market, there's going to be multiple players making $30 million next year.
Yeah.
You owe them 22. Some money's going to get spent regardless.
Someone's going to get spent. But something. I don't think that defense is going to look just like it did in the middle.
I agree. Well, I think you also add to the edges. The edges were not good against the run, and that had a real negative impact in the interior.
It totally did.
If you go back and look at some of the playoff games, they had Allen lining up on the edge in what were clear run situations. That was fairly telling. Going elsewhere around the NFL, I'm curious how long they play the let's get the best out of a veteran that has been good and everybody thinks might be done. Cam Jordan down with the Saints in his 15th season in New Orleans.
Mm-hmm.
He might be a future Hall of Fame type player. It'd be crazy for New Orleans to cut him, but they got new coach, new staff, and he's got a $20 million cap hit, and they could save $12 million if they cut him.
What was his numbers last year?
He's 35.
No, I'm saying his stats. What did he do?
I think he's had at least like 6 sacks in 10 straight years or something. I'll pull it up. The Saints cap situation is a mess. Cam Jordan had 4 sacks and a pick. Wasn't expecting the pick. 4 sacks, 4 forced fumbles, 34 tackles, played all 17 games. Was not as impactful as he's been, but at the same time, that defense kind of wasn't that good.
Mm-hmm.
So is kind of chicken or egg on that. He turns 36 in July. Bam. Like,
still playing.
This sounds crazy because we're so used to guys being born in 2000. Cam Jordan was born in the 80s.
80 what?
89.
89?
Still. I don't think that would be somebody that lands here, but it wouldn't shock me. This is actually reasonable. He says if he's willing to reduce his pay to finish his career in New Orleans, maybe he remains on the roster. Maybe you want to just finish there. You've been there 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
The Saints situation, though, is such a mess. Maybe we'll get Paris on at some point to talk a little Bayou football. The Saints are projected to be $53 million over the cap. Like, Derek Carr has a $52 million cap number. Cam Jordan has a $20 million cap number. Like, you can't carry those dudes and compete. Now, the Carr situation is a mess because if you give him post June 1, then you do create some savings, but it's still a lot of dead money, man. Yeah, paying Derek Carr that extension was wildly stupid.
Oh, yeah.
Here's the plan. 1 o'clock, phone lines are open. It is Bleep You Thursday. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. College basketball is heating up. I mentioned earlier I stayed up last night. I watched Auburn fight off Arkansas. I'm curious what White Brian's blog title was for that, because Arkansas gave him a hell of a game. As we all know, White Brian's an Auburn alum. It's pretty much all he thinks about. Sorry, Rose. All he thinks about is Auburn. He's obsessed with the basketball team.
Maniac daughter goes to Auburn.
I have a take. This kid on Auburn, I think his name's Broom. Is that right?
Yep, Janai Broom.
He's a fantastic player. Big guy, can hit, like, he can do it all.
Mm-hmm.
He might have the worst haircut on a college athlete I've ever seen in my life. He's like going bald, but has cornrows. Like, it's a rough
What's
look.
his name?
Janai Broom.
All right.
How can you be a college student going bald?
I don't know if I'm describing it right, but it doesn't look great.
Janai?
Yeah, Johni.
How did you describe, what was your write-up of Auburn last night for the Auburn.com or whatever you write for?
Yeah, I said they did not look razor sharp back home. Little pun on Razorback.
Okay. I kind of like the pun. I also think, who's my guy now? Calipari is coaching at Arkansas. He seems to have lost his fastball. If he ever had it, like the in-game coaching decisions late in that game. Oh, you just saw his
He
haircut?
look like he's 44.
Yo,
You don't look 22, dog.
Shave it off or something. I know NIL, these kids are staying in school longer. He looks LeBron's age.
He looks a little old, dog.
He can play, though. Calipari, like, Arkansas kept that thing close, and they just did not make the right decisions late.
Yeah,
He was 20. He was 23, 19, and 5.
Hard to tell what's
Yeah,
wrong
he's
with that
good.
team.
I also don't care because I watched Auburn, and then I watched Bama. Now, Bama got boat raced by Mizzou, which was how the system called it, by the way. My boy Mathers, big Bama fan, texted me. He's like, "You picked against Bama? What the hell?" I was like, "Yo, it's not me. It's the system." But that was a spot last night for Mizzou. They were on fire. They had two dudes that probably had 25 or 30. But if I could bet, somebody told me, my boy Bakari told me, that there's a bet somewhere out there that the next Super Bowl winner plays their home games in the state of Maryland. So it's a way to bet the Ravens or the Commanders to win the Super Bowl.
You can do that?
Bakari said he found it somewhere. I don't know. Bakari is from the Bahamas, so maybe he's got some offshore friends. If I could get action, White Brian, do you know if I could get this on the college basketball champion coming from the state of Alabama? Does that bet exist?
I don't think that one does. I know you can bet on it coming from the SEC.
The SEC's 8 of the top 10 teams or whatever.
Yeah, that's a heavily favored one.
I think Auburn or Bama wins it. I think, when's the matchup with Auburn and Bama, which I guess will be in Auburn?
Yeah, it'll be the last game of the season. I believe it's March 10th.
Didn't they play it already?
Yeah, they played twice. Yeah.
They could play 4 times because they'll get the second regular season, could be the SEC championship, and then a possible Final Four.
White Brian, I'm telling you now, I'm taking Bama in the second game at Auburn. Just want you to know. Ideally, I'm getting like 4.5, but I'm taking them.
Could be like 6.5, 7.
Let it grow, baby. If it gets high enough, I might take the money line.
Wembanyama out for the season?
Duke is obviously really good. Wemby's out?
Yep.
That just happened?
Yeah, it just popped up. He has deep vein thrombosis, whatever that is.
That's
in his shoulder.
The old deep vein thrombosis. We tried that in college. That's too bad. I don't know. Can I ask are the Spurs good?
Probably not.
Like, my immediate reaction to Wemby being out for the year was something no one's ever heard of, is they are not going to make the playoffs and they just want to rest them. Because the NBA is about
23 and
perpetual
29.
rest. They're the 12 seed in the NBA, so that wouldn't even make the play-in, right? The play-in is 8 through 11, or maybe even 7 through 10. I think that's just like, hey, Wemby, rest up, bud.
They've lost. No. Well, San Antonio, that was Phoenix, but they're 23 and 29. So
that just reeks of tanking to me. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's a bad thrombosis. I'm not a doctor, White Mike.
We
White
know that.
Brian. What's that?
We know that.
Have you haven't watched much of any college hoops yet, B?
Sparingly.
It's heating up for me. The Duke is really good.
I've watched a lot of about 3 or 4 Duke games.
They look really good. Flag looks like the real deal. White Brian, get me up to speed on Florida.
I really like Florida. Their kid Walter Clayton Jr. probably going to be SEC first team. Thomas Houck, great last name, great forward. And then Elijah Martin is an FAU transfer. He was on the team that made it to the Final Four. He's their second leading scorer. So Florida's really good.
Okay.
This is deep vein thrombosis is serious. It's a blood clot.
Assuming you actually have it.
It's a blood clot that if it releases, it can get up in the lungs. So you gotta get that right.
Shut that down. You got to get that right.
Yeah.
Assuming you actually have it, you got to make sure you take care of that. The most important college basketball game in the country tonight, Landfill, College Park after dark. The Terps hosting the USC Trojans. White Brian, you are our college basketball expert. What do I need to know about USC? Are they any good? I hope they stink.
Kind of like Calipari seems to be taking a vacation with Arkansas. I think Eric Musselman just decided to enjoy the sun in California. They don't really care.
Okay. Maryland's 10.5-point favorites, which tends to make me a little nervous. But they were 10.5-point favorites against Iowa over the weekend when I was at that game, and they put up 100 and won by 30. So this Terps team can score, dude. They can fill it up. All 5 of their starters can drop 20 any night. Now, the bench isn't all that deep. I think they play pretty hard defense. Here's what I got on USC. This is from Jay Billis's column that Landfill sent me. USC Trojans, the 64th best team in the country. He says, wins at Illinois and at home against Michigan State showed what the Trojans are capable of, but the results have been inconsistent overall. Not having leading scorer Desmond Claude for recent road losses didn't help. Freshman guard Wesley Yates III has been a reliable scoring threat since Big Ten play began. If USC has any hope of making the tournament, they got to win tonight and probably go on a little bit of a run, I would think. They're 14-11. I also just wonder about, so USC just played at home on Saturday, so that's plenty of travel time for young guys. They haven't played since Saturday, and all they're doing is traveling east. Maryland wins tonight. Book it. Derek Queen, absolute stud. Best freshman in Maryland since Joe Smith. Crazy to think about. Phone lines now. Landfill might say bleep you to me. I think he really enjoyed that college basketball segment. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. It's Bleep You Thursday, and the phone lines are now open.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Big news in the NBA. Spurs center Victor Wembanyama is going to miss the rest of the season. He's dealing with deep vein thrombosis in his right shoulder. It's a blood clot issue that'll keep him out for the rest of the year. For the Bucks, their forward Bobby Portis has been suspended 25 games for violating the NBA's anti-drug policy. The Wizards taking on the Bucks tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. College hoops. Last night, Georgetown beat Providence by 21, 93-72. Micah Peavy with 30 points to lead the Hoyas. Tonight, number 20, Maryland hosting USC. 8:30 tip-off. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Big hockey game tonight. Four Nations Face-Off Championship, USA, Canada. That'll begin at 8 o'clock. On Saturday night, the U.S. beat Canada 3-1. In baseball, Cubs and Dodgers, first game of spring training. That'll begin at 3:05 today. Also, the Yankees signed manager Aaron Boone to an extension through 2027. In the NFL, Eagles center Cam Jurgens had a back procedure done the other day to alleviate some nerve pain. He played through significant back pain throughout the Eagles playoff run. The Saints are hiring Eagles quarterback coach Doug Nussmeier as their offensive coordinator. He worked with the new head coach Kellen Moore in Philadelphia. Also, yesterday we learned that the NFL salary cap is going to be roughly $277.5 million to $281.5 million. That's an increase of $22 to $26 million from last season. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Wasn't enough. Forget you. Get her to.
All right, 1:30. Peter Rosenberg joins the program, but right now, time for you to get some stuff off your chest. Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Let's start with my man, Dan. Dan, what up, man? Who you mad at?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, man.
Thanks for taking my call.
No problem.
I just want to bleep all the people who didn't believe in Washington. They didn't believe in Jaden Daniels. And look what we did. We won 12 games. And, it just surprised a lot of people. So bleep all those non-believers who didn't believe in us. And I just want to say that, in case you didn't know, this is Fairfax Dan. And I love the way the guy says, "This is Adam Pohl on the Fan."
That was a hell of a call, Dan. Fairfax Dan, Adam Pohl on the Fan. Adam Pohl should call up and say, bleep you to Fairfax Dan. Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Take your calls. Whoever you're mad at, you can get whatever it is you need to off your chest. Whoever has wronged you. It looks like Landfill might have one. Landini?
Yeah, my bleep used to Chris Russell. His show starts at 2 on 980, but he works in this building, and pretty much every day he finds a way to record an interview right in the middle of the hallway, which is, communal space here at the office. It's obnoxious. And whenever we confront him about it, he just screams at us like we're the ones who are out of line in this situation. So I got to give a bleep you to Chris Russell.
No argument.
Hey, I'm with you on that one. But Jeff left too soon, so I'm going to bleep Jeff. Because he could get $10 million here. Mike Tyson offered $10 million to marry his oldest daughter.
Wait, what? Why?
Yeah, he offered $10 million.
It's like a dowry.
Jeff should do that. That's $10 million, bro. Just got to marry and love her. But if you mess over, you got a problem with Mike.
Get a new car. Here's my bleep you, dude. And Barry Sverluga, I believe, is the person that got this news. So I want to make sure I credit Barry.
Mm-hmm.
We're big Barry Sverluga fans. Mark Lerner, Washington Nationals. They have the 27th payroll in Major League Baseball, I believe. Actually, it might be 29. They might be 29, and then the Marlins are 32. Mark Lerner said to Barry Sverluga, "Our commitment is to continue to go forward." He added that a sale is, I quote, "not on the list of things we worry about. We're excited about the team. We worked too hard to get it, and we love what we're doing with it. And so, unless something different happens along the way, we're in it for the long haul." Then why did you put a for sale sign out front? Why have you cut spending to bare bones levels? Why have you, like, Mike Rizzo and Davey Martinez rather, have proven an ability to win games at the highest level in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
And you have completely kneecapped them.
Yeah.
So just sell the team. I'm not mad at you. I recognize there's complications with the television deal, but
or maybe they're not getting the price they want. And you won't get it if you keep losing.
The Learners have this reputation for establishing their price and then never backing off it. Back off it, man. What you're doing now sucks. It sucks for all the fans. And I want to, like,
Tell them what you really feel, Jay.
I'm going to go cover opening day, right? And I'm going to try to talk myself into it. Last year, it was kind of fun. They were getting good starting pitching early on.
Don't be surprised if your credential gets just snatched. I'm just saying. Do you a favor, wouldn't it?
No, because I want to be able to cover a good team.
Good team.
It doesn't make any sense. Sell the team, please. Just sell them. Like, and what's even crazier to me with the Learners is, for a period of time, they were spending and they were competing at the highest levels.
Mm-hmm.
Like, is this all about the team got absolutely screwed that they won the World Series in 2019, and when baseball season came back, the world was different.
Yeah,
they got screwed. They never got their World Series bump. You know what I mean? Like, we never got to witness the flag come down. All the cool stuff you get the following season off a World Series, they didn't get. But that was nobody's fault. It was a freaking COVID pandemic.
Yeah.
They have good young players in the pipeline. When I read this from Barry, I don't know. Tell me what you hear in this quote, B. The sale is not on the list of things we worry about. We're excited about the team. We worked too hard to get it, and we love what we're doing with it. And so, unless something different happens along the way, we're in it for the long haul.
Yeah, we're going to keep it unless somebody offers the price we want.
It doesn't sound like
that's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
we're basically in it until the right offer comes.
Maybe there's just some posturing involved between Leonsis and Lerner, because Leonsis has been very open about that he wants the Nats. So maybe this is just a big old who will blink first. It's annoying as hell, though. We got a bleep you from CW1906 via Twitter to Mother Nature. This is funny, B. Said, I moved from the DMV to Raleigh to get away from this BS. And he's just getting dunked on with snow.
I saw that yesterday.
Down in Raleigh.
Jay Sean and Bryce were outside.
Oh, I bet, dude. It is bizarre that we've had 2 straight snowstorms go further south.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm with it. I mean, hey, leave us alone sometimes.
Dude, I am cool with missing the snow. A non-bleep you to Montgomery County Public Schools. They have been very good with the last 2 snow situations.
Yeah, you're saying that now. You'll be going off on them before this winter is over.
If I may, Brian, I credit when credit is due, and I criticize when criticism is due. They didn't call anything this morning, and they shouldn't have, because there was nothing on the ground. And the last time we actually got snow, they handled it well. They didn't do the kids were out one day, and then they texted the night before, and they said, yo, it's good.
It was that type of snow. That first time, though, when it stayed.
They kept it closed one day too many.
Well, not necessarily. They gotta worry about everybody in the county, not just one area of the county.
I suppose. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. If you have a bleep you, feel free to call in, fire away. Our guy Alex down in the race car world says bleep you to our Daytona brake pedal that broke on the first lap. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah.
I feel like that racing game seems like a lot of problems.
A lot of money spent in that game right there, dog.
Our guy Ryan in Warrenton is on the line. Ryan,
What's up,
what
Ryan?
up, man? Who you mad at?
I'm mad at everybody who doesn't take the time to scrape off the top of their cars. I don't care how tall your car is. Scrape that ice and stuff off. Don't be lazy.
On the top, it's dangerous, dude. That starts spraying when you're all blowing around.
So about 10 years ago, driving down Route 7, To the right of me is an older lady, probably in her 80s, a truck or something in front of us. Sheet of snow ice goes off, goes through her windshield right next to me. I look over and the snow icing is probably about 6 inches from her face.
Wow.
I mean, this stuff is no joke. So if you don't scrape that stuff off your roof, bleep you.
Yep.
And
And talk to those
Yeah.
damn all those companies with the trucks too. Get that stuff off of it.
Yep.
'Cause they do it too.
Yep. I spend half my time on the road and outside. I work outside a good chunk of my time, and the amount of buses, prime trucks, all those that don't even take the time to, and they don't even do their back windshields. It's crazy.
It is dangerous, dude.
I mean,
Thanks for the call,
appreciate
Ryan.
you.
Appreciate you, buddy.
All right, y'all be safe.
I mean,
I got a little bleep you. Callers, we're getting to you. 800-636-1067. So I saw this a little earlier on Twitter. People were saying, oh my gosh, I can't believe Rap Sheet, Ian Rappaport, one of the leading NFL insiders in the country, is saying that Washington might get rid of Latimore. And I asked a friend of mine, Jamal, I was like, where did Rap say that? And then a bunch of people responded to me. So here's what Rap did.
Mhm.
The same article we talked about from NFL.com about potential free agency cuts.
Mhm.
That article was written by Matt Okada.
Mhm.
I'm not taking any shots at Matt. Matt's title is Programmer Fantasy Content. All right?
Okay.
What Matt has to do when there's no fantasy for a while is come up with content. That's how the content machine works. So Matt, it's a reliable formula, is you go through every team on Over the Cap or Spot Rack, whatever you want to use, and you look at who has money that isn't guaranteed that could create cap savings. It's not a hard formula. I've created this content, bro. So Matt Okada puts this out, and these are possible cuts. You're not wrong.
Mhm.
But you know who Rap works for? NFL Network and NFL.com. And you know what Rap does every day is he goes through and he posts some NFL.com content. That is not Rap saying the Commanders are going to cut Marshawn Lattimore. It's just, yo, here's some content about possible cuts.
I keep telling you, people hear what they want to hear. They don't even read the stuff and analyze what they just read. They just go what they think it was supposed to be.
Yeah, man. That is, Rap did not write that. I promise you. Kenny is in Warrenton. What up, Kenny? Oh, Kenny, you there?
Hey, how y'all doing?
All right, man.
Hey, just wanted to bleep the NBA. I've called before a couple times, but it just seems they're pushing the dinosaurs still. Tatum outplayed them at the All-Star game. Outplayed Stephen Curry. I get you're giving the All-Star award for his longevity and what he's done for the league, but the Celtics are close to being where they're going to become a dynasty, and I just don't understand why you don't press those players.
Who you said played better than Steph?
Tatum.
I think he did. He had 22 points.
Hold on. He's talking specific to the NBA All-Star game. That
I'm talking specifically at that All-Star game.
And you think Tatum should have won MVP?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I got to tell you what I am most impressed by. You are the first, and as far as I know, only person that watched the NBA All-Star game and watched it to the point where you have an opinion on who should have won MVP.
Yeah, I mean, it's a joke because I grew up in the 80s and they played defense. For the first three quarters, you know, they have fun, but I don't know what's happened to, like, competition. It's like the newer age is afraid they're going to show somebody up. I went to the game last year, saw the Celtics play, got to meet Tatum. I think that they have a gym there. He was signed for 40 minutes before the game. Signed my wife's jersey. He stopped to talk to us.
So you're a Celtics fan?
Oh yeah, I've lived in Virginia all my life.
Yeah, I watched the game too. I think the person who got it is supposed to get it.
I can't believe anybody cares this much. That's what's most astonishing
I
to
still
me.
care because I love the game. I used to play it. I wanted to be an NBA player, but you know, white man can't jump. But you know,
Thanks, buddy.
Hey, y'all too. Have a good day.
Take care, man. Landfill, I want to give you a moment to compose your thoughts. We just had a caller 5 days after the game upset about who won the MVP award in the NBA All-Star game.
It's called the Bleep You Award.
Yo,
the Bleep You Day, so
some people just have passion.
Like Landville for Smallville.
That is that is far more shocking than Wemby being shut down for the year. Reginald is in Kensington. Hello, Reginald. How do you do?
What's up, Reg?
Reggie,
Reg,
there?
you up, man?
Sorry, Graham in Kensington, not Reginald.
Oh, Graham. Okay.
That's a hell of a mix-up, Landini.
Yeah, I'll be 100% honest with you. I forgot the guy's name, so I just made something up.
All right, Graham. Maryland student body. Them not showing up for these games when we're kind of showing out is just pathetic. I know it's been like this the last few years or 10 years. But, the last few games, this has been just horrendous. I don't know what else they have to do. The dorm rooms are right behind the stadium, Xfinity Center. We're the only Big Ten team that has this problem. We're a great team. It's just pathetic. I'm sick of this.
All right. So, Graham, it's a great call. I went to the Iowa game Sunday, and it was a great crowd, but a third of the student section was empty. And I said to my boy Blaine, I was like, what's going on here? He's like, dude, it's every game. I don't know what that's about. It bothers me significantly.
The alumni's always shown out better. I think, truthfully, it's because Maryland's just harder to get into now. And
I've heard this theory that, like, Maryland's a good school now, so, like, the kids are all studying.
They have people at Duke.
Duke's a pretty good school. Kids go to the games.
All these other schools.
Michigan's a pretty good school. They go to the games.
Yep.
Carolina.
This has started with, several years after we won the championship and we were storming the courts after okay wins. I mean, it's just been – I think I read something where out of any team that's won a national championship, we've had kind of the biggest fall off in terms of attendance and record. But
one of the problems, though, that I don't think people properly look at is when they packed everything and the environment was awesome and the team was awesome. They were at Cole Fieldhouse, which was like 14,000. They win the Natty. They moved to Xfinity, which is like 19 or 20,000. And then the team started to slump. So you had they were able to build the new arena with the money built from the old program that won. And then they moved to the new one. And then Gary eventually retires. Like, there was just
a lot of
you
stuff.
might have been better off just staying at Cole and revamping it. It's a great call.
Yeah.
Thank you, Graham.
Gary was on. All right. Thanks, guys.
Let's get to Kane in Great Falls. What's up, Kane?
College students, man. They been.
Hey, this is for you, Danny. I just wanted to tell you that the FU to Major League Baseball for the Masson screw up. That's the reason the learners are never going to sell until that gets settled, because they can't get a valuation on what the team is actually worth.
All right, man.
Who did you want to speak with, sir?
Danny.
Sorry, man. I got the name wrong.
Oh, good, man.
Sorry, JP.
You're good, bud. Have a good night.
Yeah, Danny.
Rodney's in D.C. What up, Rod?
I didn't know Danny had such big ears.
What's up, fellas?
What's up, brother?
This one is infinity and beyond. And yes, I'm a Toy Story fan. Bleep every Cowboy fan who continues to be delusional to think that their team is elite. Elite. They win games, but they're not elite. And I'm just sick of, you can't have an objective conversation with these Cowboy fans. And this is the reason why most people hate the franchise, because you can never have an objective voice when it comes to talking football with these people. My second one is bleep Dan Snyder for having me in an abusive relationship since he wrote the check for the team. I want to bleep you infinity for him as well.
Appreciate you.
That's all
Strong
I got.
call. Thank you.
He said since he wrote the check to sell. Oh, he accepted the check. You mean?
Buy it. I think.
Oh, when he bought the
buy it,
team.
yeah.
Okay. I got you.
Can I ask you one quick question,
Yes.
Brian? We live in an era of self-identification where people like to identify themselves as lots of things, and we're creating spaces and making room for all of these things, right?
Yeah.
is identifying as a Toy Story fan the new frontier? That dude called in and said, I
don't know.
identify as a Toy Story fan.
Hey, man.
I was unaware of
Man,
that.
Phil, what you know about that? 'Cause you like Smallville.
I mean, Smallville's very different from Toy Story. Being
I'm just saying. Toy Story, Smallville, all sound like they're the same thing to me.
they're different things entirely.
I know they are.
One's a cartoon movie, and one's
I'm
a
cracking jokes.
TV
I don't
show.
give a damn about the reality of it. I'm talking about
Smallville's
what
a
I
good
watch
show,
about.
B-Mitch.
Okay.
Watch it.
Yeah, I know somebody in the thing said it was the best show.
Yeah, it's one. Yeah.
Well, go and watch it again because I'm
a great
not.
show.
What would it take to get you to sit down and binge 10 episodes of Smallville?
Nothing. I'm not doing it.
Nah, like $500 to watch 10 episodes of
You give me
Smallville.
$500, I'll go sit down. I'm gonna probably fall asleep on it.
I need you to stay awake.
I'm not watching 10. I'm not watching 10
episode.
episodes of anything.
We could
in
watch
one setting.
We could watch the first 10 episodes, me and you.
No, you could go
You
watch
guys should
it.
go to Rooster's house.
You
keep
go
trying to
watch
get
it
B-Mitch
with
over there.
Ryan and y'all drink mimosas together.
It'll be me, you, Ryan the Stallion, and
No,
we'll
it
go to
won't be
Rooster's
me.
house.
I'm not coming.
And we'll drink mimosas and we'll watch Smallville.
No,
Rooster
I'm not
did
coming.
invite you over to eat potato chips and watch wrestling.
And I'm not going there
He
neither.
says you live close to him.
I'm not going there.
What have you had?
I told you I heard some strange stories about people in wrestling in this company for years. I'm not going to any wrestling.
Peter
watching with
Rosenberg
anybody.
joins us next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Big news in the NBA. Spurs center Victor Wembanyama is expected to miss the rest of the season. He's dealing with deep vein thrombosis in his right shoulder. Other NBA news, Bucks forward Bobby Portis has been suspended 25 games for violating the NBA's anti-drug policy. The Wizards return from the All-Star break against the Bucks tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. College hoops last night, Georgetown beat Providence by 21, 93-72. Micah Peavy with a game-leading 30 points. Number 20, Maryland hosting USC tonight. 8:30 tip-off over on the Team 980. In hockey, USA-Canada Four Nations Face-Off Championship tonight at 8 o'clock. The USA looking to make it back-to-back wins against Canada after they beat them 3-1 on Saturday night. USA coach Mike Sullivan said that everyone's going to be available tonight. In baseball, Nationals and Astros will be the first broadcast on Saturday at 1 o'clock over on the Team 980. Nat Spring Training live on Sunday at 7 o'clock. Charlie and Dave going to be chatting with center fielder Jacob Young and reliever Evan Reifert. Also today in baseball, the Yankees signed manager Aaron Boone to an extension through 2027. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Grant and Danny gearing up for their show. I see them in there prepping away. Today was the earliest the four of us have ever been here on the same day, I think.
Yeah, because you finally showed up early.
Jeff was here early.
Yeah.
I think Metro Jeff is a little more reliable than Car
I was
Jeff.
here first.
I was here first.
I was.
I saw when your bag. I saw when you got here.
No, your bag wasn't there when I got here.
B, I was in here at like 8:40. I just did a bunch of work, and then I got a call.
Well, I didn't see you.
I was here.
I saw Jeff, and then Landfill was the last one to get here.
Yeah, Landfill. How does that?
What the hell happened to you, man?
You were last, dog.
Get here early, dog.
Last.
I mean, yep, I was.
Yeah. I walked by the little door. I didn't see the light on. See you bobbing with your little hat on.
Being last to be here isn't a big deal, except when I'm first to be here. That's when it feels like the world is kind of.
Well, I mean, when you get here first, not very often.
Well, what's most remarkable is when I do get here first, I'm usually the last person to sit down for the show.
Yeah.
Because I get in the shower at like 9:54.
You seriously need to go talk to somebody. You got some mental
About what?
issues, dog. You got some issues. You do everything like ass backwards.
I don't know that my timing is necessarily that.
Your timing
Yeah.
is ass backwards too sometimes.
How about this? I just got these odds.
What we got?
Now, granted, it's if he's traded, which is a big if.
Okay.
Who do you think has the top odds to land Matt Stafford if he's traded? This I found surprising.
The Giants.
No, Giants were close, 4-1. There's a team at 3-1.
3-1. I don't know.
Vikings, 3-1.
Well, now I can see O'Connell taking him and working with that.
Well, O'Connell was with him in L.A.
Yeah,
too.
yeah. I can see that happening.
When KOC left here, he got the OC job in Atlanta, in Los Angeles rather, and Stafford was there.
But why would Sean want to deal with Aaron?
I'm talking Stafford.
No, I'm just saying because the rumor's still about Aaron going to L.A. I'm wondering why would Sean want to deal with that?
What if Sean
feel he could work him out?
One, there's always the I can fix him, right?
Yeah.
Every coach has that mind.
Until you can't. Then what happens then?
What if Sean wants Kirk? Cheaper, easier. I don't know why you're in a hurry to get rid of Stafford.
That right there baffles me.
Like his cap number's high, but it's nothing outrageous.
His cap number is what all other
He's a
quarterbacks are making.
quarterback, right?
Top 9. He won a Super Bowl for you. He is one of the better quarterbacks, and that's what they make. We can't work. I mean, I hate the fact that people use the cap number and the whatever so much. Dude's still performing.
Totally. And maybe if it was a way, like if the contract was like Deshaun Watson's and it had 4 years left on it. I can understand that way, but it's nothing close. No, by 26, there's no guarantees left. You can release him next year with basically nothing. Now, the stats weren't overwhelming. He threw for a little under 3,800 yards, 20 touchdowns, 8 picks. He was really good, and then he was really good in the playoffs.
His numbers were down because one of his receivers was not always there.
And league numbers were down.
Let's be real.
Like league passing numbers were down across.
Yeah.
Unless there is a concern that they know about, and I don't want to say like degenerative or anything, but Stafford has missed a lot of time over his career. He has played through a lot of pain, a lot of injuries. Like, unless they have some concern that they don't think he can go anymore. But B, wouldn't you have the same concerns about Kirk after what we saw over the last 8 weeks last year?
Yes.
And wouldn't you have even greater concerns about Rodgers? But not just the injury, but the craziness.
Something's wrong with him mentally. I know one thing. Stafford, when he's on, he's on. And you just stated something. He'll play through stuff. Most guys not doing that. They're sitting down. He still battles. I don't understand that one.
I don't understand that one. White Brian, do you think there's a real chance he goes to the Giants? I've heard that bandied about.
Yeah, just because Dable and Joe Schmo got to save their job, and I think they think Stafford's the best chance to do that.
I got to say, I do support calling Shane Joe Schmo. That, unlike that dude that called in and called me Danny, that has my full support. I wonder if the Raiders with Brady couldn't make a play for Stafford. And then he's in Vegas, not far from Southern California. It's kind of just one big area. But anything else is a significant change for like his family and life.
You know what? The money that quarterbacks make, you can quickly adjust.
Oh, of course. I'm not saying that, but he has made so much money already that they're probably well adjusted in LA.
Well, then you go play and let us stay in LA. She come visit you on the weekend.
You know how much money he's made? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm saying, especially if he's in Vegas, it's real easy for the family to stay in LA.
Yeah.
And like when the Chargers moved north to LA, Phillip Rivers at that point, one, he had 100 kids, but two, he had made enough money and everything. His family just stayed in San Diego.
And he had a bus.
Yeah, he had a bus.
He was studying on his bus.
You know what?
His wife probably was happy he was gone because every time he saw her, she was pregnant again.
All he had to do was look. You know what Matt Stafford's career earnings are?
How much?
You want to guess?
240.
North.
350.
364.
Wow. He's good.
He's been good. And dude, he has.
But you know what? You know what happens when you make that type of money? You always feel like you still play.
He has
you have some more to it.
On his current deal, he's got 85 mil more to potentially be made.
Go get your money, dog.
That's crazy.
And wherever someone wants you, go play.
I don't know this answer. Who do you think has made more in their career, Kirk or Stafford?
I think it's Stafford. I think Kirk, if he had gone through it, he might have eclipsed him.
It's got to be Stafford. Stafford was like the last guy to get in before the rookie wage scale. He got that humongous deal.
Well, and Kirk was a fourth rounder and had to grind.
And Stafford's played for 3 or 4 more years.
Yeah, Kirk's gotten close though.
Kirk's almost at 300 mil.
Yeah.
293 for his career.
Listen to me. He should go in the Hall of Fame for contracts. He knows how to get it done.
For sure. For sure.
His agent, one of them, because they work the system, baby.
Landini, as the chief BS officer, do you buy this Stafford on the move stuff? I think White Bryan is hoping for fan fiction that somehow the Giants get Stafford. I just don't see that happening. If you're Matt Stafford and you're on like a real winning team, you're not going to the Giants at this stage of your career,
bruh.
Yeah, I can't see that. I mean,
if they were, hey, what if they call and said, look, we're going to trade for you and we're going to work your deal. Give you a little extra. Hell yeah, he'll go.
The Rams were actually good last year.
Yeah.
I don't really get wanted to leave there.
But he may not want to leave, but they may want him to leave. You never know. And then in that situation, you're going to go where you're wanted.
Have I told you my bold rumor prediction for next week in Indy? Because we're going to start hearing crazy stuff. That's where the crazies get their legs.
What you going to put out there, man?
I'm not saying to a specific place. I just think this Tyreek Miami situation, just foundation seems a little shaky.
So it's going to start saying he's coming here?
No, I'm not saying here. I think you and I are on the same wavelength. Like, don't want it. You can't coach, preach brotherhood, competition. Like what they have created
is special. It's
hard to I think you got to be careful for everybody that wants these free agent frenzies. I think you got to be delicate with this, man.
You do. Listen, though, man, that's just, I think we have moved on, but we still think in the past. That's how it was every off season. And now you have something totally new, and you had a great time. You watch how things is working. But I don't believe it's all the people that I saw on the road all the time. I think it's that small group that cannot get past where they were.
I think it's just fun and exciting to talk about free agency this time of year. You know?
I mean, I talk about free agency, but just wanting everybody that becomes free, that's not just talking about it. That's being stuck in the past.
Right now, it's not even talking about people that become free. People that are under contract to other teams that probably won't even become available.
So, I mean, it's like, you sit there, you go, man, if Halle Berry was my girlfriend, she ain't going to be your girlfriend. Don't stop going down that line. Just keep thinking on what you can deal with.
Brian Schottenheimer did turn down a number of head coaching jobs before he got to Cowboys.
Nobody offered him a job.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
We don't know what level of head coaching.
Nobody turned down a job to him. Nobody offered him a job.
I led the country in three-point shooting percentage.
See, it's just the way you say things.
It's the facts.
No, you didn't.
Facts. Listen, man.
You shot one. They don't even count that person. You got to have at least a certain amount of shots. You shot one time.
Throwing stuff at me, man. Call HR. HR doesn't exist. Awesome sports night tonight. Just an absolutely awesome sports night tonight. I think the biggest game is going to be this.
I'm going to try and watch the hockey game.
Dude, I'm telling you, B, it's awesome. The last game was awesome. We'll see what tonight brings. I think, dude, you could bet all over that hockey game. They got I know a certain AD that's probably got a lot of action going for the hockey. ESPN Bet's got the game as a pick 'em -110 for each side. ESPN Bet reports that 46% of bets and about 46% of the money's on Canada. And so it's about an even split where the money's going. More people are on the over than the under. I can't wait, man. That game is going to be so fun. Don't forget, though, ESPN Bet, you got all the college hoops action tonight. Maryland, USC. Maybe you lay the points with the Terps, who are red hot. But the biggest part of this, the final stretch of the NBA regular season is heating up. Get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. You got a bunch of NBA games tonight. If you're looking at the association, the Sixers getting 7.5 at home against the Celtics, who might be a little rusty. The Sixers were playing some decent hoops before the break. The Bucks back in action tonight. Maybe you like Giannis with the Clippers coming to town. This is a bet I love. So the Hornets get the big win last night against the Lakers, right? Luka looked like he hit a couple buffets during the All-Star break. Yo, Now you got the Hornets going to Denver, and that's a huge line, 16.5. I'm laying the points. I think Denver will smoke them. Charlotte playing a back-to-back after the All-Star break. Give me that all night. Whatever it is you're looking for. Say maybe you just want to bet on Joker points in advance of that Denver Hornets game, or you're just looking around. You see that Wemby's out, so who's going to score more for the Spurs? Whatever it is you're into, the ESPN Bet Sportsbook has it. Over-unders, point spreads, player props, all of it. Plus, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets, and you can unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code RADIO100 to get started today. Virginia odds and lines are subject to change. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. About to wrap things up here. Hand it off to Grant and Danny.
On here.
Do have to make some bets.
Grant and JP, really, based off what the guy calling you Danny.
I got to go tell Danny that. Anthony Davis still not playing for the Mavericks, but they also haven't lost to the Hornets since they traded away Luka. Luka's post trade 0-1 against the Hornets. Anthony Davis 0-0. We'll see what happens. Let's make some bets, boys.
Gather around.
Yo, apparently DC United opens this weekend.
Yeah, you know what? I did. I got offered to go to that. Let me go to the game opening night.
Do it. Be fun.
Yeah, I know.
I love
I
Audi
need parking
Field.
though.
Definitely need parking at Audi Field. That's a mess over there.
Yes, man, it is.
Have you been to a Spirit game yet, B?
No.
Spirit games are fun, dude. It's obviously we hope DC United turns it around. The Spirit games are like as fun as DC United games, and the team is really good.
I will go check it out.
Spirit's loaded. They also, a friend of mine sent me this. They just hired a new vice president of marketing and communications, Kathy Jerome, who has a ton of like ties in the DMV. So I think she'll make that stuff even more kind of exciting for fans in and around the DMV. All right, White Brian, what do we got?
JP and Jeff got wins yesterday, and everyone else lost.
Let's go. What am I on the week?
1-1.
You haters gave me a loss when I was on vacation. And let me tell you,
Hey,
a water park with your
It
children.
happens to everybody else, so nobody cares.
Water park with your children. Part of vacation.
You chose to go to the water park with your children, and you lose just like everybody else lose.
What do we like tonight?
Whatever you don't like.
Go ahead then. Hot shot. Landfill, you got anything? Landfill has no action. White Brian's got to have some weird.
I'm taking the Blazers +3.
Blazers +3. Okay. No Wiz tonight. No Wemby.
Who are the Blazers playing?
Blazers got the Lakers.
Playing the Lakers.
Damn, Landfill thinks the Laker ship is a sinking. Wow. Fading Luka. I kind of like that, Landfill. Got to be honest. Which probably makes you nervous that I like it. What are you taking, Brian?
I'm taking the Suns.
No parlay action? Be the first time ever.
I always got to keep looking.
What are you taking, White Brian?
I will go Towson on the road against Elon.
Towson, Elon. Are you going to bet that in real life? Like, will you have $6 Brian Hawk dollars on that?
I'll put about 20 cents on it.
What's your average bet?
My unit size is probably like 20 cents.
How many 20-cent bets do you have per night?
1 or 2.
Damn. We thought Landfill's action was light.
Ryan, you're pathetic.
Yo, that
in
is
the betting game, dog.
Listen, I'll take your action, okay? But no vig. Just you keep track of it. I'm going with the straight up homer parlay tonight. USA and the Four Nations and the Maryland Terrapins. Those are the two games I want to watch.
Way to go.
It's a big line for the Terps. Damn, it moved up too. I thought it was 10.5.
I'm going to take the Suns and the Lakers.
Suns and the Lakers for B. Mitch. Grant and Danny are coming your way next. Thank you to everybody who listened to the program today. Thank you to Joe B for joining us. Thank you to Pat Leonard for joining us. If you missed any of it, get on YouTube, get on the Odyssey app. It's all there for you. Thanks to Landini and White Brian in the aquarium. We're out of here. Grant and Danny next. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
6:30 tonight. Great guest lineup, including former Redskins great Clinton Portis at 3 o'clock. He's now a college football running backs coach.
Yeah, is that Coach Portis to us now? Do we have to change our way we address him?
John Bucci-Gross of ESPN will be on the show at 5 o'clock. We're going to talk about the USA and Canada as they get ready to play in the Four Nations final tonight that everybody's going to be watching. Just hockey in prime time, and people are excited about it. We're Grant and Danny on this Thursday. Thanks for locking in the Fan.
It's cool, man. I have been itching. I have been waiting for this one since the United States of America beat Canada the other night, whatever night it was. It's Saturday, I guess. All the days are running together for me. When they won on Saturday, 3-1, I said, okay, run this back. Let's do it again. Let's play tomorrow. Let's play Wednesday. I cannot wait for this one tonight. It is going to be electric in Boston.
Yeah, we'll talk about this quite a bit. But real quick, I wanted to get to some breaking news in sport in the last hour or so. Victor Wembanyama season's over.
This sucks
for the Spurs. And what a bummer that is for the NBA. The NBA is going through it right now a little bit. Basically, everyone's joning on their All-Star game. There's a lot of talk about whether the sport is in a bad place. I saw a viral video yesterday where the fans were being blamed by one of the coaches on shooting for a lot of the star players. And the sport itself is healthy, like the shooting and the scoring and the shot making and the skills.
Yeah, players are gifted. That's not the debate.
They're better than they've ever been. This is your problem as fans. You guys are the issue. I'm not so sure about that. But Victor Wembanyama, who is as big, literally, figuratively, a star right now as there is in the game, 24 points, 11 rebounds, 4 assists in his second season, is done for the remainder of the year. Just an absolute blow to the association as they get ready to barrel down the stretch.
It stinks. Nothing good about this. A young star, 21 years old. He's still only 21, by the way, as he's running roughshod through the league. Watching him play, you're going to see something special at any given time. It could be on defense, where he leads the league in blocks by 1 billion, mid-20s per game, 11 boards per game. He's kind of doing what David Robinson did as a young player for the Spurs in a completely different way. Like, he knocks down threes routinely, is a 35, 36% shooter on open stuff. He can handle the ball, can do everything. He is a star. He is on his way to superstardom, carry the franchise to title-type stardom. And this doesn't sound like, oh, he twisted his knee or hurt himself. This is like a serious-sounding thing with a blood clot in his shoulder. And, as soon as they caught it, they had to shut him down. Hope he's okay, man. I want to see him on the court.
When I hear blood clot, I immediately stop thinking about sports. And I go,
yep,
get right, man. Because those can be really, really serious. So his season is over. In the NFL, the news of the day comes from New Orleans, where the Saints are hiring Doug Nussmeier as their new offensive coordinator. Not a household name, but I'll just tell you, he worked with Kellen Moore in a couple different stops. Moore, of course, the coordinator who called plays for the Eagles in the Super Bowl. Their OC, now the head coach of the Saints. So he is bringing Nussmeier with him, who was the quarterback's coach for Jalen Hurts. The reason I mention this to our audience, and I think it's relevant to a lot of the Commanders fans listening, is there is a little bit of a depletion of this Eagles staff happening. And that does happen when you win a championship.
Right.
Washington had 1 year where they didn't win a title, where they were good, and all of a sudden all their guys were getting interviewed. And you're seeing that in Philly, where, get this, Jalen Hurts, I was just reading last night, and it makes perfect sense when you go through it, will have a 4th play caller in 4 years in his headset.
Is that right?
I don't know if we talk about that enough. Yeah, because they have one of these head coaches who is just a delegator, who's not a play caller, in Nick Sirianni. So whether it was blowing out Brian Johnson, who they moved on from, or guys that have gone and gotten head coaching jobs like Shane Steichen and now Kellen Moore, I mean, they have gone year by year to a different play caller and OC running that team.
And one of them was Sirianni himself, right? Didn't he call plays for a minute before
in the
seating to Moore? I can't remember. Point is, that's actually crazy when you think about it. You're right.
If you count Sirianni, he may have had 5 play callers in 4 years, counting this year. Speaking of Jalen Hurts. But I think, number one, that has to be mentioned next time we talk about how he's been uneasy, uneven a little bit and undulated between top 5-7 level of play and maybe mediocre production. It's not easy when the person's voice in your ear is changing constantly, which also means that their philosophy and paradigm and how they want you to operate is also changing. So different things are being asked of you year in and year out.
Especially as a young passer. And I still would put him in that group, right? I mean, by the time you're Tom Brady or Peyton Manning or Aaron Rodgers, you can deal with a different voice. Like, you're going to do what you do. But as you're still sort of, I would say neophyte, he's obviously got a couple pelts on the wall, a Super Bowl win, a Super Bowl appearance, a MVP caliber play a couple of seasons ago. He's done quite a bit in this league, but he's still on the younger side, right? In his mid-20s. If you're 34, 35, to me, it's not as big a deal to change horses midstream. But 4 for 4 is wild. I didn't realize that.
Yeah. So something to monitor in the NFC East. Washington will try to close the gap. It's probably not going to happen from a personnel standpoint. Like, yes, the Commanders will get better. I don't know how much worse the Eagles are going to get because they've got the best GM in the league in Howie Roseman. And the news yesterday came out that there's probably 20-ish million more dollars per team in salary cap space than the clubs were expecting. Somebody brought this up to me at lunch today. They were saying, wouldn't that be better for the Commanders if the cap didn't grow a whole lot?
That's my feeling.
Yeah, probably. I mean, look, they still have the third most money because everyone gets that money. So it's not like NASCAR where cars are passing each other. You're just kind of drafting off one another. Everyone gains money, but everyone stays in the same spot in the standing, so to speak. So you're still third most. But when you have the most money, the least money that anybody can spend is probably best because having $6 when someone else only has $1 is better than having $142 when they've got $79.
Exactly. So, I mean, this is your economics lesson right here on Grant and Danny. We're happy to break it down for you.
This is the second straight offseason of this where we've talked about this, where that they're right at the top in the amount that everyone can spend. But when the teams that don't have any money get a little bit more money, it helps them more than the team that has all the money and isn't probably going to spend it all anyway, getting more money.
See, before the increase, I'm just making up these numbers. The Eagles probably had $4 million in cap space. Now it's around 20. Okay. Now that doesn't sound like much. It doesn't mean they can go on a shopping spree, but here's what it does mean. They don't have to make as many tough choices. The group that's as talented as anybody else in the sport that wants to retain some of their own guys doesn't have to do those cap casualties where we're like, we'd love to keep everybody because we just won a Super Bowl and we're great, but you don't have to make as many tough decisions like that. You can keep a lot of those guys, and a band that makes really good music staying together is probably good. So I actually love it when Washington has cap space and nobody else does. That $15 million actually, I don't say hurts Washington because it doesn't hurt them, but it helps other teams a little bit more. So indirectly, I think affects Washington negatively there.
Coming up on the DC Sports schedule, I was looking at when the next games are because I've been twiddling my thumbs, sitting on the couch, watching a lot of shrinking, just waiting and seeing, like, is anyone ever going to play again? So Friday night, we got the Bucks and the Wizards, although Milwaukee just had a suspension and is going to be missing one of their top players. They're 29 and 24. Coming into DC to take on the 9 and 45 Wizards. Looked pretty good before the All-Star break. I mean, this was as good
playing well
a product as they've been putting on the floor this season. The young kids are coming into their own. Saturday, doubleheader in DC Sports. You ready for this? The Nats are playing spring training baseball.
Yes.
On Saturday afternoon at 1:05, and that game will be broadcast on the radio in Washington, D.C. You can hear that game in the nation's capital. That's a 1:05 first pitch. And then Saturday afternoon, at 3 o'clock, your Washington Capitals back to work. These are my favorite games. They're playing the Penguins on national TV in a matinee. It's a 3 o'clock ABC nationally televised Caps Penguins game. Give me all of those. So Friday and Saturday going to be juicy. We're getting back into the flow of things here for some actual sport matches from our favorite teams.
Yeah, it'll be a good chance to root against Sidney Crosby again. I'll get my appetizer tonight, and then I'll be able to do that again on Saturday. It's a national media game, which means they'll need buckets for the drool.
But still better than NBC.
Of course it is.
NBC treated Sidney Crosby like he created the Flame, not the Calgary Flames, but like Fire, but also built, the first house and the first car. And
I invented the wheel, Enzo. There was no circles before Crosby. Oh, God. Like, enough.
ABC's not going to play it like he's just another guy. Maybe they shouldn't, but they're going to give you probably like a 5 out of 10 on the 10 scale of NBC.
Yeah, you don't want to go full NBC on it. You never do.
You can't.
But they'll be on the scale in my view.
So you mentioned tonight, Danny, and basically your chance to froth at the mouth to hate Sidney Crosby.
I'm good at it.
This is the good stuff, ladies and gentlemen. We're putting USA on the sweater. We're skating out on the ice, and we're taking on Canada. They're mad at us. We beat them recently.
Yeah.
There was not one, not two, but 3 fights in the first 9 seconds of that game. 8 o'clock puck drop tonight on ESPN. I think they say, and it's family of networks, right? Danny, the United States of America is playing hockey, and people care. I am so proud and happy and excited. My lips are filling with smile. The amount of talk about this. Like, I was doing the thing where I flipped through channels today at my house. The shouty shows have like the USA logo on the bottom, the American flag there with U.S. hockey. And I'm going, wait, what? They're talking about the game tonight? people are into this thing.
Very much so.
And 10 days ago, nobody even knew it existed.
Yeah, the hockey Mark Wahlbergs, everybody knew. Like you inside hockey people were already in on this and decided that it was going to be the greatest
They
thing.
were just casually, like all year long, going like, yeah, when Four Nations, during Four Nations, and everyone's like, what? What are you talking about?
I don't know what I don't know what it is. And until it started, I didn't know what it is. Like Canada played. Canada open with Finland or Sweden? Sweden, right? They played, and I went, all right, I guess. Like I saw a highlight or two and went, that's fine.
Let me ask you this. If the USA, the United States of America, wasn't involved, you probably don't care even a little bit.
Zero interest.
But they are.
They are.
And they're playing for the title against their vaunted hockey rivals, the Canadians.
When these United States of America, when those the hockey gentlemen, when they played against Finland, I happened to tune in. So my interest went from 0 to, okay, this is something. And I watched them, and I realized this isn't just like all-star format. This isn't just jokes. It's not just skating around with your boys and, hanging out. They're taking this so seriously. By them going so hard, I said, yes. That watching them play Finland in that first match, it was 2-1 heading into the third, and they scored 4 goals in about 11 seconds. It was like same as the fight ratio with Canada to start the third period. I went, oh my God, this is great.
But this is why I think people care.
Yes, it's because they care.
It's because they are invested.
Yep.
And I don't think it really matters what the sport is. I think this is what happens. Why do we love sport? Like Brett Favre. Cover your ears, people in Green Bay. Toby, tell your buddies in Wisconsin they don't want to hear this clip, okay? One of the most overrated players in the history of sports, okay? One of the most overrated quarterbacks to ever live. However, we loved Brett Favre. One of the reasons why, in addition to the big, strong rocket arm, he had fun. He looked like he had fun. He'd throw a touchdown to Donald Driver. He'd run down the field and go tackle him in the end zone and lift him up over his head, spin him like a top, and do all kinds of wacky bits. We want to watch players that look like they're enjoying what they're doing. In Major League Baseball, the hair on fire guy, the Bryce Harper, the play a million miles an hour guy, there is a reason that these guys indoctrinate themselves to their fan bases and become beloved. Because, like, you can think of Pete Rose or Charlie Hustle, any of these guys over the years. Do you have fun? Yes or no? Most guys do. But do you look like you have fun? It's a very different thing. Anthony Rendon always looked like you were pulling his teeth to play baseball. You got to smile. It was a big deal. We love watching people. It's very clear that they care. And so this U.S.-Canada game, when players are fighting,
like teammates are fighting each other.
International friendly. I'm sure it's friendly, by the way.
Yeah, real friendly.
And then the next second, one of the brothers of the guy that just
fists are friendly. Yeah.
It's the best because they want it and they care and it means something to them. So it means something to us. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, the United States of America will gun for a championship title in the tournament that nobody cared about 10 days ago. But now we do.
Great moments are born from great opportunity. And that's what you have here tonight, boys. That's what you've earned here tonight.
And you earned it here tonight by whooping Canada's ass last week. Let's do it one more time, huh? One more time. Let's show them what's good.
Once more.
Oh, you thought hockey was your game? That's so cute. When was the last time you guys had a little Stanley Cup celebration for one of your teams? Come on, we got this thing. We can do this.
It's down in Florida right now, the Cup. You want to come visit it? Come swing by. Happy to have you.
I don't know if there's going to be meaningful, long-term, long-lasting impact for hockey out of this, or if this is just the perfect storm, light week in the schedule, not a lot going on. Hey, I'll watch it. Wait, there were 3 fights? That's cool. Because I don't think there will be a single fight tonight. Do you agree with that?
Interesting. You're probably right.
I mean, there's no way. Those fights, and people that don't understand hockey will think that this is like WWE wrestling. But they were choreographed, essentially. Like, before the game started, the building's on fire. It's electric. Everyone's going nuts. The energy and the palpable anticipation of this game is huge. And the players all know that both countries are tuned in. And so Matthew Tkachuk's going, hey, let's put on a show here. You want to go? And yeah, I'll go. So they fight. And then they go to the box, and Brady Tkachuk's going, hey, you want to make this a memorable night? Let's do this thing. Okay, no problem. We'll go. And then 8 seconds later, it was a little bit more authentic to the game.
That was organic.
That one was more organic for sure. But they were on a group chat.
Yeah.
Matthew Tkachuk acknowledged, like on a group text, the three of them were like, we got to go tonight. Boom, 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 right off the bat. Coolest thing ever. You need a dance partner. It's only in hockey where they police themselves and everyone plays by the rules and you fight within the rules. It's not like anger fighting. It becomes that as you're getting punched in the face.
Sure.
But everyone,
I'd have been a little angry.
everyone knows when to start and stop. And this is not like chaotic and it's going to spill into the crowd or anything like in basketball. So there are some rules that make it governable and okay. But I bring this up only to say, Danny, I don't think that that'll be the case tonight. Because as you get deeper into games and the import elevates, if they're going to fight, it's going to have to be off the draw again, and it would be the coolest thing in the world. I'm just not banking on it. Not to mention both of the Tkachuks who had that whole thing going, they've been hurt. Now they're probably going to play, but you're less inclined to stage a fight.
Yeah.
And they go out there, and it's not like the fight is fake. The fight is real.
Yeah, fewer fisticuffs as the Stanley Cup playoffs progress in general. You know what I mean? It's
Exactly.
like it's one of those things where, okay, we don't have time for the
Over
frivolity.
under one half of a fight tonight.
Over. I do think it
You
happens.
think we're going to get a fight?
I think there'll be some violence somewhere. Someone's not going to like it. It's a little face wash. It's a return, and next thing you know, gloves are dropped.
Okay, so like pushing and shoving. I'm talking about.
No, I'm talking about a fight.
Gloves dropped.
Oh yeah.
Skate around. Lights are on us. They're playing music, and we're throwing.
Yeah, I
fists.
think it's happening.
I would be psyched.
Well, it's one of those like where it's something that I actually don't like about hockey. Just as a quick side, but it's
I know you hate hockey fights.
Well, it's like we're losing. So in order to get my team excited, I'll get punched in the face a couple of times. I think it's insane, but whatever. It is what it is. It's the sport. It's
But you
not
got to
changing.
admit that was so cool the other night. Even as a guy that hates hockey fights, the first 10 seconds of that game, come on.
That was wild.
That was cool.
I mean, that was.
Use the word cool.
I have not seen anything like that. Is what I would say.
Was it awesome?
I guess
it was awesome.
I don't know.
Dudes being dudes, man.
Yeah, I like the part where the U.S. beat Canada. Like I want goals
That
for my
part was
team.
great, too.
I like that. But yeah, I think you'll see one. Like if whoever gets up early, the other team's going to try to fight you. I mean, that's the thing to rev up the energy.
I want to open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines on this for our listeners right now. First of all, are there people like you, Danny, out there that are willing to call in to let us know? Like at the beginning of this thing, they didn't care, but they're excited for tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Because I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that is essentially how you've described your fandom.
Say what you just said again.
Well, my perception of you is that you did not care at the beginning.
Yes.
And that now you care.
Yes. That's succinct. That's it.
Okay.
Didn't care desperately now.
Like
It's
you will
the
be
most
sitting down watching at 8.
The most important thing for me today is beating Canada in hockey.
And 10 days ago,
I didn't care at all.
Right.
If it was taking place in my house, I'd go, can you guys keep it down? We have a baby.
You will emotionally be upset in some way.
Livid.
If we lose.
If there's a single puck battle that we don't win. Like every millimeter of that ice is mine and I hate them. I didn't before. I do now. Oh, I'm so animated.
Because they booed the anthem or because it's just
all
US,
of it.
Canada
All of it.
hockey?
All of it.
Yeah.
Every bit of the backdrop, the answer is yes.
Okay.
Like I don't remember caring this much about something in a long time.
So that's kind of my question for people is, are there Dannies where you were like, I will not watch this.
What is this?
And now you're like, well, bring it on. I can't wait. When is 8 o'clock?
Don't talk to me.
But also, when is the last time that you randomly got into something like this? Because I've actually got an example for myself of what you're explaining, where I kept going, it's not for me. I'm just not that interested. And then by the end, everyone kept talking about it. Everyone kept telling me how great it was. And I found myself sucked in and watching it. And I'm going, all right, you got me. I'm watching it. I'll explain next. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Big news in the National Basketball Association. Spurs center Victor Wembanyama is expected to miss the rest of the season. He is dealing with deep vein thrombosis in his right shoulder. Other injury news in the NBA, Mavericks announced that Anthony Davis is making progress from his left adductor strain that he suffered on February 8th, but he's going to be reevaluated again in 2 weeks. Bucks forward Bobby Portis has been suspended 25 games for violating the NBA's anti-drug policy. The Wizards will take on the Bucks tomorrow night in their first game back from the All-Star break at 7 o'clock. College hoops, number 20 Maryland is hosting USC tonight. That'll tip off at 8:30 over on the Team 980. And the game everyone's talking about, USA and Canada for the Four Nations Face-Off Championship tonight at 8 o'clock. USA coach Mike Sullivan said that everyone's going to be available tonight. In baseball, the first game of spring training, Cubs and Dodgers today at 3 o'clock. Also, the Yankees signed their manager Aaron Boone to an extension through 2027. For the Nationals, their first spring training game on Saturday against the Astros. You can hear that game at 1 o'clock over on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
You can watch the show on the 1067 The Fan YouTube page. You can listen to us wherever you are via the Odyssey app. We're Grant and Danny all over the DMV on 1067 The Fan right now. Clinton Portis is going to join the show in about 35 minutes. He's become the running backs coach collegiately on the Deshaun Jackson staff, which is just a hilarious statement to say, but it's a sign of the times. Teams are starting to look toward star recent former NFL players as leaders of programs in college.
It is kind of a turning of the page. I mean, you're used to that lifelong college coach. You could picture him, right? 67 years old, has been doing it for 40 some years at the same place, or, even some of the guys that are tourists that are hopping from program to program, Petrino, different sports. This is kind of the new trend line. When you start to think about some of the guys that you remember their entire careers that just finished playing are now going, yeah, this is where I'm going to go.
Danny, you're not alone. Adam and Only says he did not anticipate being as into the Four Nations tourney as he has become. What's up, Adam? How are you?
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking the call.
Hey, man.
Real quick. So 2 things. One, I was turned off by the tournament in general. First, because there were no caps selected. So it was like, I don't really need to turn in and watch this. It's whatever. I caught the first game of the tournament, Canada-Sweden, and I've never seen a faster breed of hockey. And I watch a lot of hockey.
Yeah.
So I was all in. And then, of course, I'm not missing any USA games, so I tuned in. But the other point I wanted to make is there's no question in my mind there will be a fight tonight. Mostly because, if you remember, the fight mostly generated from those Canadian fans booing our national anthem. And if you don't think the American fans are going to boo "Oh Canada" tonight, oh yeah. And those Canadian players are going to get riled up. So I fully anticipate seeing some fisticuffs this evening.
Well, I hope you're right about the fights. I think they add a lot in this setting, which we'll get to in a second. But I want to go back through a couple other points he made during the call.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't really address this. The quality of the game has been remarkable.
Phenomenal.
We talk about all-star games and what is lost. This is an all-star game in terms of who's playing in them. These are the best players in the NHL.
Mm-hmm.
But it's an all-star game if you could then turn up their interest, their desperation to like 11. So we really don't have anything like this in sport necessarily in terms of it's got the intensity and for the players, the desperation, the aggressiveness of like a Stanley Cup series. But instead of playing on the Capitals, you're playing with all the best players from your country.
You're not doing trick shots where you pick it up like a lacrosse ball and cradle it and try to score a goal, and everybody's shucking and jiving and laughing, or over shooting left-handed with the back part of a stick in some sort of one-on-one contest. The give a damn level is a 100 out of 100. It matters so much, and as soon as you do that, great players giving a damn. Yep, sign me up.
The no Capitals point that he made is a good one too. A lot of Capitals fans were turned off when they found out that there were a bunch of snubs. This is the best team in the NHL at the moment. The rosters were disseminated and still may be. And there are guys, not just because of that are worthy of being on this team. Canada should have Tom Wilson on their team. That's already become apparent. That was a snub. I think that Logan Thompson, as a goaltender, should be on the roster. He is not. He would be probably the best goaltender that they have. John Carlson should be on the United States as a defenseman. He got snubbed. So I remember being annoyed and actually having a similar feeling of maybe like, all right, well, I'm not going to give them my full attention if they screwed over the Caps. First and foremost, though, it's actually a good thing, not a bad thing, if you're a Caps fan, that none of the guys are there. And second, I can't tell you how many times I've thought about with the U.S.-Canada rivalry from the first game into this game and the fighting, Tom Wilson would be in the middle of all of that. They would have him on the ice tonight to start the game.
Isn't it weird to think about that?
100%.
Our handsome hero would be beating the tar out of somebody for the
he
U.S.
would be beating up an American.
Yeah.
I don't want that.
I don't want
need
that.
I don't want to have to decide, like, what do I want from this fight for Tom Wilson and how do I root for?
Hit him, but no, not too hard. Oh, God. Everyone be safe.
So it's actually a great thing that he's not involved. I thank my lucky stars that he's not involved.
I'm with you. Yeah, I mean, that didn't turn me off specifically. For me, it was, I still don't understand what this is. And then as soon as I saw it, I got it. The fact that Caps weren't selected, I understand. It's like, it's like an all-star thing, and you debate who should have been an all-star, who should have not been. But I couldn't tell you who John Carlson to replace, for example. I'm not going to be like, Sanderson has no business being on the team. It should be John Carlson. I wouldn't be able to make those kind of, advocacy points. So I understand that if you're like a diehard Caps fan that knows the league inside and out, right? But to me, it was more, I never really got the explanation. And I wonder if they'd been able to do a good job, like explaining what this thing was and the significance of it was, not to just the hockey audience that they're already serving, but to the casual fan, if it might have caught fire more quickly. Who knows? I'm not complaining about it. Once I saw a glimpse of it, and it's the thing we're talking about, again, the best players in the world caring so much, way more than like laughing on the bench because someone tried a trick shot. This is like, I'm so desperate to win this game for nothing other than pride. People love that. I think that's why the NCAA tournament for so many years has been this marquee event. Yes, the gambling, but it's also one moment, one missed shot, one little thing, the buzzer beater. And it's 99% of these guys are never getting paid. And it was so beautiful. We get in on it every year.
So then there's the last point that he made, which I think we could discuss quickly, which is the booing of the anthem, where part of the reason for the 3 fights in the first 10 seconds of the game between the Americans and Canada was that we were playing in Canada and they had just booed the national anthem pretty considerably. And in fact, prior to that, before we even played Canada, like U.S.-Canada was playing, you're booing the opponent. When the United States was playing their previous game, not against the Canadians, in Canada, the anthem was being booed. Now, I don't know if anybody's been watching the news the last few weeks. There's been some tensions. There's been some annoyance, I'm sure, from Canada with some of the things that have been happening. But they booed the anthem, yes. And because of that, our players were pissed off. And I think that led to it. Well, tonight the game is in the good old United States of America, in Boston at TD Garden. And so the big question is, what are we going to do when O Canada's played?
It rhymes with the word two, and it's going to be loud.
I hope nobody boos. I'm also not naive. Like, I could tell you I would not boo their anthem. I think that's stupid.
You're not
childish.
a booer, though. You don't boo.
I'm not a booer, but I also just think it's a fun thing. They're our friends. They're our allies to the north. We don't need to boo. For a lot of people, it's just a hockey game, and they're going, those are the bad guys today, so I'm just going to boo them. I expect loud booing. I'd like to stay above the fray. I'd like to do a little better as a country and say, they booed us. The best way to send a message is to not boo them back. But I'm not naive. I think there's going to be booing. And if that leads to them getting upset and maybe one of their guys wanting to throw fists, then that makes for a more fun first few seconds of the game.
How many people does that arena hold, do you think? Give or
TD
take.
Garden?
Yeah, TD Garden.
I would say 18,000, but let me look that up.
Yeah, I think whatever the number is, that's how many people will be booing. Like like the hockey fan, to your point, like there's a big Venn diagram crossover with the circles to people that are hoping for fisticuffs and are going nuts for fights and booing the other anthem because they booed us. Like
19,580.
19,580 boos, I think, during O Canada.
Would you be booing?
It's a great question.
I mean, you're booing a country's anthem.
Right. I think no one's
booing. Like, I think they should boo the entire time during the introductions. The starting lineup, in the net, on defense. Boo all of that. But that is very, very different and always has been. Then the anthem is now being played. Stand, remove your cap. Let's all be quiet. Let's pay our respects.
I don't believe in booing the anthem for anybody. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think I would. That's my answer. Because I don't think I would. I don't think I would. Now, like I wouldn't want to get dirty looks from people next to me. Like, why aren't you booing, dude? Why aren't you like part of the boo?
You know what I would say? I'm 37, bro.
Yeah.
I'll boo the players.
I'll just like quiet. Maybe I'll quietly boo
if
to fit
you need me
in.
to boo someone, I can boo the team.
Yeah, maybe I'll mouth a boo. Like
I'll
I'm
boo
going
Canada, the hockey team. The anthem is now the country.
Yeah.
Like when you're booing the national anthem, you're booing America. You're not booing the Kachuk brothers.
Right.
Right.
Like I want to boo Sidney Crosby. Tell me when I get to do that. Do I have to wait to do that?
I think it's when they announce Sidney Crosby,
which I'm happy to do. So I'm
I
doing
think
shtick.
it's anytime he's ever shown on the screen. The other thing that they did so well in Canada, which was a 10 out of 10,
Team is nice.
Was any time that Austin Matthews, no, it wasn't Austin Matthews. Who would it have been? I'm trying to think. Yeah, it might have been Austin Matthews because it was not in Toronto. So anytime Austin Matthews got the puck, they went nuts. It was just, and that's my favorite hockey thing ever. Like in playoff series is at Capital One Arena when Crosby would get the puck, you do the whoop, 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 like 30,000 people at once all whooping him. And anytime you get the puck, it's just a great atmosphere. They were doing that for Austin Matthews. So we need to pick someone tonight from the Canadian team.
Who are you picking?
I mean, it's Boston related, so it'd probably have to be based on that. But for me, it would be Crosby because I just think he's a whiny baby and I can't stand him.
Yep.
Anytime the puck is on his stick, whoop, whoop, whoop. I mean, just let's have some fun with this thing. But I'm not booing the anthem. Sorry, can't do it. Can't coach with him. Can't win with him.
Can't do it.
Can't have it. Kurt in Ashburn, you're on Grant and Danny. What's good?
Folks, I don't think you have any basis to say it was 19,000. I thought it was a minority of the folks that were doing.
No. You're misunderstanding. Danny's saying 19,000 tonight in Boston will be booing.
That's my prediction.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, I missed that. Well, that's what happened.
I would say it was several thousand, though. I mean, it's loud enough that it was pretty loud in my living room.
Pretty big number.
Yeah, but I've heard a minority of 5,000 sound like a packed stadium, so I don't know really. But anyway, let's just say this. I'm an old guy. I grew up in Detroit. My father was born in Michigan, my mother in Ontario. Consequently, I am entitled to dual citizenship.
Nice.
You got to go through a bureaucratic process if one deserves citizenship. As far as the series goes, I root for the U.S. But jingoistic remarks about Canada offend the camaraderie that has existed between our two countries for 100 years. When 9/11 happened, Canadians took in diverted flights, gave food, shelter, toiletries, and anything to the Americans they desired at no cost.
Oh, yeah, they're good buddies of ours.
I'm an old rink rat, and hockey is my sport. Back in 1983, a bunch of my friends and I played a Canadian Embassy team. I was sure we would lose, and we didn't. We won 5-3. And their captain came into our locker room, thanked us for playing him, set down 2 cases of Molson Gold Mayo. That's it, gents. Thanks a lot.
Appreciate you. I don't know where I don't know where we went there.
We went a few different places.
Yeah. I don't think anyone's suggesting that they're not our pals. It's a hockey game, man. USA, Canada tonight. I want to beat them.
Yeah, it's a rivalry, and I'd like to beat the rival. That's pretty simple. And like it's now so important to me.
That'd be fun to be, in his situation watching this as a dual citizen, though.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind.
Like he's rooting for the U.S., which is great because I'm sure he's here making the call. But it's like I kind of belong to both.
Yeah,
of
it's not
these
that bad.
teams.
It's not that bad.
Clinton Portis is with us at the top of the hour in about 20 minutes. Next, one of the better pass rushers in the league over the last several years could be cut and will be available should the Commanders have interest. You're listening to Grant and Danny. Hey, it's Grant. March is almost here. College basketball's reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 extra bucks to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament updates, upsets, and even who's going to cut down the nets. So if you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time than right now. The app is really easy to use, and when you win, you get paid instantly. Go to FanDuel.com/GP and get in on the college hoops action before March really takes over. That's FanDuel.com/GP with my promo code GP. Got to be 21, present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bet. Expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER. He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Welcome back, and thanks much for making the show part of your day. I'm sure you saw, Danny, that Joey Bosa is expected to be released by the Chargers. Chance for them to save a handful of millions of dollars. Coming off just 5 sacks in 14 games this past season. There was a time where Bosa was one of the better pass rushers in the league. In 3 of his first 4 NFL seasons, and in 4 of his first 6 NFL seasons, he had double-digit sacks. But the last 3 years, he's played 5 games, 2.5 sacks, 9 games, 6.5 sacks. And then this past year, as I said, 5 sacks in 14 games. I somehow made a Pro Bowl, but I'm going to just kind of dismiss that as tomfoolery. It was his 5th Pro Bowl of his career. This is a former All-Pro and Defensive Player of the Year, the Defensive Rookie of the Year, I should say, in his first season back in 2016. So he's now 29. The problem is, in addition to just the production falling off, and it goes hand in hand with this, he is always hurt.
And there's nothing else to say about him, and that's what it is. This was a guy that in his 3rd year was on his way to one of the great statistical seasons we've ever seen from a defensive end. So he was building 10.5 as a rookie, 12.5 as a second-year guy. He had basically 6 through 6 games before getting injured, and then that's kind of been the story of his career. He's had 1 healthy season since 2019, rather. Just, I get it. It's one of those things that just, reminds you how fragile this can be, how much it sucks sometimes, and injuries take over. You become injury-prone, and that's sort of the ballgame.
Do we think he's the kind of guy that if he could be on the field and actually stay healthy, that would still be excellent? Or do we think that because of the injuries, they've taken a toll and he's lost a big part of his game? Like, I'll give you an example.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, and PFF grades aren't the end of the world, but it's just one way to look at this. Last season, they graded him as a 63.9 as an edge, which would have been 90th out of 211 defensive ends, which means he's in the top half.
Yeah, but very middle of the road.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
So when you talk about interest, I think you have to figure out, and this is up to Adam Peters and Lance Newmark in the front office, to look at this 6'5", 280-pound player who's going to be 30 years old, who's coming off of 457 snaps, which is 77th out of 211 at the position, even though he missed about half the season. When he played a bunch. And they have to figure out, okay, he had 34 pressures last year. That ranks 53rd out of 211 defensive ends. If he were able to play 14 games and we were able to get him on the field for X percentage of snaps, what's that look like? And what is the value of that? I'm absolutely interested because he's an edge who's proven that he has some skills. But, and this is going to be something you hear me say a lot going into the offseason, the price has to be right.
Price has to be right, man.
It's just not a guy I'm going to pay a lot of money to at this point. Someone else can do that. It's not going to be me when he's trying to prove himself that he's still got something in the tank.
Yeah, they've proven they can make these kind of judgments. If it doesn't cost much money, bring me my Dorrance Armstrongs, my Cleveland Farrells, my Dante Fowler. Somebody's going to turn into something. And the 3 of those guys cost you what, one more frontline free agent might, right? That's no skin off your nose. You should absolutely be shopping there. I wonder if the name value, like if he was Joey Rouye and had the same resume, you could probably get him for pretty cheap. But he's a Bosa. There's the reputation as a guy that, he's one of the bona fides, whether the production's there or not. Does that change?
DPOY is still going to get you paid, or D Roy, I guess it was. He was in the running for that. But Defensive Rookie of the Year is still going to get you paid too. Like even if his name was Joe Rouye.
And it's, almost 10 years later since then, but still. So if I have to pay a premium at all, then I'm not interested. I mean, it's how cruel the league is, but I can't do that. Like if I'm going bargain shopping, because that's, if we all acknowledge, if we get into the room and Joey Bosa and his agent, maybe he wouldn't be there to hear this stuff, but if the agent's like, we get it. We're part of the bargain bin now. If we want on board with what you guys are doing, we like you, maybe you like us to fill a similar role to what Armstrong just did this past year, a rotational piece like Dante Fowler, sign us up, then hell yeah, I'm interested. I just don't think that's going to be the case. There'll be more interest there.
Has anybody noticed how bad the defensive end market is in free agency though? I mean, we haven't really address that head on. Like we've talked a lot about an area where they have to upgrade. Another reason why a Myles Garrett trade actually makes sense, or trying to get creative and going and getting a defensive end and taking on a contract from a team maybe looking to get out of one. It's not that compelling when you look at the list of available defensive ends. DeMarcus Lawrence from the Cowboys, I don't even know if he ends up walking, but he's more of a D tackle than a D end in my mind in terms of the traditional edge pass rusher, but I digress. Josh Sweat from the Eagles had a great Super Bowl. I think that's a buyer beware spot. Josh Sweat has been very up and down and inconsistent. He's a good player. I don't think he's what we're talking about Washington needing.
This has happened before in history. I'm trying to remember the guy's name from the Ravens years ago that cashed in. Had a nice stretch, was a pretty good defensive end, got paid enormous amounts of money to go be a star, and it's not his fault he's not a star. Like, he was just a regular old player.
How long ago?
This is like 2012 timeframe. I couldn't remember the guy's name. White dude, decent pass rusher, had a good playoff run, but was like, come on, what are we doing? But yeah, Sweat reminds me of that, where if you want Josh Sweat to be the alpha, to be the star, you're going to be left wanting.
Yeah, I think he
Part of
is
the ensemble was good.
a really good B.
Yeah.
Probably a really average A, in terms of pass rush.
Mm-hmm.
The next guy on the list in terms, and this is just a list based on how much they made last year, which theoretically is, how sought after they were. Chase Young of the Saints.
Right.
No, thank you. Charles Omenihu of the Kansas City Chiefs, who's 27. That's actually the guy I'd be most interested in of this list, I guess, at this point. Marcus Davenport of the Lions, Dietrich Wise of the Patriots. If he were to hit the market, he's a good player, but he's going to be 31 years old. Again, more of a tweener type. Jaron Reed's more of a run stuffer. Brandon Graham's 100 years old, probably going to retire. Cleveland Farrell. That's where we are now.
Yeah.
Like Washington's Cleveland Farrell, who helps you against the run, but not against the pass. Dante Fowler is a guy that, based on this, I would absolutely bring back just because of the lack of quality options that I'm interested in on the market. But they may end up having to pay a Josh Sweat or, a Davenport or something like that.
Two things. Darius pulled the name. Paul Kruger was the name I was thinking of.
Great pull on Paul Kruger.
Second, it's your 100% rubber stamp on the defensive end spot. When you expand it to edge, guys that are outside linebackers that, kind of stand up, maybe not. When you start thinking of the Khalil Max, Hassan Reddick, Preston Smith, there's not that much else out there. Now, those are big names, but all those guys are north of 30. Some, in a couple of the cases, 33, 34 almost in Khalil Mack's case. So again, it's all buyer beware at that spot.
Clinton Portis is about to be a college football coach. We'll talk to him next on Grant and Danny. Remember, at 4 o'clock, a little over an hour from now, we've got tickets to see Joe Coy at Capital One Arena. You can win those today on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Big news in basketball today. Spurs center Victor Wembanyama is expected to miss the rest of the season. He's dealing with deep vein thrombosis in his right shoulder. The Mavericks announced today that Anthony Davis is making progress from his left adductor strain on February 8th. He's going to be reevaluated for play in 2 weeks. Bucks forward Bobby Portis has been suspended 25 games for violating the NBA's anti-drug policy. The Wizards return from the All-Star break to take on the Milwaukee Bucks tomorrow night at 7 o'clock at Capital One Arena. College hoops tonight, number 20 Maryland at home hosting USC. It's going to be an 8:30 tip-off. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Big game tonight in hockey, Four Nations Face-Off Championship. United States and Canada, 8 p.m. puck drop. The U.S. beat Canada 3-1 on Saturday night. They'll look to do it once again tonight. USA's coach Mike Sullivan said that everyone's going to be available tonight. In football, the Saints are going to be hiring Eagles quarterback coach Doug Nussmeier as their offensive coordinator. He worked with new head coach Kellen Moore last season in Philadelphia. And Eagles center Cam Jurgens had a back procedure to alleviate nerve pain, which he suffered extensively during the playoff run. And in baseball today, the first game of spring training coming up in just a couple minutes. Cubs and Dodgers getting underway at 3:05. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage, all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We welcome in our Richmond audience for the first time today. AM 910, FM 105.1. Of course, we're live all over the DMV on 106.7 The Fan. You can watch us on our 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. You can listen to the show on the Odyssey app wherever you are. We're sponsored exclusively by the law firm Condori and Murat. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate, administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. We're 45 minutes from a double play and 1 hour away from giving away tickets to see Joe Coy. Well, let's go right now to the Rude Guest Hotline because I want to welcome onto the show our buddy Clinton Portis. Well, I guess we've got to call Coach Clinton Portis now. What's up, dude?
That's good, man. How y'all doing?
We're great,
buddy. Congrats. So
Yeah,
how did this come about that you're joining Deshaun Jackson's staff?
Appreciate it. So it happened so quick. It was just one of those. I was calling about, me, Fletch, Antoine Bethea, and Nate Clements have a youth organization down in Charlotte where we were trying to help kids get into college. And I was calling just to talk about the kids that we had available if he needed kids. And it kind of turned into a conversation of football. And the next thing you know, I was flying to Delaware and kind of got the offer on spot, and they appreciated the knowledge. And I think once I stepped on campus, like the realization was like, bro, this could change a lot of kids. This could help a lot of kids, and the excitement to help them turn the program around. You know, I think in meeting the staff, there were so many guys that was like so matter of fact, like we got to turn this thing around and we're trying to get it done right now. We got to flip this program. And I'm just like, what better opportunity? You know, a lot of often you see fits or you think of jobs, and it's like, where you need it, where you make an impact. And I think this was one of those opportunities that gave me a chance to make an impact. And, you know, I'm appreciative of Dale State and D-Jack for doing it, for allowing me to join.
Had you thought about coaching it at the collegiate level before these conversations started, Clinton?
You know, like you think about it. I mean, to be honest, I've been with my kids 16, 17. I've been coaching their teams forever, you know, flying in, unofficial, participating, volunteering. And I was talking to my son, and he said, we were just talking about staffs, and we were talking about coaches, and he said, man, I've never heard you say a coach was good. You think all coaching staffs suck. Why don't you go coach? And you know, it kind of, bro, that probably happened 2 or 3 nights before I got on the phone with D-Jack. And it was like weird because after he said it, it was a statement like, you know what, maybe I do need to go coach. You know, maybe it's me, you know, as the kids would say, like, it's never good enough or the coaches are never good enough. So therefore I'm involved. And like I tried to tell them, I said, man, my thing is development. Like I like to see where you are and what you can become. And I think that's more of just believing in kids, showing kids that you're watching them, showing kids that you believe in them, like getting the most, encouraging kids to go out and give it your all. You know, if I think about one of the greatest motivators, it was Coach Gibbs. And Coach Gibbs had the team ready to run through a brick wall, but it was all from belief. It wasn't because of the scheme or because of the staff. It was just strictly, hey, you know what? This is our game plan. It's going to be tough, hard-nosed. We coming downhill, mano a mano, and everybody believed. And I think once you show kids or show grown men or show young adults that you believe in them and help them tap into their potential, is something special there.
Clinton Portis is with us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. He's the running backs coach now at Delaware State on the staff of Deshaun Jackson. There is a movement happening, CP. I want to get your insight on. Deion Sanders at Colorado maybe gets the credit for starting this. I don't know. But we've seen Mike Vick hired in this cycle. We've seen Deshaun Jackson get a job. I mean, these are recent superstar players, like MVP caliber players. As you said, to say that someone doesn't have any coaching experience probably takes away from some of the stuff they've done with their kids or at the youth level. But this is abnormal that a guy like Deshaun or Vic or Deion would just get a job to run a whole program without having done it at the high school level or what have you. What do you make of this movement, and how do you think we got here?
Well, I think for so long, these doors and opportunities have been closed to us. And if you look at a lot of coaches who were getting those opportunities, it's kind of been buddy forever. You know, it's not former players or guys who played the game at a high level. It's just guys who were connected to the right guys at the right time, and they grew, and all of a sudden they were the hottest coaches. And I think when you look at guys like Antonio Pierce and those guys, Aaron Glenn, those guys that got jobs and opportunities to kind of highlight, hey, we can coach, like we can do this. We're actually talented. We know this game. We've been playing this game forever. We've played this game at a high level, and we can develop players. You know, I think the relationship that we have, which Coach Prime showed in development and belief and pumping kids up and getting kids that, hey, man, you don't have to go to a major college. You don't have to go to the University of Alabama to be a standout. You don't have to go to the University of Miami. I can help you be seen. Like, I can help you tap into that potential. And I think now with guys like Vic and D-Jack getting the opportunity, it's going to be the same thing. You know, it's great guys, guys who played at a high level who are given an opportunity at HBCUs to just come in and change the culture. And I think in doing that, it opened doors for a lot more. But I know it's definitely going to help the kids out a lot. And that was part of the reason I joined. Once I got on campus, I'm like, you know what? This is it. This is that second chance, that second career, that opportunity. It was kind of like one of those decisions. Like, I stopped trying to do it my way and just listen to my heart or listen to God. Like, bro, this happened by chance. My son just telling me I need to coach, and now I'm in this position. And it was like one of those positions that, hey, I can't turn this down. You know, you don't know if you're ever going to get it again, but I know I'm going to give everything I can to these kids while I have the opportunity and try to direct them, lead them, and guide them to where they want to be.
That's awesome. That's the voice of Coach Clinton Portis now joining us here on Grant and Danny. What's different now for college kids, kind of in the world that they've grown up in versus when you were coming up, Clinton? I mean, some things are the same. You know, it's about effort and showing up and you know, trying to do the right thing as oftentimes as you can. But just the landscape is different. What do you think is different now and trying to relate to some of these kids, given what they've gone through in this era of social media and everything else?
Well, I think once you keep the main thing, and that's the X's and O's. That's football, you know.
Yeah.
Like X's and O's, we can't add extra men on the field. It's 11 on 11, and we got to strategize, plot, plan, and strategize to take advantage of the opponent. You know, if we keep the main thing, not worried about social media, not worried about NIL, not worried about stars and all this. Like, we're not getting 5-star kids, but the kids that we get, then I think in having a conversation with D-Jack, it was just like, bro, I understand. We understand we're building these kids up for them to go to another college. Like, I don't expect a kid, if I got a really good running back or a running back who's putting up numbers, I don't expect him to stay. Like, I know this knowledge I'm giving you, this in helping you build who you are, is for another school. It's for a bigger purpose or for a bigger picture, just for you to get an opportunity. And I think Coach Jack understood that as well. And that was like, I'm like, bro, I don't want to be one of those, oh, I'm so selfish. This is all about, you got to stay here. Like, man, if you got the talent, you got the potential, then you just need another year, or you need some prove-it time, and this is your stepping stone, and it's something bigger for you. I'm encouraging you. I'm helping you get in the portal and find somewhere to go. The difference is, I think I would find somewhere to go for you before I allowed you to just jump in the portal. Like, we would have to be sure you have a home, you're going to get an opportunity, and this is the move that you need to make before I sign off, or I'm encouraging you or your parents, like, yeah, man, move on. And I think that's needed in this climate. You got to be real with kids. And like I told D-Jack, I said, man, I don't know how to sugarcoat. Like, one of my biggest issues are, being networking and kissing butt. Like, I don't know how to do that. I'm me, man.
Yeah.
Raw, uncut. You either love it or you hate it, and I understand that. And it's never any disrespect to anyone, but I don't know how to build camouflage, a chameleon, and keep changing. Old man, at one point I'm kissing butt. At one point I'm dominant. Like, I don't know how to do that, and I shared that. I shared my thoughts, and said, man, I just want you to be you. I know you have a special ties and connection with these kids, and we can get through to them. And I mean, I understand your knowledge. Like, your knowledge is some of the best knowledge that I've heard, but I know we have a special calling to reach out to these kids. So, it was kind of one of those, I get to be me. I get to focus on the kids instead of all of the, behind the scenes, and I'm looking forward to it.
Clinton Portis, Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Excited for the opportunity Clinton's got. I was just reading this week, I didn't know this. Like, Deion Sanders does not leave campus in terms of recruiting. He kind of says, you come to me and we can talk. Is that the philosophy you guys will have as well, where it's like, hey, you're the superstars, people are going to want to come to you, especially the kids now. They grew up watching Deshaun Jackson and you and had your football cards. Or do you guys plan on doing it more traditionally, where you are going out and recruiting and kind of doing it like for lack of a better phrase, like a normal traditional staff of non-superstar players would?
Man, I'm in every hood, every community college, every high school. We don't have that luxury that Prime have. I think Prime has established itself with Shador and with Hunter, and the players that he's given an opportunity or put on the map. We're not there yet. So we got to do it the traditional way. We got to get in living rooms when we can. I think you only have one opportunity to meet with kids or in-home visits now. But we got a gas station and stand outside the school and hold up a Delaware State sign. Hey, man, we're here. We're looking for all the talent that we can possibly gain. And, being 1-11 the last 2 years, we know we got to change things, and D-Jack made a statement like, oh, man, they were talking about the starters. And he said, man, we was 1-11. Like, we don't have any starters. Everybody's job is under a microscope. We're looking for the most talent, and like we're gonna find the best, because at 1-11, nothing got it done. And I think when he made that statement, it was like, okay, so we get to go out and find kids, or it's no, oh, well, you got to come in and this kid got to play. Here's your opportunity. So, for me, I think I've been around so many kids doing this youth sports for so long because of my kids, that it was just like, okay, now you're speaking my language. Like, I want to build this bond and connection with kids, and understand what Prime has done, and understand what AP done, and a lot of the coaches that got kids to the next level. Like, it start here. You got to build those relationships and make sure a kid understand that you're honest with him. And I was thinking the other night, like I said, man, my coach, Coach Solinger in college, the way he recruited me was like, man, if you want to come here, I'll recruit you. If not, I'll go out and recruit the next kid. Like, he's not selling any dreams. It's like, if you want me to recruit you, I'll recruit you. And he had a board in the room, and he put everybody's last name: Portis, McGahee, Gore, Davenport. And if you did something wrong, it wasn't a conversation. It wasn't, let's talk about it or let me hear your excuse. You just erase the letter off your name. So you start out Portis, then it's Porty, then it's Port, then it's Poor, then it's Po. And if it get down to P, you playing another position. So it was just one of those, hey, this is what I expect. This is how things are going to be done. I don't want to hear your excuses. We all got them. Let's go out here and get the things that you're supposed to do done. And I think when you put that on kids, whether it's classroom, on the field, study hall, whatever it is, they got to understand this is the requirements. This is what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, how about that running back room, by the way, during those times when you were at the U? Now, Clinton, I never had this problem. I've not had this problem as a coach, because I wasn't particularly great. You were great. Like, you were such a good player. Is it ever a challenge to communicate some things to young players who will look at you like you're crazy? Like, I can't do that. I can't go for damn near 2,000 yards and 17, 18 touchdowns as a second-year player in the league. Like, is that hard to sort of pare it down and get your message through when someone may not be as talented and gifted and great as you were?
It's not, for me, it was steps. I started playing running back as a junior in high school, and I had 900 yards. I thought I had put up Walter Payton numbers. I had 900 yards, and you couldn't tell me I wasn't the best back. And that was my first year playing. And schools kind of, nah, kid, like, we're good. And then the following year, I had 2,000 yards rushing in high school, and all those schools called back. So I get to communicate with kids from both sides, and going to college, I was fifth on the depth chart at UM. If Najee Davenport don't get hurt in the kickoff classic, Miami probably would have put me at DB, but the blessing in disguise, Najee got hurt. James Jackson for 2 weeks took all the carries, Ohio State, Penn State. And then, it's like, you've been taking all the carries for 3 weeks. You got to have a backup. And Jared Payton was going through what he was going through with Walter, being sick, that it kind of just gave me my opportunity. So to understand, kids, I don't need you to go out and be me. I know what I did was crazy. Like, my mindset, the determination, the belief in me. My thing is, I got to get you to believe you can do it. So it's more on before we get on field, just showing you, like, it's like taking a tackle. A lot of kids scared to get hit until they get hit. Then you like, see, you got up. Even when it comes to pass blocking, I see a lot of the potential in some of the guys that we've been recruiting or the film that I'm watching. You just got to have a willingness. Like, I can show you the technique and show you the meat in it between the guard and tackle before this guy get full steam ahead. That way, he don't have anywhere else to go. Like, it's simple things that if you've done it before, I could teach you this. I just need you to be willing to do it.
CP, speaking of things we need, I need one of these white and red Delaware State Hornets hats. It's a fire logo with the red and the blue Hornet. I got to get you the address. We need some gear.
I got it, man. Send me the address. I'll send it to you. You know, our budget not that big with Nike, so I'm gonna go in my pocket. Look, this gonna be out of my pocket, and I'm gonna send it. I'll send it over to you all.
All right, we'll rock
Definitely
it. I mean, the junkies are over here rocking every Maryland thing that's ever been made.
I mean, that thing's sharp.
We'll be Delaware State guys.
Look at that.
Hey, the junkies, Maryland, University of Maryland got a lot of money over there. We're behind in time. Hey, we're behind, but I'm going to come out of pocket and get those over to you. So just send me the address.
My man.
I got you.
We love you. Clinton, congrats, man. We'll be rooting
It's
for
really
you.
cool, man. Seriously.
Good luck.
Hey, appreciate it, man. Need y'all support. Thank you.
You got it. There's Clinton Portis, Redskins, great. A cool opportunity for him, wanting to help the young guys. Deshaun Jackson and Clinton Portis. Who knows who else is going to end up on that staff? But not a bad way to go learn some football.
I mean, what a time. Like, it just, again,
it's also a sign
seriously.
that we are getting older.
Well, that's a
because
huge
all
part of
the
it.
guys who played when I was a kid who I loved are becoming coaches.
Yeah, like Deshaun Jackson, the leader of men. You know,
that one I still have a hard time with. Just because leader of men, you're joking on.
But that's his job now.
I understand that. But I mean, it's not that long ago that he's like the guy you have to drag into the practice, drag into the fight. That one's hard. Clinton, for all the different things that he's had to deal with on and off the field, was always someone just threw an interception. He's going to hurt himself in the preseason going and making the tackle. He is going to lay people out as a blocker.
Toughness wasn't the question.
Just team guy through and through and through.
Like my first interview question for Deshaun Jackson is the AD. Do you believe that someone can go into the end zone normally? Can someone just score a touchdown and then celebrate? Do you believe in having your players do that at any point? And if the answer is no, you may not be my head coach. But again, it's a crazy world that Deshaun Jackson, Clinton Portis, and a bunch of other guys are going to coach and help kids. I love it.
Name the former Washington Redskins wide receiver who went to Delaware State.
Oh, I could do this. Was it the painter? Was it McCants?
Darnarian McCants.
Hadouken!
The painter.
Nailed it.
Attaboy. ESPN predicted 2 of the top free agents on the market are coming to Washington, signing with the Commanders next month. We'll tell you who next right here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NBA, Spurs center Victor Wembanyama is going to miss the rest of the season. He's dealing with deep vein thrombosis in his right shoulder. Bobby Portis for the Bucks has been suspended 25 games for violating the NBA's anti-drug policy. The Wizards will take on the Bucks their first game back from the All-Star break tomorrow at 7 o'clock. College hoops tonight, number 20 Maryland in action, taking on USC at home tonight. 8:30 tip-off. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Big game tonight on the ice. Four Nations Face-Off Championship, USA and Canada. That'll begin at 8 o'clock tonight. The USA looking to make it their second straight win over Canada after they beat them Saturday night 3-1. USA's head coach Mike Sullivan said that everyone's going to be available for tonight's game. In baseball, the Cubs and Dodgers are taking part in the first game of spring training right now. The Nationals will open up their spring training action on Saturday against the Astros. You can hear that game on the Team 980 at 1 o'clock. That's spring training live Sunday at 7 o'clock. Charlie and Dave, they'll be joined by center fielder Jacob Young and reliever Evan Reifert. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
We are 30 minutes away from giving away tickets to see Joe Coy on Grant and Danny ahead of the Beltway Blitz. Welcome back. You're locked into the Fan. Double play coming up at 3:45. I want to talk about the $30,000 offer that Delta made to the passengers of a plane that was overturned on the runway.
Thank you for your offer. Allow me to counter.
We will get back to that on our double play in just a few. ESPN made predictions of where the top 50 free agents in the National Football League are going to end up, two of which they linked to the Commanders. And this is not just saying they'd be a fit, but they predicted would sign with the Commanders. Those two free agents were T. Higgins, the much talked about wide receiver from the Cincinnati Bengals. Now, it's got to be noted, Danny, that they're not assigning franchise tags to anybody. They're saying, assuming all 50 of the best available players with expiring contracts hit the market, here's the top 50 and where they go. T. Higgins right now, it sounds like, could just turn 26 years old, is going to get the franchise tag for a second time, going to make $26 million and stay in Cincinnati. But they're predicting that if he were to hit the market, he would sign with the Commanders, number one. And then number two, they've got Hassan Reddick signing with the Commanders. People are going, Hassan Reddick, that's a name that I didn't hear much last year. Well, you'll remember Hassan Reddick was an Eagle and then basically decided not to be. Went to the Jets and refused to show up and play, and then eventually signed and played 2 games as the season went on, or played 10 games, started 2 games.
Whole thing was a mess.
Had 1 sack all season after 16, 11, 11, and 12.5 sacks the previous 4 seasons. So I guess they're looking at him as, look, he's a 2-time Pro Bowler. Yes, he's 30, but he's still got a lot of football left. He basically redshirted last year and didn't have a lot of mileage added to his odometer. And so now whoever signs him is getting the best version of him, not the guy that was mad at the Jets, and he'll go out and have 12 to 14 sacks. We already said that this is not a good market for edge rushers. So if that is the case, then Reddick's going to be one of the best available players. Washington's desperate for help there. That might actually be a guy that we might have to prepare ourselves for the Commanders talking shop with.
Without a doubt. And you know, the whole thing was a mess. He wanted to be paid and went to the Jets and told everybody, apparently, according to his side of the story, that I have no intention of playing for the Jets. Don't trade for me, or however the sequence of events went. Without a new contract. And the Jets went ahead and did it anyway and said, we'll figure it out. It didn't get figured out. The whole thing was a mess. So this is somebody that before last year, because of the whole situation and circumstance, that's a 12.5 sack per year guy over the previous 4 seasons in a couple different stops.
How many guys have had this run? 4 years, 3 teams, by the way. That tells you a lot, I think, don't you?
Yes.
3 schemes, 3 coordinators, 3 defensive play callers, 3 organizations in these 4 years, this run. 12.5 sacks, 11 sacks, 16 sacks, 11 sacks. TFLs of 15, a dozen, 11, and 13. Quarterback hit seasons, 16, 18, 26, 23. Consecutive Pro Bowls, a second-team All-Pro, finished 4th in the DPOY vote. Like, he has been an animal. He's been really, really good until last year. And now, because of his age and kind of being filed away as a problem child, I'd say, he's basically seen as persona non grata for a lot of teams.
Absolutely. And again, this, who knows what the market value is. If people are as desperate as, say, Washington could be on paper, you may get a bidding war. It may go to get to the kind of contract he wants. It may also be a rude awakening where you can actually find a bargain. Again, I don't know. But I do know that in the right situation, that guy can rush the passer. Now, that Eagles team where he had 16 sacks a couple seasons ago, that was the group that set like the modern record with, having 20 more sacks than the number 2 team in the NFL. They were unbelievable at rushing the passer. But this is not just somebody that's fine. I mean, in Carolina, when they went 5-11, trailed the entire time, he had 11 sacks. That's as low as it's been when he's been available and playing on a regular kind of situation.
If last year didn't happen, I know that's a big if that I'm saying.
That's a major hurdle.
If last year didn't happen, I would say that the bar, like the floor for him as a bar, would be 11 or so sacks, like the Fowler season from last year, with more ability to help you against the run. That would be kind of my thought on what he would be. And if that is the case, then they should absolutely have interest. Because last year happened where he had a sack and 3 hits on the quarterback in very limited action, but 10 games worth of action, couple of starts. I'm just less interested. But I also know that sometimes fits are terrible.
Yeah.
Players and teams are at odds, and that 100% affects the way you perform. It's no different than any other company or industry. There are going to be people who hate their boss and who hate them and who hate their place of work, and they hate them, and they're just not very good, and they go get a new job, and they're a lot better. And I think that's probably what happened last year with Reddick and the Jets.
Totally. Yeah. Again, it could be that he was, got bad business advice. Maybe his agent said something will work out and it didn't. I mean, I have no idea. I've never spoken to the guy. But when you've been on that many teams and the fact that you're a pass rusher, which is one of the most in-demand things this sport offers, and you're getting paid, now it's almost, a few years ago it was $1 million a sack. Now it's more than that, probably $1.5 million per. And nobody really seems to be that far in demand for your services. Maybe there's something else going on. I have no idea. But why shouldn't you be intrigued? Because we've been talking about this. This is the thing I'm going to hammer this offseason, I think, so much for the Local 53 here, is at these premium spots, it's really hard to fill them, right? Like the cornerback market is okay. Like there are a few different guys that you think in the right scheme, right situation, the Peters and company are going to know better than me who fits where, who they prefer, and that's totally fine. You can upgrade there. The limited number of pass rushers, pass protectors, and pass catchers tells you everything about where this league is. So if you've got a chance to do it, you might have to hold your nose and overpay. That could mean trading for Myles Garrett if Cleveland's willing to part with him. That could mean going, we're gonna roll the dice here on Hassan Reddick, who hasn't had exactly a smooth sailing last couple of seasons.
Over a 4-year stretch prior to last year, he averaged 15 sacks per season. 50.5 sacks in 4 years, over 66 games during that time. And by the way, over 20 hits on the quarterback that were not sacks during that time per year. 4-year stretch.
Yeah.
I mean, that's as good a pass rushing run as we've seen probably in the last decade. So I actually am interested, oddly enough, in Hassan Reddick.
Yeah, this is years ago now. Now, this is several teams ago. When he was in Arizona, he had that unbelievable stretch, if you remember. I think he had like a 6 or 7 sacks in a handful of games and got really hot and then kind of got fat off that. And people sort of glossed over him. Why aren't people more interested in this guy? Why is he going to a 5-win Carolina team? Like, what is going on? There's something I'm missing here. Maybe now it's, maybe more evident. Maybe they knew something I didn't. But then he lands in Philadelphia for nothing and blows up as part of this unbelievable defensive line that can't stop sacking the quarterback. It's like even on things that aren't pass plays, they're in the backfield ruining things. That was one of the most dominant defensive line groups that you had seen take them to a Super Bowl, and they almost win the damn thing. Just interesting that that guy's still available despite that production.
Now, going back to the other guy that ESPN has signing with Washington, and this one we kind of said outright was unrealistic because as of now, all reports are he's not going to hit the market anyway, but it's T. Higgins. I feel like the Patriots would be my pick to sign him. I think they're a little bit more desperate. They are, like Washington, a team with a young quarterback. Unlike Washington, they didn't make a gigantic leap last year, and so that has to happen probably this year, although they'll have a new staff for the second time in as many years. But the other thing is they don't have Terry McLaurin. So whereas at least for Jaden Daniels, you had the ability to insulate him and have a nice little weapon for him to play with Terry, the Patriots do not have that for Drake May. They have a bad wide receiver situation. So I just think if he hit the market, New England would be kind of my first thought, not Washington, because there's just not as much urgency or desperation to give him that money. So I was a little bit surprised, honestly, that they predicted, assuming free agency, that he would sign with the Commanders, because I don't think that they would pay him what he wants.
I don't think so. And again, I've always liked T. Higgins, but I think when you go free agent bidding, open market, if you're going to pay that top of the market for somebody, it's got to be someone above the T. Higgins tier, right? Nothing wrong with T. Higgins. That's a good player. I've always liked him, and I think somebody is going to probably overpay. I mean, the team that I first thought of was the Bills, even though they're in salary cap hell. I feel like they could use somebody like that.
They could afford
but I don't think they can afford it. But, there are teams that are going to want T. Higgins. Everyone should want the guy. Really good player. But if you're going to pay that second, third AAV because it's his turn in the queue, I need that to be Jamar Chase, or I need that to be my true, honest to goodness superstar. I think he's just a regular old star, a 1A, maybe a 2 on a great offense, but he's really good. I just don't know that you want to be in that marketplace. I don't think you want to pay too many times great money for good.
I also keep hearing everyone talking about T. Higgins and no one talking about Jamar Chase, and the assumption is that they're just going to sign him to this crazy contract, but they don't do that well. And until they do, I am still considering all of this just speculation.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yes, they should sign Jamar Chase. Yes, he just earned the massive contract. It's too quiet, though, for me. I mean, this is a guy that he was more angry at them than Higgins was last year. In season, he was the one that was the malcontent in the locker room during the year at his locker more often early in the year. Certainly, during training camp and the preseason. So I still have some more info that I need on how they're going to get that deal done before I feel like it's just seamless that Higgins is going to get the tag because Chase is going to get paid. We do have a Grant and Danny poll of the day presented by our friends at Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long distance, residential, or commercial. 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. They've moved most of us here at the radio station at least once. Our poll of the day for G&D presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Are you going to be watching the Four Nations Championship game tonight between the U.S. and Canada? Right now, 68% of the people that have voted are saying, yes, can't wait, they'll be watching. 32% are saying they are not interested and probably won't tune in.
I'd like a word with that 32%. I was one of you. Get in immediately. There is nothing better on this Thursday evening, respectfully, that you could have your eyeballs view.
It's quality hockey.
Yep.
It's the United States of America against Canada, a budding all of a sudden rival of ours over these last few weeks. The Beltway Blitz comes your way in about 20 minutes. We will be giving away tickets to see Joe Coy. And remember, at 5 o'clock, speaking of the Four Nations title game tonight, John Buccigross of ESPN will be stopping by. We're excited about that. That's at 5 on Grant and Danny. Our double play is next right here on The Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. It is time for a double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Double plays driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. Danny, like the rest of us here in studio and probably every person listening, you've probably even seen video of the Delta Airlines flight from Minneapolis that landed in Toronto on Monday that flipped upside down.
I've seen that, yes.
I'm going to repeat, it flipped upside down. So the plane landed very hard on a cold, snowy, icy runway, kind of bounces back up and then comes back down. And I don't know how exactly this works. Science was involved in some type of math. But essentially, the plane ended up careening across the runway upside down on its top.
Yeah.
That shouldn't happen. Luckily, nobody died.
Yeah, thank goodness.
There were some injuries, people taken to the hospital, but a bunch of videos have come out. I don't know if you've seen these of people from the airplane who turn their cell phones on after the fact, and there's people hanging upside down, still seatbelted in, that have to undo their seatbelt and kind of fall to what is now
they're stuck on the berserker.
Yeah, but exactly. They're like falling to the roof of the plane, which is actually on the ground, the floor, so to speak. And then they're crawling out and everyone's sore. And it's a scary scene. It's
beyond scary, terrifying.
So I bring to you this story via our double play. Delta Airlines says it is offering $30,000 to passengers who were aboard that flight from Minneapolis to Toronto that crashed and flipped upside down. A spokesperson for the company says the Delta Care team is telling passengers that this gesture has no strings attached and does not affect rights. I don't really know what that means.
Right.
I'm assuming maybe to sue or what you can do on the other side of this. I don't know. All of the 80 people on board, 76 passengers, 4 crew, survived this crash and the flames and the fires. As of Wednesday morning, 20 of the 21 passengers who were taken to the hospital have already been released. So it sounds like
that's good.
The injuries are mostly very minor as well. But Danny, what do we think here of a $30,000 cash offer being extended to passengers from Delta?
That's a very nice gesture. More. Write down another number. That's about 10 times that. And now we have a great conversation going. If you're going to buy me off, I said the rights part's confusing. Is that like a precursor, meaning hey, so please don't sue us. We're just doing a nice thing for you, and then we'll go to court later.
I'm going to read the quote.
Yeah.
This gesture has no strings attached and does not affect rights.
If you want to give me some money, I'll take the money.
I believe what they're saying is you can still sue us. We're just giving you $30,000 because we feel like.
Oh, that's different. Okay, that's actually nice. I thought this was hey, please don't sue. Here's $30,000.
I could be wrong, but what does that mean? What else does not affect rights mean?
That's what it means to me. Your right to do whatever you want.
I think this is just a gift so that you hate us less while you're suing us.
I'm going to take the gift, but we're also those going to be official notices from attorneys. Danny's is going to get something out of this. You know what I mean? 30K is nice. Thank you very much. I'll deposit it right away. We'll go about our business, but we're going to get paid for that.
So here's my question then to Danny Huhe.
Yeah.
Maybe we can go around the room here. If you knew that you would be okay, you could either be completely unharmed if you want to do it that way, or you could be one of the 21 people that went to the hospital that has subsequently been released with minor injuries. I'm going to assume, though, you would probably want to just be the guy with his cell phone that's inconvenienced and maybe sore and just went through this harrowing thing.
Yeah, now you could tell a story. You're that guy.
You might be on anxiety meds for the rest of your life. There's probably some ramifications still that you may not even know about yet. But you get $30,000 cash and you know you're okay. Are you doing it?
No. That amount has to be so much more. And I understand you're not even hurt. You said you was part of your statement there. The terror, the never feeling safe and comfortable again.
Can you get on a plane
again?
I
can never fly again. I can never have anyone that I care about fly again. All of it. Living through that, for me, some people would be fine. They brush it off. It's not a big deal. And God bless those people. I would wear that forever. There's going to have to be so much more money to change hands so that I only take the train or drive for the rest of my life.
So what's that number look like for you?
Millions. Millions of dollars.
So
yeah.
What you say this right before normally you say something offensive, I think. So no offense.
Oh, wow. I love this.
But you're an extremely cheap person, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's true.
One of the cheapest people I know.
Yep.
$30,000 cash, and you're going to be okay. And you're looking that gift horse in the mouth and saying no.
Swatting it away. No, I'd rather fly in comfort.
I think, again, guaranteed that I walk away and I'm fine. I think I would do it.
That's interesting to me.
I'm pretty sure.
Now, here's why I'm interested in that. Like, you are no offense, right? For playing.
Yes.
Like, things weigh on you. You know what I mean? Like, you think about the existential, you think about some of the big stuff, and there's a little weight that pushes down sometimes.
I'll stop you when you say something out of school.
And it would seem to me that would definitely fall in that category.
I think it would linger with your boy for a while.
Yeah, it would cranberries.
I think $30,000 is life-changing money.
It is? To me, the life changes that you live in fear for the rest of your life. Like, that's the change, and you got 30K.
There's no doubt my life changes for sure. But I think I could talk myself into, I don't know, I could be wrong. I mean, I'm already on anxiety medication.
That's what I'm saying.
I guess we'd have to turn up the medication, but
like the plane gets turned up, like the upside down,
right.
And here's 30,000, a little check.
I think I could maybe find a way to talk myself into the odds of it happening again being so minuscule. Like I have survived the thing that should have never happened that could have got me.
You beat your final destination.
Exactly.
In other words,
so now I'm double safe of something happening again.
Good for you.
I got struck by lightning and survived. I can't get struck by lightning twice.
I hear that. I also know that's not how my mind works. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I understand the point. Odds wise, you're less likely to have your plane flip over again. But that fear would live with me forever. Like forever. Something like that happening.
All right, I'm going to up the number to 50K. And you're still saying no.
No.
I'm saying yes. Toby, you get 50,000. You're going to survive. But you've got to have the plane flip and go through that harrowing experience.
No, I'm good.
You're out?
Like we talked about this before the show. I need the company to feel it. That ends up being like $4 million. You got to be forking over like $10 million.
For the record, you're still suing if you want to. This is just, are you in this hypothetical opting into that flight for $50,000 cash?
Nope, it's got to be more.
Because the other thing I would say is this: I'm now going to pick nits. I mean, this is going to sound bad. This is a terrible thing that happened. It's not like they crashed and landed in the water. Like they landed on the ground and then flipped upside down, and for a while were like roller coaster style. Buckled into their seats flying along the ground.
This isn't alpine skiing. Like, it's the most terrifying thing possible.
I get that.
Like, so and every time the plane, like the landing gear comes out, it'll be fine. It happened to me once before. That means I'm good. I can't believe you could just go on with your life like that.
I don't know that I could, but it sounds good now to say, yeah, 50K. Maybe I would regret it after the fact. Maybe I would be tormented.
We've talked about this, and they've gotten rid of this ride at King's Dominion. It's retired, but the Berserker, right? I've told you the story before.
I refuse to ride the Berserker.
Well, one time, like I went on a couple times, afraid of heights, I don't like it. Well, one time that thing got stuck and I was upside down and they couldn't get it working and it was up there for what seemed like an eternity. It was probably like a minute and a half, but in my mind, it was forever. All the blood rushed to my head. I have never been so afraid of anything in my life.
As now almost 40 and like I went on a little mini roller coaster with my kid and it was terrible. I'm like, I'm too big and fat and out of shape. Yeah. And I mean, being upside down, going along the ground would be awful.
And I'm just a kid. I was barely tall enough to ride the ride. And like my butt is off the seat, but that thing that like rests in on kind of your crotch that keeps you alive and keeps you from falling out of there. Went with my neighbors, Casey and Kurt. I'm sitting there in scream tears for hours. I can never do anything like that again.
Jupe in the YouTube chat says he will do it, but he needs Depends because he's probably going to leave some in the Depends, I believe, as it's happening. Clary, $30,000. You're going to be okay, but you got to go through the worst experience ever that could linger for years.
No doubt in my mind, I am taking that money, and hopefully I'll probably try to get some free flights out of it also. Like, this is a no doubt, in my opinion. Like, this is a no-brainer decision as a 25-year-old healthy guy here. I'm taking that $30,000. If you're offering me $25,000, okay, cool, no problem.
What's your low bar? 10K?
To do what just happened up in Toronto?
Yep.
At 10K, 5K,
7,500.
You do it for 5K?
Yeah,
$2,500.
I'd consider it. Yeah,
I mean that's ridiculous.
$1,000 and your plane flips over.
I mean, yeah, I survived. Maybe get a couple bumps and bruises. Get $1,000 out of it
for free in the story.
I mean, it'd be kind of a silly story to tell your grandkids.
All right, so he's now been disqualified.
Yeah, he's out.
So I'm not accepting him on my team if he's willing to do it for free. But man, oh man, $30,000 just seems like kind of an arbitrary number to throw out there.
Thank you so much. See you in court.
We'll see you at the Beltway Blitz coming up in just a few minutes. We got those tickets to Joe Coy on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is brought to you by Reynolds & Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. Big news in the NBA today. Spurs center Victor Wembanyama is expected to miss the rest of the season. He's dealing with deep vein thrombosis in his right shoulder. Other NBA news, Bucks forward Bobby Portis has been suspended 25 games for violating the NBA's anti-drug policy, and the Wizards will take on those Bucks tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, their first game back from the All-Star break. College hoops, number 20 Maryland hosting USC tonight. 8:30 tip-off on the Team 980. Big hockey game tonight. Four Nations face-off championship between the United States and Canada. Puck drop at 8 o'clock. The U.S. trying to replicate what they did on Saturday night, and they beat Canada 3-1 in Montreal tonight. 8 o'clock puck drop for the championship in Boston. USA head coach Mike Sullivan said that everyone's going to be available tonight. In baseball, Cubs and Dodgers, they are the first spring training game. Currently, the Dodgers up 3-2. In the third inning, scary moment early in the game. Bobby Miller took a comebacker off the head. He seems to be doing okay, though. The Nationals' first spring training game is going to be against the Astros on Saturday at 1 o'clock. You can hear the game over on the Team 980. Nats spring training live Sunday at 7 o'clock. Charlie and Dave chatting with center fielder Jacob Young and reliever Evan Reifert. You can hear that right here on The Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Congratulations, you're winning 2 tickets to see Joe Coy, Just Being Coy Tour, Saturday, February 22nd at Capital One Arena. 4 tickets and more event information. Go to thefandc.com/events. We will be giving away 1 more pair of Joe Coy tickets at Capital One Arena today. We'll do that at 5 o'clock when we're joined by John Buccigross of ESPN to look ahead to the Four Nations final tonight, a championship game between the United States and Canada.
This radio program right here, this is Grant and Danny. We're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
It is time for our Beltway Blitz. NFL on deck, Commanders in the hole. We start you off on the ice. Our buddy Stephen Wino of the Associated Press covers the National Hockey League. Swino, what a gigantic win for the NHL and for hockey. This Four Nations tourney's become championship game tonight. They cannot have predicted that it would have been this big.
No, GP, and it's been a smashing success, ratings-wise, interest-wise. The crowd in Montreal and the crowd in Boston tonight will probably be similar to that. But I knew how much the players cared just from talking to them in the lead up to this tournament and all that. But I think people needed to see it. I think they needed to see that it wasn't an all-star game, that it wasn't even like a World Cup of hockey sort of from 9 years ago. It felt like an Olympic Stanley Cup final atmosphere in all of these games. You've got J.J. Watt tweeting about it. I spoke to George Kittle, who was there in Montreal in person to support his good friend Philip Forsberg and Sweden, and it just feels like the entire sports world has been glued to this tournament.
So I know I didn't know much about it. I didn't quite understand what it was, and now I'm so in. I cannot wait for tonight. My question is, it sounds like, again, I'm ripping something. I'm not. Why do the players care as much as they do? I was kind of really surprised to see that, pleasantly so.
There's something about hockey and the tradition of representing your country in it that it's hard to explain, and that the players have been waiting so long for this. The last time you've had a best-on-best international hockey competition with all the best players in the world was 2016. That was almost 9 years ago at this point. The last time they've had a real full tournament without blended teams like that tournament did was the 2014 Olympics. You have an entire generation of players who've never done this before as adults. And I think all the buildup of time and just the fact of putting on a USA or a Canada or Sweden or a Finland jersey just brought something to these guys. You have players who are playing injured where they wouldn't be playing for their teams in the regular season. They're playing hurt, playing through injuries to be part of this tournament because playing internationally for their country matters so much to them.
Well said. So let's talk about tonight's game. We just saw the United States play Canada. The U.S. won by a couple of goals. I mean, how relevant is that first matchup to this one? Do you think we'll see any fights tonight? What do we need to know?
I don't think we'll see any fights. It's relevant in that it's the same two teams playing each other, and that there's certain things as a coaching staff and players you can glean from that. But a lot of things have changed since that game. The U.S. has lost number 2 defenseman Charlie McAvoy to a shoulder injury. Matthew and Brady Tkachuk are both playing through injuries that would probably knock them out if they were playing for the Florida Panthers and Ottawa Senators, respectively. The U.S. still has the better goaltender in this matchup in Connor Hellebuck against Canada and Jordan Binnington. But I think the teams are pretty even, and we saw that in that game where it really was a close game, 1-1. One bounce goes one way, or turnover by Sidney Crosby, actually, that led to the go-ahead goal, the third an empty netter. I think you have the two best collections of players you could possibly have from these countries on the ice, and I think you're going to see another spectacular game.
How are they going to do this from here on out? Because if I have to go watch an All-Star game next year, I'm going to be bored and irritated. Like, I need this in my veins, Swino. What are they going to do?
Well, the good news is a year from now, you have to worry about that. There will be an All-Star festivity. They're going to the Milano Olympics next year.
Right.
Let's knock on wood that unless a pandemic happens or something awful goes off the rails, that the players will be at the Milano Olympics next year, and the NHL and the NHLPA have already announced plans to do a World Cup of Hockey, a full one, not just 4 teams, but 8 teams. A lot of more questions to be answered in 2028. So the plan, Danny, is to do every other year a tournament of this kind, whether it's the Olympics in 26, a World Cup of Hockey in 28, the Olympics in the French Alps in 2030, and then a World Cup of Hockey in 2032, and just get in a routine of this. And you're going to have the All-Star games in the odd number of years because you really can't do this every year and have the same meaning to it. But they want to get on a regular schedule of this because now everyone's starting to see just how, and I've talked to Gary Bettman about this, how much the players care about representing their countries, and we're seeing it in the quality of play.
When you talk about the World Cup of Hockey, is that just basically this expanded? I mean, they call it 4 nations, obviously. That Russia wasn't allowed to participate, so it would be, Russia and who else? Like, what kind of expansion are we talking about?
Essentially, you'd have the 4 teams involved here. Russia, if Russia's allowed to play, depending on kind of world events at that point. The Czech Republic has enough players exclusively from the NHL, and I think some combination of Slovakia, Germany, Switzerland.
Would that be
Denmark.
non-NHL participation then?
There would be a lot of. There would need to be fill-in players, certainly from other countries, from other leagues in Europe to make that work. But I think the NHL is willing to sort of get players from those national leagues in Europe to take the same sort of break they do for the Olympics for a tournament like this. And when you have 8 teams on the ice, it's going to be just as intense as an Olympic tournament.
Swano, thank you, buddy. Looking forward to tonight, man. Thanks.
Thanks, guys. Enjoy it.
Appreciate you, buddy. Let's talk about the NFL. Reverend Mike Jones of The Athletic will talk about the NFL with us right now. Is T. Higgins going to still be in Cincinnati, or is this franchise thing inevitable?
I think he will be there. I do think the tag is probably the way that it's going to be. But they've got to pay Jamar Chase, and that's going to take a good amount of money. And that's probably going to be 35, 36 million a year. But if they do T. Higgins a second franchise tag, that's about 25-ish, 26-ish, which is a pretty decent rate for a top flight wide receiver, which he is. The injuries is the only thing with him. But Joe Burrow basically, he keeps dropping hints. He's trying to put pressure on them. He said, the Eagles pay everybody, pointing to the way that they retain their people. And he wants them to make sure they take care of both of his top wide receivers. And I think he's going to wind up getting his way.
Mike, I want to know both sides of this, but the team side and Aaron Rodgers' side, where do you think the interest is going to be for his next stop?
I don't know, man. I sent a text blast out late last week asking a bunch of different talent evaluators where they could see him going. One guy said the Raiders are retire. Another guy said the TV booth. Another guy said, why would you blow up your franchise for a maniac? And so there's not a lot of strong feelings that he can help a team. The teams that need quarterbacks are not close to competing, so it doesn't seem like that'd be appealing to him. The Raiders make some sense because they do have a good offensive line, young quality guys. They've got a 1,000-yard tight end. They've got, Jacoby Myers is a 1,000-yard receiver playing with two subpar quarterbacks. So maybe Pete Carroll would be a good fit there, although we hear, maybe Russell Wilson. But really, there's not anywhere else. We hear, kind of some chatter about the Rams, but that doesn't make any sense either. To go from Matthew Stafford, who's better than Aaron Rodgers, you find a way to get things done with Stafford. I just don't see a lot of spots that make sense for Aaron Rodgers.
So speaking of Stafford, do you think he stays a Ram? And if he doesn't, where does he go?
It'll be interesting to see where he goes if he doesn't. I think that they'll figure this thing out. He wants to finish his career there. They would like him there. If they don't have him, they would go younger, but those options are limited. So I think they find a way to get it done. Obviously, there's a little bit of concern in his camp that they are getting rid of Cooper Kupp, but they've done a good job of retooling their roster and remaining competitive. So they'll find ways to get this thing, still be stocked at that position. And so I think that they'll wind up, coming to a number that suits both of them.
Who do you think is going to be the Steelers' starting quarterback in Week 1?
I see Justin Fields. I think they let Russell Wilson go. Justin Fields showed something, and I think another year in that system and having that comfort and understanding, and them having an understanding of what he can do. I think that Najee Harris is going to be a free agent. They got to take care of him. They need a strong run game to support him, but I think that Justin Fields would be the guy for them.
I want to ask you a Washington question here. I know it's NFL at large, but the people, before they look at hardcore stuff, really do a deep dive into numbers. Washington's schedule next year looks more difficult on paper, more road games. Maybe there's an international one too. The word is out kind of on them, and nobody's looking past them in terms of as an opponent. Do you think this front office in general is going to be slow and steady wins the race? Kind of, the style of building through the draft and kind of not trying to go crazy, or hey, we're here now. Let's go with all the salary cap space and draft allotment. Let's be aggressive. Where do you see this front office going?
It's not going to be Dan Snyder fantasy football, but I think that they will be calculated. We saw them swing, for Marshawn Latimore because that was a position of need. I still, don't feel great about that acquisition, but I think that they are going to use a blend of the draft and free agency. They'll get some key veterans in free agency that'll really help them at key areas, and they're also going to use the draft to supplement them, their roster. That they've got to get better along the offensive line. You need to find another wide receiver to go opposite Terry McLaurin, tight end, their defense. You really have to be able to win in the trenches if you're going to go toe-to-toe with Philadelphia. So I think that they will be creative and be aggressive, but smart with it.
Mike, we appreciate you, brother. Be good.
All right, thanks. I'll see you guys.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, take care. Let's talk Commanders. Our buddy Michael Phillips of Odyssey Richmond and the Richmonder joins us now. Michael, why don't we start with the edge position? How much urgency should they be showing, whether it's a trade for Myles Garrett or somebody else, just based on the fact that it's a pretty thin free agent market at that position?
It is a very thin free agent market. Now, you maybe have an inside track with one of the Cowboys guys, right, is going to be a big deal. And that's an opportunity for Dan Quinn to use his connections. Adam Peters can use his connections as he did in bringing Cleveland Farrell in last year. But yeah, this is if you're ranking premium positions in the NFL, this is probably at least number 3 right now, guys who can get after the quarterback. There are some places you can build in the draft and in free agency. There are some places where it's just really, really hard to do in a fiscally responsible manner, and that's one of those positions.
You've got to bet all the art you own in your Phillips Gallery collection, right? Very expensive, like high money stuff, right? As it's one of the things that, as part of your portfolio. On if Brandon Coleman starts more games at left tackle or somewhere else on the line next year, what are you betting on?
I'm betting left tackle. I'm even putting the weird abstract art that costs a lot of money and nobody's sure why. I'm going left tackle. I think you look at the history of offensive linemen coming from college to pro, they make jumps year 1 to year 2. I think back to Morgan Moses, right? And everybody was yelling that he was a bum after his first year. Second year, he looked like an NFL starter. Now he's still in the league. I mean, look at Mekhi Becton resurrecting his career in Philly this year. Offensive lineman is not a position where you drop rookies in and they play well, which is to say, he played well last year. He held his own. Nobody was going to confuse him for an all-pro left tackle, but he certainly did well enough. And that tells me that give him an offseason, give him the opportunity to grow and to learn, and he could be even better next year. And I think they like him a lot in that starting role, and they're going to give him a chance to win it.
Michael, you get to bring one of the two back. Zach Ertz or Bobby Wagner? Who are you bringing back?
This is a fascinating question, Grant. I've given this thought because from a playing perspective, it's Ertz. That's a position where you're really not ready to, load somebody up to be the primo tight end. He was a safety blanket for your quarterback. And, my general gut says do everything in the lens of what's best for Jaden Daniels. But in that lens, I think the answer is Bobby Wagner. And I think it's got nothing to do with his play on the field. You remember, he was the one who rallied the locker room together in the middle of that losing streak, called the meeting, got everybody back on the same page. He's the one everybody looked to. He struck up a very nice friendship with Jaden. And I think that stuff, honestly, next year is going to be just as important as the on-field stuff because they're going to be just stupid high expectations. Like all these radio folks like you and me are going to yell like, they should make the Super Bowl. And they're going to be dealing with that every time they lose. I think he is a tremendous asset in that department.
Miguel, do you care if they play an international game? Talking about Washington doesn't do anything for me. It's just a different time I have to watch them. But some folks are excited about it. Some folks don't care. Where are you?
If I'm there, I'm excited about it. I'll go. There's certain places I'm more excited about than others. We can do the power ranking of places we want to go on the international schedule. It's fun for the fans. This is something Jaden's going to have to deal with, though, in year two. It's not just the international game, Danny, but he's going to be playing Thursday nights and Monday nights and 8 p.m.s and, all those things that come with being really good. I mean, look, Patrick Mahomes played 6 days of the week this year. Jaden's not at that level yet, but, Thanksgiving in Dallas, that's probably on the table, and that's a brutal week, the short week with the travel. That's going to be a part of being a national commodity, and it's going to be one of the real storylines this year is how they react to it.
Michael, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you. You watching USA Canada tonight?
Wouldn't miss it. Let's go.
Gonna be fun.
I'm going to watch Miracle a few times. We're going to fire this thing up.
I heard you were rooting for Canada. Why is that?
Hey, 9 times out of 10, Grant, they might win that game, but not tonight. Tonight is our night.
Whose time is it?
We skate with them. Tonight is our time. Michael, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Take care, guys.
See you, bud. Be good. I've got proof that you shouldn't eat salad and that eating salad could be a danger to you.
We have long espoused this position, and we now know.
Also, PFF ranked their top 100 players from last season. Where did Jaden Daniels come in? We're going to tell you next on Grant and Danny. It's your boy GP. As I've always said, you should definitely eat salad.
You got to do it.
Everybody loves salad. I'm a salad guy. What's up? I am on the weight loss train with my friends at Copair. This is the old EMP 180 with a new name. I got on their program. You get a coach like I have with Kurt. You go in every single week. You have weigh-ins. You talk about some things coming up in your life that could be problem areas. You game plan for those issues so that you continue to lose weight. I'm on their medications as well, their injections. Although 59% of their new 106.7 The Fan listeners that are joining have chosen not to do those. That's fine. Everyone can create their own program.
That's the beauty of it. There's no one fix. There's no one pill. You've seen every ad. You've seen every different way to try things. You've tried to do it on your own. You've run into roadblocks or challenges. Everybody does. That's what makes Copair so great is they have, as Grant said, a game plan for you to how to deal with all of your pitfalls, your challenges, your bad habits, to turn them into good ones. I'm excited to be back on the train myself.
Yeah, Copair does such a good job. They coach you up. They get you what you need. How long have you been on the program here, Danny?
This is finishing my first week.
Attaboy.
Yeah.
He's with me now. So get with me, get with Danny, and do this thing. 855-888-0180, 855-888-0180, COPARE health.com.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Big news in the association today. Spurs center Victor Wembanyama is expected to miss the rest of the season. He's dealing with deep vein thrombosis in his right shoulder. Bucks forward Bobby Portis has been suspended 25 games for the NBA's anti-drug policy, and the Wizards will take on the Bucks tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, their first game back from the All-Star break. College hoops, number 20, Maryland, taking on USC tonight at home. 8:30 tip-off. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Also in college sports, Texas and USC are joining Nebraska and canceling their spring games for their college football teams this upcoming season. In hockey, Four Nations face-off tonight. It's a championship between the United States and Canada. 8 p.m. puck drop. USA coach Mike Sullivan said that everyone's going to be available tonight. In baseball, the Nationals will have their first spring training game against the Astros on Saturday at 1 o'clock. You know that game over on the Team 980. On Sunday at 7 o'clock, Nats spring training and live. Charlie and Dave chatting with center fielder Jacob Young as well as reliever Evan Reifert. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
So, Danny, people have been telling you for a long time, I'm sure, that you need to eat more salad, right?
It's been a constant battle with everyone.
Here's your new rebuttal.
All right.
Could kill you. You could die eating that salad. It could directly lead to your death. How about this? Headline. A salad cost Dodgers pitcher Dustin May his season and almost his life. Now, I know almost is doing some heavy lifting there.
But
wait for it.
Wait.
Last year, the guy's eating salad. A piece of lettuce gets stuck in his throat, essentially. He has to, throw some water into the throat and start gargling and doing some stuff, and he's trying to, wash it down. Leads to, an intense pain going down in his chest. And eventually, after some burning in his stomach for a few seconds, it goes away. He gets home. He tells his wife about the experience.
You're like, hey, this is weird.
This was a strange thing that happened.
Mm-hmm.
I had some lettuce stuck kind of in the back of my throat. I tried to get it down. It was painful in my throat. Then it was painful in my stomach. But eventually, it was a nothing burger. And he said he's not a worrier. He's not a guy that worries after something happens, which is the opposite of me. I have a little pain in my leg. I'm like, here it goes.
This is it.
This is the widowmaker.
I read about this.
There's a tinkling in my feet. This is the heart attack starting in my toes and going to my chest. Every little creak in my body is like, wait a second, that was it, right? Something terrible's happening.
Mm-hmm.
I guess he's the opposite. So he went home and he was not going to think about it at all. Luckily, he's married to a girl kind of like me, where she was a little bit more of a worrier. And she was like, that's very odd, Dustin. Are you sure you just want to move on with your day, Carrot Top? You know what this guy looks like?
Yeah, 7'1", 81 pounds, arms and legs everywhere like an octopus.
The reddest afro you've ever seen in your life with big red beard, just a very goofy looking guy. He's Carrot Top with a big red beard. And she's like, Carrot Top, are you sure you want to just move on with your life right now? Are you sure we don't want to go look at this and then you could go out to Vegas and do comedy shows for 40 years and not look that great when
Grateful.
Grant sees you on Radio Row? So anyway.
Do you have any props with you?
Exactly. So he gets talked into going to urgent care or whatever to check on this. And thank God he did. Because they found out that in a complete freak accident, the tiny piece of lettuce that got caught in his throat tore his esophagus so badly, he needed emergency surgery. And if he didn't have the surgery, it would have led to potentially some kind of major backup and leaking and something I don't know about and I can't explain, but possibly his death because he ate salad. And so this is me telling all of you, enough with the salad. Tell Big Salad to leave you alone. Back to you, Danny.
I've never had an incident like this solidify my view so crystally.
Yeah.
Crystally, if it's even a word, I don't even know if it is or not. But this is it. I didn't know specifically. I just know that salad sucks. It does. Every piece of lettuce is a waste of time. It's not even good nutritional value. I get it if you're forcing me to eat some spinach or some arugula or something else that's terrible that's Pizza Hut uses as garnish at the Pizza Hut salad bar or the pizza bar. I get it. I'm supposed to be doing it. It tastes terrible. Lettuce doesn't even help you. It's out there just silently trying to kill folks.
Danny?
Yep.
He ate a salad and he almost died.
There you go.
You understand
Yes.
that if he just would have stuck to donuts, he'd have been fine.
He'd have been fine, especially with his metabolism.
Have you ever eaten a donut and almost died because it ripped your esophagus apart? Not me. Now, I have eaten a donut or 2 or 3
Mhm.
or 56 or 191 or 1,213. It's never ripped my esophagus. So I figured we could just name some foods that are better for you than salad by the standard of Dustin May almost dying.
Oh.
I'll give you an example.
Okay. Help me. I'm trying to get in the right frame. What do you mean?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
I'm going to
here?
help you right now.
Yeah.
A large value meal from McDonald's. A double
Oh, I
cheeseburger
see.
with a large fry. I'm going to get a 4-piece nugget on the side and a Diet Coke. You know what's not going to happen? It's not going to tear my esophagus. I know this because I do it a lot, and it's never torn my esophagus. If so facto, better for you than that salad. Danny?
I think I see what you're talking about here.
Mm.
Okay. What about a spicy chicken sandwich meal from Chick-fil-A with a side of nuggets with Chick-fil-A sauce, Polynesian sauce, just to vary the. So I'm majoring in Chick-fil-A
helps
sauce.
it get down the esophagus smoothly.
Exactly. That's like the thing about it. And then so it's basically 2 Chick-fil-A sauces, then 1 Polynesian to go back and forth, and a milkshake.
Well, that lubricates the esophagus.
Yeah. That's not milkshakes. They can't tear your esophagus.
Darius, what's a better food for you than salad based on Dustin May almost dying on this piece of lettuce?
Oh, man. I mean, there's just so few options out there of things that are better for you than salad, right? I will go with my favorite personally would be let's just say, I don't know, a burger combo from Five Guys. You go to Five Guys, you get a nice double cheeseburger.
Mm-hmm.
You'll have a side of fries. Now it'll be a lot of fries because Five
Sounds
Guys
like me
gives
and
you so many
Darius are eating
fries.
the same meal. I mean, this is the one I just went with.
What's that? You going?
But you went for it from a specific
Very
place.
specifically,
Right.
yes.
Are you going Cajun fry? Is that
But
something
a
you do?
burger and fries is better for you than salad, it would sound like.
Of course, you're getting Cajun fries. That'd be ridiculous if not.
Right.
And then wash that down with a nice cold beverage from the Coca-Cola machine.
Oh, Coca-Cola Classic?
Sure.
Of course.
Coca-Cola is definitely better for you than salad.
You ever do a side of hot dog when you go there?
Ooh, I've done a side of grilled cheese.
Yeah. Oh, that's good too.
Mhm. Yeah.
Never choked on that.
Mm-mm.
No esophagus problems there.
Did not tear my esophagus. No.
Toby, you could have a salad or what? And you'd make the healthy decision, I'm sure.
Yeah, so I think you have to be careful here because there is a potential danger, but I think we're all smart enough to understand that you don't eat the bone when you have some chicken wings.
No, you do not.
But I think for us that are smart enough, I think that's a little bit of a healthier option. Maybe, if you prefer ranch or blue cheese, that helps coat the esophagus on the way down. The sauce also is going to give you a little bit of extra. So
Smart.
I think, that's the way I'm going to go.
Now, this is fried or grilled?
Oh, fried.
Twice fried, probably.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit easier.
I think the more you fry it, the better on the esophagus.
100%.
Right? Like, if you fry it multiple times and it gets nice and crunchy, I've always heard that's good for the
It's
esophagus.
better for your esophageal tract.
That's really interesting. Ryan?
I think I'm going to go with the pizza. A hot oil pizza from a local establishment here. And then I'm walking across the street and I'm getting a slice of cheesecake as well. I think that's going to soothe the esophagus. And I think things will go down smoothly.
That's smart because in case it's inflamed from the initial pizza, then you're like, let me just calm it right down with some cheesecake.
I wonder if Ryan has any specific pizza places in mind to go get his pizza on his first date.
He does.
No, nothing?
He does.
Pizza and cheesecake, better for you than salad.
Mhm.
But remember, he was just trying to make a healthy decision, this guy.
Yeah, he was.
So that in 50 years, maybe he's got a little less side fat. Like, that was kind of what he was thinking
Right.
about. And he almost died because of
I
it.
got to throw my 98-mile-an-hour sinkers in the show. I better eat some lettuce, said the fool.
Steve and Manassas, you're on Grant and Danny. What's up?
Guys, Taco Bell, chimichanga, esophagus safe.
Smart.
I've never eaten Taco Bell, so I can definitely tell you it's never bothered my esophagus. But Danny, I know you're a big Taco Bell.
Huge. So what the chimichanga is, Jeeps, is imagine a burrito, which you can imagine. So that's your tortilla.
That's one of
filled
those
with a bunch
names
of
of
stuff.
foods, by the way, that I avoid because of the name.
Yeah, you don't know what it is.
I don't know what it means, so I'm out.
Right. Which is, again, just a huge mistake on your part. We'll work on that. Imagine a burrito with whatever you want in there. You like meat, you like some cheese.
We'll
you like
do meat, cheese,
Great.
and rice.
Great.
Nothing else.
Done. Now, wrap it up real nice and tight. Fry it. Now that's fried.
That's a chimichanga?
That's a chimichanga.
That sounds amazing.
I know. That's what that is.
Is it only meat, cheese, and rice?
Whatever you want in that burrito, that's yours.
But can you go through the drive-through line and say what you want in it? I'd imagine at Taco Bell it's already got lettuce and tomato.
It's
and
going to have some stuff.
Weird beans
What
and crap.
yeah. You lose me with that part. But yeah, you could probably go up to the counter and tell them you want it a certain way.
What I would say is I just need something that's good for my esophagus.
Yeah, and
Do you have any?
We're getting away from the main point. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Like the fried burrito, aka the chimichanga.
I'm just trying to be healthy.
You're trying to be esophagus safe on
I'm
the show.
trying to be safe. If nothing else on this show, we're pro esophagus. Eric in Orange, how are you?
Hey, Bob.
Hey, Bob.
Hi, Robert.
I'm going to go ahead and go with Darius's actual favorite, which would be a nice egg roll with a side of pita chips.
He knows this guy.
Very good.
He knows this guy.
Very good. Yeah, Darius went burger and fries. He could have gone egg rolls and pita chips.
I really think if Darius entered an egg roll eating contest, he could win it.
So actually, by the way, just if we could say this real quick.
Sure.
I think egg rolls. I was thinking deviled eggs the whole time I was saying that. He said egg rolls.
Yeah, egg rolls.
Darius picked those in that draft. Okay, well then I can't make my point. I was going to say deviled eggs need some kind of crunchy food put on top of them to really make them sing.
A little fried shallot right on top of there.
It could be that.
Something
Yes,
like that?
I think that works. It needs texture, but I really like a crispy piece of bacon.
Oh,
is the best. You just put it right on top.
Okay.
But I need something crunchy on top of my deviled eggs. But back to the caller's
To protect
point,
your esophagus.
I think that's an esophagus-friendly order. Deviled eggs definitely better than salad for your esophagus.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, again, based on did Dustin May almost die from a deviled egg, or in this case, a egg roll?
No, we can confirm that he did not.
Then what are we talking about?
Exactly.
Matt in Stafford, how are you?
Great. I went to Pizza Hut, and it smelled really good.
Mm-hmm.
And I walked up to the salad bar, and I walked past the lettuce,
Mm-hmm.
and I just got some cottage cheese and bacon bits. It's really good for you. And I got a pan pizza, large pepperoni pan pizza, extra pepperoni, extra cheese, extra baked. It's really good for you. I just want to share those health tips.
No, I appreciate that.
Sounds amazing.
Yeah, it's like you find what works for you, and then you live that way. That's what you do.
He went to my salad order.
Yeah, the salad bar that's a play.
My entire childhood, you go to Pizza Hut after you get good grades or you have any kind of positive event in
Do
your
the
life.
reading book plan, the whole deal.
The Paulsons are going to Pizza Hut. We're getting a table, party of 6. A little 6 top there right near the salad bar. And GP's walking over. And he's getting a big-ass bowl of cottage cheese and putting bacon bits right in it. There will be no lettuce in this salad.
That's a salad, bro.
There will be cottage cheese and bacon bits. Esophagus friendly, unlike lettuce, by the way. I just want to survive. That's what I got 3 kids at home. I'm thinking about their health and their future.
Thank you.
Dustin May should start doing the same.
Yeah, you got, it's not just about you anymore, man. You're a grown up.
Joe's in Ashburn. Hello, Joe.
Hey, Joe.
Hey guys, come on! You got to think out of the box here, right? So, what about a plant-based burger with a side of steamed or squash or something?
Interesting. That sounds deadly to me.
To me, that sounds like it would burn your esophagus.
Like I know what you're saying, but there's too much. I don't know if they're related to lettuce. Like I don't know if they're cousins. I don't know if they're distant cousins.
They
I
also
don't know if they're
sound
related
hot.
at all.
What if they burn your esophagus?
That's an impossible burger. That sounds impossible. Like you know what I'm saying? Like, nope.
It sounds impossible to be good for your esophagus.
Oh, thank you.
I'll tell you that much. Bobby in Alexandria.
Hey, Bobby.
How are you?
What's happening, guys? How are you?
Good, man.
We're great.
So I'm thinking, like, to myself, the best thing is like a chicken pot pie from KFC.
Oh, sure.
Do they have that on the menu?
Oh, they do. And it's good. And then you take 5 nuggets of original recipe, stick it beside that, throw a little hot sauce on it, and then you take a Diet Coke and wash it on down. It's all good.
And you think that's better for you than going for the salad, right?
Oh, you damn right.
It's safer.
I'm not eating salad.
Yeah, it's safer.
Because you're worried about the esophagus situation.
Yeah, because everything's sliding down. Easy.
Yeah.
Easy.
He makes a good point.
You see what I'm saying?
That Diet Coke with the pot pie.
Wash
and the
it right
chicken,
down.
It doesn't get caught in your throat.
You know what you sleep on is the KFC mac and cheese bowl.
I do.
That's mac and cheese with the chicken right on top.
Did you know they had a pot pie? Darius was nodding like, of course they have a pot pie.
Oh,
yeah. I didn't know about that. Now, I would never order it because I'm too busy ordering what I like, which is chicken strips, mashed potatoes. And I do my bit where I use the chicken strips as if they're a fork, and I dip them into the mashed potatoes. It's the greatest move.
You're basically talking about a pot pie. Now you add a pie crust to it.
That's the issue.
Pie crust.
Talking to me about a pie crust.
Yeah.
Remember that.
Right.
Jake is in Fredericksburg. Anything better than salad in terms of health stuff?
What's up, Grand Danny? How y'all doing today?
I'm great, buddy.
Good, man.
Yeah, I think just everything from the Costco food court. Got a piece of pizza, a hot dog, chicken bake.
Oh, chicken bake. By the way, the Costco food court. Can we hear it for the Costco
food court, everybody?
I was just the other day went to Costco, got a pizza for the family. Me and my son are there. He's like, "Can I get ice cream?" I'm like, "Sure." He's like, "Can I get a cookie?" I'm like, pull my arm.
Okay.
Twist my arm. He's like, "Can I get a chicken bake?" I'm like, this little guy's gonna finish a chicken bake.
Yeah.
You bet, son. You can have a chicken bake. Anything else you want, bud? The Costco food court place.
Of course it does. And I think it was recently they said, "Yeah, we ain't changing." There was some rumor.
They've had the same price. Their hot dog, I think, costs $1.50.
Yep.
And it has cost that for like 42 years or whatever since they've been open.
That's their bit.
That's their move. The large pizza that I got for my family, which is just a giant, delicious pepperoni pizza, was like $11.82. It's the most economical dinner you can have is the Costco food court. It's crazy.
And you got a big screen TV.
On top of that, yes. Or a go-kart or whatever.
Right.
But on top of all of those things, your esophagus does not get harmed.
That's the key point. Bring it back home.
So if I could just circle back to say, be careful with the salad stuff, the lettuce and the all that kind of.
Sure.
The supposedly healthy stuff is what's going to get you.
Dangerous.
Maybe the other stuff kills you in a long time. Salad might kill you right now.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
That's all we're saying.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Jaden Daniels ranked where by PFF in their top 100. And in 15 minutes, John Butchie-Gross of ESPN on tonight's USA-Canada matchup.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my pals at Ted Britt Ford. Little extended President's Day sales event still going at Ted Britt Ford right now. How about a couple of these deals? Let me tell you about them. F-150 from Ted Britt Ford. Your F-150 HQ, Fairfax and Chantilly. How about up to $12,000 off the MSRP plus super low 3.9% APR for 60 months. 2024 Bronco Raptor up to $16,000 off the MSRP. How about a 2025 Explorer? Over $6,400 off the MSRP. Plus, this is a plus now, no payments for 90 days, or you can plug in just like I do. How about $11,000 off the MSRP on a new an F-150 Lightning, or up to $7,445 off the MSRP, or a Mustang Mach-E, just like the one I got, and I love that car. 0% APR for 72 months. And check this out. Ted Britt Ford, they're going to go ahead and cover the installation on your new home charger. Can't beat that with a bet. Go see my guys at Ted Britt Ford. As I said, Fairfax, Chantilly, click away at tedbritt.com. And when you go, do me a personal favor. It'll make them happy. Just let them know that Danny sent you.
Looking forward to talking to John Butchie-Gross at the top of the hour from ESPN on tonight's USA-Canada hockey matchup for a championship in the Four Nations that everybody's been talking about. When I think hockey and ESPN, I think Butchie-Gross, so that'll be fun to catch up with him. By the way, we do have 2 tickets to see Joe Coy. We'll give those away in 12 minutes right at the top when we get back in the 5 o'clock segment. Danny, PFF put together their top 100. They had to do it a little different. You know, everyone has their own deal. They did their top 101. I think just to spice it up.
Just to let everyone know they're not the same as everyone else.
3 commanders ranked in their top 100. I will tell you guys where all 3 ranked. I think you already know this, Danny. But let's say you don't know where they ranked. Where would you have thought they might come in? Terry McLaurin, Bobby Wagner, and Jaden Daniels all made the list. So in a top 100 players in the NFL, where would be a reasonable range for Terry McLaurin?
So I would have thought 70, 75 for McLaurin.
All right, so McLaurin was actually a little better than that. He came in at 66, which coming off of 13 touchdowns and a franchise record last year, he's starting to get his flowers.
Which is good.
That's awesome. Well-deserved. Everyone's talking about him as one of the better receivers in the league at the end of the year. I'm thrilled for him. Bobby Wagner, the ageless wonder in his 30s, yet another 100-tackle season, back to the Pro Bowl again.
So I would have gotten this incredibly wrong. You tell me, oh, Bobby Wagner, a handful of years ago, top 10, top 20, whatever. I would have said in the 90s probably for him.
I would have guessed probably 70s, to be honest, or 80s, because what you're saying, there are some areas of his game, speed, lateral quickness, that kind of stuff.
Just can't be the same as they were.
Just slowing down a little bit. He came in at 41.
41, dude.
The 41st best player in the NFL, according to PFF. Now, this is their grading, and they were very, very high, as you can tell, on Bobby Wagner this year. They had him the highest graded inside linebacker in football for much of the year, which leaves us with just Jaden Daniels among the commanders that ranked in the top 101. And this is too low for me, but where would you have thought top 100 players in the league this year, where does Daniels come in?
I actually would have said right around here, right around 20. Because you think about the best at every position in the sport is probably going to make your top 20, right? Top 22. Like you have starters on both sides of the ball, if that makes any sense. So I would have said he's a top player, but is he better than the best center, better than the best left tackle, better than the best whatever? So I would have guessed in between 20 and 25.
So he came in at 20. But the reason I didn't think that same way is, like, I'm not putting the best center over the 5th best quarterback. I mean, there is added value to the position. There's more import to the position. And when they do the terrible exercise that we never talk about, like the let's rank the top 100 players in the league bit, obviously there's going to be like 7 quarterbacks in the top 15 or whatever. I just thought as a top 5-ish QB, if you're ranking the top 101 players in the NFL this season, that he would have been up there. Now they're obviously going based on their grading. And
exactly.
all those
Which
things.
is why if it's a popularity contest, the first 6 guys are quarterbacks or MVP voting or whatever. Yeah.
Even still, I guess they just did it by the numbers of like, what was your number grade? That's possible. But I would have thought he was higher than 20 because there were not 19 players better than Jaden Daniels this football season, in my opinion. You are really hard-pressed to find 19 guys when it comes to, I'm not talking MVP voting or anything like that, but just generally that were better at what they do than Daniels was at quarterback this year. But I don't pick nits over lists like this or care that much. Just throwing it out there that 3 commanders via PFF were in the top 100. Frankie Louvu on the outside looking in would be the only guy that I would have said, not knowing what their grading was for him all year long, probably was deserving of a top 100 type nod based on the season he had.
So we don't know 1 through 10 yet. Again, doesn't matter all that much. I think your point stands. But just by way of example, there is nobody 11 through 30 that's also a quarterback. So the way that they did it clearly is the grade is the grade. So if for example, Trent McDuffie, cornerback for Kansas City, graded slightly higher than Cameron Hayward, so it's 16 and 17 respectively. They don't care about your position, which is why I like this a little bit more than the who's right now or top 100 this minute or player voting for that guy. Like those are the things I don't take anywhere near seriously.
Yeah, I'm all the way out. I think Daniels was 4th or 5th in the PFF QB grades, which means Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen are still coming in that top 10.
Yep.
Because they were their top 3 highest graded passers or quarterbacks, I should say. Not really about throwing the ball, but QBs this season. But yeah, I just generally, any list that has some type of quantifiable element to it, where it is analytical in nature and not just the opinion of guys who are playing during all the games. Like, there's nothing to me more useless than that top 100 list that the players vote on for the NFL Network every year. And to our credit, hopefully, but maybe other people would disagree. Like, we just don't talk about it on the show because To me, it's like Madden grades. I'll mute that on social media so I never have to see the NFL 100. I just don't care about that list that much. Does it mean that I don't in any way care what players think about their peers? No, but that's not the best list. Like, people that watch the games put together the best list. People that play in the games at 1:00 when there's 12 other games going on are not watching the game, and they'll watch the tape, but you get super influenced by, your buddies telling you who's great and who isn't, and just the storylines of the league, and that guy's a dog and that guy's a baller. And next thing you know, the stories grow and grow about players. Give me people who are studying it analytically and a little further removed generally.
So I'm more obsessed with this than I think you are, and I think that's perfectly fair. Bobby Wagner ahead of Fred Warner, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Quentin Nelson. Some of the who's who in this league
they love
of stars, and Will Anderson. You can go up and down the list, like ballers that you would take in a heartbeat. Bobby Wagner graded better than all of those guys.
My
Amazing.
perception on that is that their grading is about the play you made, not the play you didn't. And that's not completely true, but what I mean by that is, like, defensively, you only get an error if you misplay the baseball. But if you're a shortstop and I'm a shortstop and I only committed 2 errors, but I only got to 14 balls and you got to 23 balls, but they said you had 7 errors.
But I kicked a couple
because you had a lot more range. Like, I think those other guys get to more balls than Bobby Wagner. I just think when he gets there, he fields it clean. That's kind of my logic on their grading. Let's talk to John Bucci-Gross next. The USA is playing Canada tonight in the Four Nations Championship. It's going to be on ESPN. He'll be a big part of the coverage. He's joining us on Grant and Danny. We're also giving away those Joe Coy tickets on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is presented by IT Cadre. Trusted insight from trusted insiders, itcadre.com. Big hockey game tonight. USA-Canada for the Four Nations Face-Off Championship coming up at 8 o'clock. USA coach Mike Sullivan says everyone's going to be available tonight. John Brucci-Gross from ESPN set to join us in just a few moments to talk about that game. College hoops tonight, number 20 Maryland taking on USC at home, 8:30 tip-off. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Also in college sports for college football, Texas and USC are joining the likes of Nebraska and canceling their spring game. In the NBA, Spurs center Victor Wembanyama is expected to miss the rest of the season. He's dealing with deep vein thrombosis in his right shoulder. The Mavericks announced that Anthony Davis is making progress to return. He suffered a left adductor strain on February 8th. He's going to be reevaluated in 2 weeks. Bucks forward Bobby Portis has been suspended 25 games for violating the NBA's anti-drug policy. The Wizards will take on the Bucks tomorrow night at 7 o'clock as they return from the All-Star break. In the NFL, Eagles center Cam Jurgens had a back procedure to alleviate nerve pain that he was playing through in the playoffs, and the Saints are hiring Eagles quarterback coach Doug Nussmeier as their new offensive coordinator. He worked with their new head coach Kellen Moore in Philadelphia. This update is brought to you by IT Cadre. IT Cadre's trusted insight is helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Caller 10 at 800-636-1067. You're going to win a pair of tickets right now to see Joe Coy. The Just Being Coy Tour is coming to D.C. in Capital One Arena Saturday, February 22nd. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. We're taking you up to 6:30, 90 minutes out on the Fan. We're getting ready for a big night in sports and a huge night in hockey. The United States of America, Canada playing in this Four Nations Championship game that we are giddy about. And we're really fired up to actually talk to our next guest on the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. It's John Bucci-Gross of ESPN, who's all over their hockey coverage. One of my favorite people to hear talk about the game of hockey. John, thanks so much for a few minutes in D.C. How are you?
Doing great. It's a big night for hockey fans and a good night for even casual sports fans and looking for something to watch in the dead of winter, and it should deliver.
So, Bucci, what did you think when you first heard about this Four Nations tourney idea, and just how surprised are you by how massive this has become in short order here?
Yeah, I knew it would be intense. I knew it would be nothing like the All-Star game. You know, the NHL sends its players to Las Vegas just before training camp opens in September. They call it the Players Tour. One player from each team, sometimes a couple from a couple teams, and we're there. We sit down, interview all of them, get some on-ice stuff for our pregame opens and things like that. Just get a lot of content for us visually and for interviews. We look down the line and ask them questions about stories that we could, since we have them all there. It's a good way to get start of the season, a nice inventory of stuff. And that was one of the questions we asked just about every player was, you know, how much are you looking forward to the Four Nations being named on the team, and do you think they'll take it seriously? And to a man, they all thought it would be intense, very, very, it would get their attention. And so I was not surprised. I thought going into the tournament, I said there would be fights. I said there's going to be injuries, which is going to impact teams when the NHL regular season begins. And I knew there'd be a fight or two. So, but that being said, just how it's kind of captured the imagination of the sporting public. Some hockey fans weren't sure. Now they're convinced. And then some other fans just kind of catching on to the patriotic vibe, a little bit of politics, but more just kind of, a nice rivalry to have. And it just, obviously it's Olympic type Stanley Cup playoff intensity, which fans crave for, especially these sports like baseball and basketball and hockey that has so much inventory. There's games on just about every night. None of them really feel that special as a result. Football, that's its great model is it's once a week. It's scarcity. So you look forward to each one. Your battery's constantly being recharged. With the other sports, it's hard to create these kinds of real meaningful things outside of the playoffs. So to do this in the middle of winter when hockey really is at its peak and it's cold and
and you're inside watching TV, it came at a perfect time for the NHL and for the hockey fan.
John, when do you think hockey, the NHL, Batman, and everybody included, knew what they had?
Yeah, I think they were a little scared about some of the ticket sales, up until even a month or two ago, because again, I don't think the fans, it probably wasn't marketed very well by everybody, and they didn't realize it was going to be, we could have had some really like violent promos of fights and blood and things like that to really sell this thing. They probably try to shy away from that, but that's part of the appeal to hockey is the danger, is the violence, is the physicality. It's why we love football. Hockey takes it to another level with bare knuckle fighting and some blood from high sticks and stuff, not on purpose, but just that the blocking of shots, and it's a sport that really translates well. And so I think obviously for the NHL they kind of saw this coming, and then the Team USA, the USA Canada game itself and that night, it just paid it all off. So the momentum was building. They could kind of feel it after night one. But I'm sure definitely their expectations have been far exceeded.
John Butcher-Gross with us here on Grant and Danny. So you lead me to my question, John. I am among the casuals, I would say. I think the hardcore hockey folks, hockey's on television, so they're in. I don't think this was explained very well. I don't have a better way to say it than that, whether it's promos or otherwise. I kept kind of asking, like, what is this? Like, when the NBA did it's an in-season tournament, but you can win the regular season, but you're still doesn't change the seating for and I go, the court's different. I don't really know what this is, and I'm a simpleton. I need something explained to me, like what's the significance of it? I know what the Olympics are. I know what a world championship is, but I didn't get this. And as soon as I saw it, I went, oh my God, I'm in. And I feel like maybe, I don't say they missed the boat because it's been a sensation, but I feel like they could have done a better job there. Expand on that.
Yeah, that's probably true. Like, for some of our games now, the last month or so, we've given like a little kind of a primer. Here's what happens. You get 3 points for a regulation win, 2 points for, an overtime win, 1 point for an overtime loss. And, we kind of did a little primer, but we didn't really sell the spirit maybe and soul of the tournament. Like I said, showing the previous Miracle on Ice, showing 1996 when Keith Kachuk and Claude Lemieux are fighting. Like, this is what's going to happen in this tournament. There's going to be fights between NHL stars. There's going to be this all-out physicality and body checking that you don't see in an all-star game, and you really don't see in a regular season game anymore like this, because they just can't. They play too many games. Their bodies would be destroyed. Hockey really should be played once a week if you want the absolute best games. Play once a week and then give these guys 6 days to heal up like they do in football. Then they would have these huge physical games. But again, it's not the case. There's a lot of inventory. So yeah, I just think they could have sold the soul of the game more, equated it to the Stanley Cup playoffs and to Olympic hockey, although better than Olympic hockey because these are NHL rules. You can have fights. You can't have fights in the Olympics. So this is like Stanley Cup playoff, stuff with an Olympic type of patriotism, but one step forward, there's NHL rules completely, and we can have fights, and we can have this incredibly hard hitting, and NHL referees who kind of manage the game a little bit better than maybe some of the international referees. So yeah, I think that's the way they could have sold it. Now, as it turned out, no problem. Tickets sell out. The ratings have been spectacular, but in the end, I think that's how I would have done it.
So let's talk tonight's game. 8:00 puck drop on ESPN. We'll be tuning in. John Butcher-Gross, our guest. What do you expect from the atmosphere at TD Garden, first of all, pre-puck drop, and then all the way to the start of the game? We had 3 fights in the first 9 seconds when these two teams met over the weekend. I'm on record. I just don't think there's going to be a fight tonight. I would love that, but I don't see it. I don't know what you think about that, but how do you see this thing playing out?
Yeah, I agree. There probably won't be an early fight unless Canada wants to really kind of reclaim that physical turf, knowing that Team USA is beat up a little bit. Charlie McAvoy won't be playing. He delivered 2 huge hits to Connor McDavid. Brady Tkachuk maybe could be slowed down a bit, where he couldn't quite be as physical as he'd like to be consistently throughout the game like he was in the first match against Canada. There possibly could be something, an organic fight late in the first period, around the net. And a couple of guys fight. They want to kind of be in the mix and show their teammates they're into this. And someone challenges, like the other night, Brady Tkachuk challenged Sam Bennett. Well, maybe tonight Sam Bennett goes and challenges Chris Kreider or something to see, so he backs down and doesn't fight, and they can use that for fuel. So you never know if that's going to be a tactic used by Team Canada. I do think they're going to be very physical tonight, whether it's Nathan McKinn. They're going to really hit hard on forecheck hard on Team USA's defensemen. I think they're going to outshoot the Americans, and so it's all about Connor Hellebuyck and net. A guy who's had great regular season success, but hasn't quite had the postseason accolades. And this is his chance to really raise his reputation in the league. And I think he knows that. And I think it's really comes down to him. If Team USA is going to win, he needs to be the first star.
In terms of the fights and otherwise, see, I took a different tact. I think it's going to be as raucous or more so. I think regardless of the reasons we're here, I think you boo, so now we're going to boo, and the dander's going to be up. I do think you could see a tone set, or if one team goes down early as a way to kind of get the crowd into it or their own team into it. So it sounds like I'm the minority here, John. You don't think there'll be further fireworks?
No, I think there'll be plenty of body checks. Like you said, I just think they want to be a little concerned about going down shorthanded to get an instigator or something, and just or allowing a fight. And then if you lose that fight badly, you give that team some momentum. There's just, this is truly a Game 7 situation. The other game wasn't quite a Game 7. You could lose that game and still be in the finals, as Canada proved. They lost it, but here they are, still playing for the championships. And that wasn't really a Game 7. This is obviously really a Game 7. Tends to be a little more careful, a little more defensive. Don't want to take a charging penalty or an elbowing penalty by being physical. Don't want to go down early 1-0 because it'll get very tight defensively. It should be low scoring, much like the Stanley Cup playoff final game. Unless it gets away, sometimes it does get off the rails. But for this, it tends to be pretty tight checking. Let's don't take a dub penalty, so that maybe slows some people down from not getting that roughing penalty, that boarding penalty, if they're not sure. But yeah, in terms of fights, like you said, Bob, I don't think there'll be a fight like that. Maybe late in the game, if it's 5-2, then you could see some gong show activities late in the game. But yeah, I agree. Early on, I don't think there would be some kind of opening face-off fight. But hey, no one saw that coming the other night. No one saw that opening face-off fight with Matthew Tkachuk and then his brother seconds later, and then JT Miller, who just that was kind of an organic one. He just wanted to have one. And I don't think we'll see that, but hey, we didn't think we would see it the other night.
Well said. John, before we let you go, I saw the open about an hour ago that you guys have for ESPN's telecast tonight. Was floating around online. It's amazing. Mike Eruzione narrated it. Just really, really well done. And it's one of those things you watch it and you go, oh man, now I got to wait several hours. I watched it too soon. But just curious, we'll be tuning in tonight, but about the coverage and kind of your role and what you could tell us about the evening ahead for ESPN. Yeah,
that open is really nice. That's Andy Tennant, who kind of heads our E60, all those great documentaries and shows. He's very talented, a huge hockey fan, huge New Jersey Devil fan. They've been kind enough to send those opens to me for me to tweet out during the day as kind of a sneak peek and to look at it and get it out there. They work so hard at it, get more eyeballs, because some people might not be there at 8 o'clock. They'll miss the open, or they're with a group of people and the sound might not be turned up. It's just more, all the labor of love they put into their work. It gives it more eyeballs a chance to see it. It's a great way, like you said, to promote the game, get fired up about the game, build the drama, build the PR. That's what we're in that business, any business in that business. But yeah, so it's just going to be an exciting night. Sean McDonough, Ray Ferraro, obviously on the call, and our studio group of Ray, Steve Levy, Mark Messier, PK Subban, Emily Kaplan's there as a sideline reporter. So this is our A crew, our Stanley Cup final crew. And this is going to be for us, since this year, with the Stanley Cup finals, we don't have it this year as we go back and forth. TNT has it this year. So for us, this will be our biggest game of the year that we do.
John, enjoy the evening, man. Thanks for some time this afternoon.
Anytime.
I really appreciate you hopping on with us. John Bucci-Gross of ESPN with us ahead of tonight's Four Nations Championship, a game between the United States and Canada. I don't know if you've seen the video, but I tweeted it out if you guys want to watch it during the break here at Grant H. Paulson. But I am a sucker for these. In the same way he mentioned, like it's E60, the production.
Mm-hmm.
I love a documentary, whatever. You give me a 2-minute cold open where we're walking down memory lane and it's shot with some highlights and some history.
There's some old timey Eruzione. Yep. Okay.
Narrated by pretty much anybody with a cool voice. But in this case, the legend of the U.S. hockey team back in 1980 when they beat the USSR. Sell that. I'll buy it.
Yep.
Let me know what store to go to.
Bottle it. I'll drink it.
It's a great open, but it should be a great night for hockey. Great night for sports. and it's going to be an electric atmosphere at TD Garden.
It's the perfect time because it's a dead zone for everything. The NBA still is, I think some games maybe come back tonight. There's some early college basketball around here, but some intrigue for Maryland, who's a tournament team. They look really good. It's the best team they've had in a while. But this is one of those, like, there's a blank space in the calendar. So if somebody would like to do something that turns out to capture the attention of the country, probably don't want to do it, in the first couple of weeks of January while the NFL playoffs are going on. This timing has lined up perfect.
Reminds me a little bit of The Last Dance.
Yes,
the Last Dance was the most talked about documentary in history.
Yeah.
And it will go down as one of the most popular ever, not only in terms of viewing numbers, but it was quite literally the number one story on every sports TV and radio show for weeks. And you go, man, was it that good? It was in the middle of COVID. It came out at a time, Danny, when there were no games.
Yeah.
So we were on the air. We had our movie club. We were kind of, doing bits and timing each other, running upstairs to get our drink and come back. Or, we don't think we did that, but we did everything short of that. I mean, it was a really stupid time where we did a year of radio without any sports, right? And we made it work. But I say this only to say the reason The Last Dance was as big as it was timing more than anything else.
Yep.
And I think that's such a good point about this Four Nations championship game. If this was 1 month ago or 1 month from now, I don't think we're talking about it.
No, there'd be a couple of people begging you to watch it as hardcore hockey folks and whatever. I'm telling you, it captured me nearly instantly when I saw the U.S. Finland in that first game. I said, okay, I'm in. I get it. This is because again, I keep coming back to this. I did not understand what it was, and I never got a good explanation. And now I don't need one. I'm telling you, I promise that it is so worth it. It's so beyond worth it. It's the best thing you're going to see on television tonight.
There is some breaking news out of the NFL coming into us here on 106.7 The Fan, which directly affects the NFC East. So let's get to it.
I'm Toby Altizer with breaking news on The Fan, brought to you by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Get 3 free days of BetQL access by downloading the BetQL app or visiting BetQL.com. Zach Martin has informed the Cowboys that he is going to retire. He's a seven-time All-Pro guard. He was a potential target for Washington. He was going to be retiring from the National Football League at the age of 34.
Appreciate you. Thank you, Toby. Zach Martin, the 7-time Pro Bowler, stepping away. So he was going into the final year of a deal with a $10.6 million cap hit. I believe when you retire, the team just gets that money. Like if you don't retire and there's some type of agreement, maybe they pay out some of it and they keep some of it. But that should create some decent cap space for them. I mean, that was 3.8% of the salary cap before it grew for them to pay him close to $11 million. Now, they've already moved some money into the future with void years, $17 million, $4 million, $3 million. They'll have to pay out in 26, 27, 28. So 27 or so million bucks, kind of deferred money, if you will, against their cap, just based on how they've finagled his contract in the past. But he's a really good football player that has been important to that locker room. They're in a weird spot right now in terms of where are they headed.
Yeah.
Now, the Eagles are going to be good, and it looks like the Commanders are going to be good. What about the Cowboys? This was the first year because he missed 7 games that Zach Martin wasn't a Pro Bowler other than 1 year in his entire career. He was a first-team All-Pro 5 out of the last 6 years before this one as well. They're going into this state of kind of flux, and
they have huge commitments at the top of their team.
He's 34. He was kind of coming backwards anyway in terms of production. That's a big loss for them.
So they right now, I mean, it depends on where you look. Over the cap has them at right around $2 million in cap space. They'd have to make some cuts and re-sign some guys. Who knows what the final number would be? But the point is, they were up against the cap. Freeing up $10 million is good for them. So it doesn't solve all their problems. You still have to spend that somewhere and have a new starter in that spot, presumably.
Are you getting a starting guard as good as Zach Martin for $10 million?
Probably not. You're probably drafting the guy you got to hit. I mean, everybody's got challenges, but they were one of the lowest amount of space teams coming into this offseason. So every dollar helps when you're pinching pennies. I mean, they're going to.
He's a Hall of Famer, by the way.
Yeah.
7 All-Pros.
A spectacular player.
Yeah.
Really, really good player. I mean, unheralded position, so it doesn't get the acclaim, but they know down there in Dallas, that guy's really good.
And one of their real core guys. You know, we joke about the Commanders label or whatever, but the Ertz, Wagner, McLaurin, Luvu, that collection of, if I'm having a meeting with the leaders, who's getting invited? I mean, Zach Martin is that guy for the Cowboys. I just think that it might be over for them in this run. Dak Prescott is a floor elevator because he is a quality enough player, top 10-ish type quarterback, that it's hard to imagine they're going to stink. But after the Schottenheimer hiring, I think they're going to be in a state of transition for a couple of years. I just don't see them being a double-digit win team this year or next year, probably.
So after 3 straight 12-win seasons, I'm actually kind of with you that their chance to be great has closed. Right? I don't think you can be bad with who they've got. They've got enough stars, got enough players.
McCarthy did a good job between the 3 12-win seasons and then this year playing how they did with Cooper Rush. Like I think they got worse from a head coaching standpoint with Brian Schottenheimer.
I think so too. Now, maybe, I don't know, you shoot the moon here. Maybe he surprises and it turns out he was a great head coach and waiting all along. I have no idea. To me, it's uninspired, but put that aside. I mean, when you've got a group of top level players like Micah Parsons, CeeDee Lamb, and you mentioned Prescott, and it's a punching bag because he's the Dallas Cowboys quarterback. A lot of teams would trade for Dak Prescott right now, sight unseen. Now, forget about the salary part of it, but I like to have that guy as my starter. Then you add in guys like Trayvon Diggs, who have led the league in interceptions and the difference makers. Deron Bland did that a couple seasons ago. There are really good pieces there. I just don't, which means I think you can't bottom out. I think they don't have enough to be able to get to the top.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
And here's the take that might be hot, right? I think the Giants would have a better chance than the Cowboys to win a Super Bowl in the next 3 years or something crazy. 4 years.
No, what you mean. Yeah, whatever your time frame.
Here's my point on that. The Giants get either Ward or Sanders and it works. And with that rookie contract, they get the Jaden Daniels impact and then a really good offseason or two. And in 2 or 3 years, they're in Super Bowl contention. It's just hard for me to imagine the Cowboys paying Dak what they are with his injury history and the decline of some of the veterans on that team to assume that they're able to reload on the fly and go win something big and meaningful.
This is fun every time I look it up. I'm sure they'll be reworking things and they'll move some money around, blah, blah, blah. But can I tell you Dak Prescott's cap numbers for the next 4 years?
Sure.
You ready? This year, $89,896,000.
Okay.
It's
a good number.
$89 million.
Yeah.
Next year, it really drops off a cliff to $67 million.
There you go.
The year after that is $61 million.
Okay.
In 2028, we're back up to $71 million.
I mean, the extension looms, I suppose.
Yeah.
But he's got you right where he wants you.
Yeah, they're going to do some void stuff and they'll switch around. I'm just saying, $89 million this year. 89.
Ridiculous, dude. There was one writer who put together a list of veteran players that could be released that might surprise some people. And Marshawn Latimore's name was on that list. I want to get into that next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Hello, it's Grant. When the games tip off, the NBA action is only beginning over on FanDuel. FanDuel's America's #1 sportsbook because FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So even if you miss the first few minutes of the game or you want to bet on the fourth quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the first whistle until the final buzzer over on FanDuel. Love the live betting that they offer. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay. Get a shot at a bigger payout that way. However you want to play, now's the time to join. FanDuel customers, if you are new to FanDuel, you're going to get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. FanDuel.com/GP. FanDuel.com. Promo code is GP. $150 in bonus bets. Got to be 21 in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued non-withdrawable. Bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NBA, Spurs center Victor Wembanyama is expected to miss the rest of the season. He's dealing with deep vein thrombosis in his right shoulder. Also in the NBA, Bucks forward Bobby Portis has been suspended 25 games for violating the NBA's anti-drug policy. The Wizards will take on the Bucks tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. College hoops tonight. Number 20 Maryland taking on USC at home. 8:30 tip-off. You can hear the game over on the Team 980. Tonight in hockey. Big-time matchup, Four Nations Face-Off Championship, United States and Canada at 8 o'clock. USA head coach Mike Sullivan says that everyone's going to be available tonight. In baseball, the Yankees signed manager Aaron Boone to an extension through 2027. The Nationals will begin their spring training action on Saturday against the Astros. 1:05 first pitch. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. In the NFL, Cowboys All-Pro guard, 7-time All-Pro guard Zach Martin has informed the team that he is going to be retiring. Eagles center Cam Jurgens had a back procedure to alleviate pain that he was dealing with throughout the playoffs with a nerve, and the Saints are hiring Eagles quarterback coach Doug Nussmeier as their offensive coordinator. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
We're Grant and Danny taking you up to 6:30 on the Fan. Welcome back. Thanks much for making this show part of your day. Much appreciate you checking us out. Danny, we talked a few days ago about the 3% chance of what they were calling the city-destroying meteor, the asteroid hitting Earth. It's now down to almost 0% chance.
It's going in the right
hitting
direction.
Earth.
Thank goodness.
Catastrophe avoided.
Yeah, I mean, it was climbing up percentage-wise almost semi-daily, right? It was going from 1 point something to 2 point something, north of 3. Again, you had a better chance to win the Super Bowl than you did of not getting hit by this asteroid and having a city destroyed. 500 times more damaging than the nuclear bomb over Hiroshima. So the percentage going down is good. I'm not counting my chickens yet because I've seen it go up. So, but that is good news. I'd rather it go down than go up.
And now it's almost 0%.
This is good.
And the casualness and the confidence with which whoever the director is of the program that the Washington Post wrote a story about it. He's like, yes, as expected, this is now already down to 0%. We kind of knew this would be the case all along. And I was like, I needed that guy to help me talk to you a couple days ago.
Yeah, would have been nice.
When you thought the world was ending.
Would have been nice.
Give him a little credit. They've got a plan. They're on this.
I'm not doing this again.
I'm just telling you.
We're not doing this again.
No, I'm not going to do the Harry Stamper bit. We don't need to get back into it.
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely doing it again.
I'm definitely not. I'm just saying give them a little bit of credit. Not the plan of Harry Stamper, but you act like they don't know where the rocks are and nothing. You're going to be fine because they got people on it. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. 0% chance.
It is now.
We need
no, Dare, stop. We're not doing it.
I didn't even ask for it, but yeah, you could go for it for sure. All I'm saying
put me in a
is
bad mood.
We just needed that whole segment, all that time in our life, yelling about it back.
So
0%.
One of the things that you do a lot is you'll go, that's going to happen. And my point all along is it might, but we can't act like it's so easy.
For 465 million years, every single time it's happened.
No, plenty of rock said 2016 Chelyabinsk Russia. But the point is, like when it does happen, you're like, see, told you, and it's like, okay.
No, I'm not screaming. I'm just saying
you're doing a tap dance
0%.
like you accomplished something.
I did.
You didn't, respectfully, but like you're like, God, cut to the end. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. And it may be fine. In fact, there was a 97% likelihood it was fine. But my point is, let's not take it for granted. That's all my discussions are when it comes to these things.
And
you like to skip to the end and we'll be fine and Harry Stamper and whatever.
No. I'm not even doing the Harry Stamper thing, although that would work. All I'm saying is the default should be we're going to be fine, not everyone run around like a chicken with your head.
The default should be please be concerned about the concerning thing. And when people are cavalier about it, and by people, I mean Grant, it's infuriating.
Wrong.
Yeah.
But 0%, in case you're keeping score at home, you're going to be okay.
Down close to 0.
Don't you worry about a thing. That is the name of the story. Speaking of which, NFL.com did a piece, bunch of veterans, and listed, these are guys that you're not hearing a lot about, but could get cut and save their team a bunch of money. You know who they listed on that list was Marshawn Latimore.
I was really surprised to see that name.
So I think if you're just putting together a list and if you've got some formula where you just look up veterans who make a lot of money that are coming off of bad seasons, XXS is how much money you make, y-axis is how bad of a season that you had, and then you want people in the bottom right quadrant, so to speak, right? Marshawn Lattimore is going to be in that quadrant because he is due against the cap this season $18 million. And he was downright dreadful at times in the playoff run for Washington. We know they're probably not going to cut him because Adam Peters has come out and said as much, number one, because they just traded picks for him, and it would look really, really bad if he played as poorly as he did this past year. And then they cut him before the final 2 years of the contract that he has left. But they could get out of the deal with zero dead cap. This is your one chance to bail. You've got an opportunity. When you get in the car and start driving, you cannot get out again. It's like the roller coaster about to take off.
That's right.
You sat down, we're buckling up, and you're looking at your kid who's a little nervous, and you're going, hey, buddy, if you don't want to ride this thing, you got to make that decision right now. Because as soon as this thing leaves...
Yeah, when they lower those the bars...
We cannot come back. And so Washington has right now this moment to decide, am I paying Marshawn Lattimore $18 million or not? But this guy, and I don't know, I've never heard of him, but it's a writer, does some fantasy stuff at NFL.com, is just going through a bunch of the dudes that make a lot of money that didn't play well last year. And he's going, are we sure teams shouldn't cut this player? And he listed Marshawn Lattimore, who I think most of us have decided is coming back. And most of us think probably should come back based on what they gave up in the trade. But it is just another way to look at it. You know, it's like walking along and now someone hands you binoculars and you're like, oh, I kind of see what you're talking about. $18 million is not nothing for a guy that played poorly last season.
Yeah, and from the piece, and notably, he was talking about Latimore. He was awful in the postseason, earning a horrific 29.6 coverage grade from PFF and allowing 10 catches for 172 yards and a 136.6 passer rating on 14 targets.
That doesn't even sound like all of the stuff that he allowed.
With the release, his entire $18 million cap hit would become savings in 2025. So
what a huge amount of cap space.
When you read that, you go, actually, that makes a little bit of sense. Now, I don't think it's on the table. I think Adam Peters believes in the
things, right?
Right.
Does it make sense, and will they do it?
Precisely. And that's where I was going, is I don't think that's happening. I think he's here. I think they're saying we believe he's going to play better next year, and we didn't trade for him just for the stretch run. Would have been nice, but we think we got something here, and $18 million is going to be a bargain. If we sign someone like this in free agency, it would cost 25, 26 or so. So I don't think it's happening. Put that aside for a second. This is kind of reasonable. This makes sense to me. And I sort of didn't think about it this way, but now I'm kind of on I'm not agitating for it. I'm not sitting here telling you that I agree with this, but as someone who is not in the confident Marshawn Lattimore camp, I don't know. I don't know if this is not something that old Randy Douye would have to consider.
I am ambivalent toward Latimore a little bit because I just have so many conflicting feelings now on this, right? The first of which is I actually thought when they acquired him that he was still an outstanding DB. And I have to assume that that is the case. I think he was hurt. And then when he came back a little too soon. And he wasn't 100%. And what I call chasing his tail, meaning, you know, he was kind of trying to get back up to speed at 100%. And it didn't work. And I think he is a lot better than he played, and he will be better this year. So I'm going to separate that. The other thing is, though, there is no guarantee of that. He had a bunch of hamstring problems in New Orleans. Then he came here and wasn't that much healthier and wasn't a quick healer. He's not getting younger. Danny, $18 million against the cap. You get every single penny of it. It doesn't matter who we're talking about. Yeah. If you're not a star and you're not kind of indebted to that player, I think it's got to be a consideration. Now, they don't really need $18 million. They already have the third most cap space. They're already not going to spend all the cap space they have. I'd love to sit here and tell you they're going to go out and get a corner and an edge and a tackle and a wide receiver and a running back, and they're going to have $2 million left in cap space. They're going to spend right up to the limit. Neither of us think that that's going to happen.
Right.
So the 18 is not really needed here. If they were at minus $3 million against the cap, well, now we could have a different conversation,
right?
And probably should have a different conversation where you need $18 million and there's no guarantee he's going to deliver the goods. So you might need that $18 million. The last point here is what you gave up for the trade. It would look really bad. It would be a huge loss, and the first huge loss for Adam Peters if you were to cut this player now, which they're not considering, I don't think, because to your point, I really do believe that they think he's going to be awesome next year and for the next 2 years, and they think that that's why they acquired him, and whatever they got, you know, after the injury this year was a bonus. But to that point, I do believe that Marshawn Lattimore at an $18 million rate would be viewed differently if they hadn't have just given up the multiple draft picks, which is not how you should operate. Sunk cost fallacy style here. Like, because I gave up picks doesn't mean I've now got to keep them on my roster. I don't think that should be a consideration at this point. The only consideration should be, now that I've seen him in my building in my defense, what do I think he's going to be? What kind of guy is he in my locker room? And how good a player is he going to be next year?
And so some people would get really, really irritated if they, let's just say this comes true and they do cut him and save the money. I wouldn't. The attempt was very reasonable to me. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have a problem with you going, hey, we're better than we thought we'd be. Let's change course a little bit. We didn't give up a 1 or a 2. We need some help right now. We got a guy for a couple of years that we think could really upgrade this position after we cut the previous idiot's first-round pick who played this position. We're awful at corner. We're trying to go do something special here. We can fix this right now. If a defensive end was available with a similar potential impact for the same cost, I probably would have done that. Same with a couple other spots. So I don't begrudge the attempt at all. When you're trying to build on the fly, a 4-time or maybe it's 5-time Pro Bowler is not usually available for you, with the team that's in salary cap hell like the Saints are. So I have no issue with the attempt. To me, like I'm with you in the sense that that's very like bad management. And that's like a very Bruce Allen thing to do to me. And I'm not calling Adam Peters that, but saying like, we gave this up for him. We got to see it through. No, you don't. You got to build a really good team. And they know better than I do. They need to be able to say with confidence, the reason he did not play well was health and hamstring stuff. If that's the case, fine. I'm willing to give that an audience. To me, I am nervous about that guy.
Should they be thinking about $18 million as being as valuable as what Latimore could give him next year? Should this even be a consideration where it seems like it's not? It seems like they made the decision when they made the trade that they're bringing him in for 3 years, whereas they have a get out of jail free card and they can get $18 million without a single penalty for 1 cent this offseason. Is this something they should be thinking about with Latimore? Yes or no? 800-636-1067 if you want to join us on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan. 45 minutes from now, overtime on the Fan, live and local into the evening. Toby Altizer will be with you tonight, who's helping on our production behind the scenes with Darius and Ryan today. We're Grant and Danny. You are listening to the Fan. We're talking Marshawn Latimore. This piece on NFL.com, bunch of the veterans in the league who could be cap casualties. They listed Latimore. You and I were a little surprised by that initially because it seems pretty clear that they're not going to cut him, at least if you take Adam Peters at his word. The general manager of the team said we traded for him, not just for the few months that have already happened, but for the 2 years that are left on his deal, $18 million per against the cap, oh, by the way. But as you start reading the logic, the point is he was really bad at corner last season. He did not play well, and it's an $18 million cap number that they can get out of for nothing. Really, it's $36 million. It's $18 million you're clearing up this year and $18 million next year with no penalty. So it's even bigger than just the $18 million this year. And we're asking, should this be a real consideration, even though realistically it doesn't seem like it's going to be?
Yeah. So the more I think about it, the more something I actually think makes some sense here. And I might even advocate for it if I was asked my opinion. Not because there's no chance the guy can come back and play well. I mean, whether it's injury related or otherwise, it's kind of the nature of this thing. As you said, if this car door shuts and we're inside, we can't get off. Like, we are now pot committed here. And if this market was like it is for wide receiver, left tackle, defensive end to a degree, I'd go, well, you can't fill your needs any other way. You got to ride with this thing. You got DJ Reed and Charvarius Ward and a couple other guys in free agency. Now, I know that's big market stuff, but you're capable of it. If you really want to upgrade the position, you just went and did that. That's pretty big market. Going after Marshawn Latimore there in season, you can fill that need with that money in a different way.
I think the top of the corner market is probably going to outdo $18 million. So if you're going that route, Danny, you've probably come into the realization that Latimore just can't do it at the level that you thought before you traded for him. And I can't see them coming to that epiphany or reality, right? Like, to me, the only way, if you're Washington, that you decide to save the $36 million over 2 years and move on from Latimore is if you go paying Ward $20 million, a couple million per, is a substantial upgrade, because 2 years and $36 million for a corner one is actually great value.
If he is a corner one, then it's great value.
Exactly. That's my point.
Yeah.
But that's kind of the whole debate right now, isn't it? But the corner market is actually, you just said this, I'm going to kind of double down on this. It's actually pretty good at the top with Carlton Davis, Charvarius Ward, DJ Reed, Jonathan Jones, Byron Murphy. It falls off massively after that. Jeff Okudah, Kendall Fuller, Rasul Douglas, Stephon Gilmore, Mike Hilton. But there's some decent players. There's a few guys on that list that are, I would say, considered as good as Latimore if Latimore bounces back, including Ward. Let's go to Chase in Fairfax. What's up, buddy? How are you?
Hey, guys. Great stuff, as always. I'm well, thank you. On this one, I'm going bring him back, and I'm looking at the deeper end, looking at Kendall Fuller. I thought you got a raw deal here. To me, I'm letting go of St. Juice. I'm not bringing him back. And if we can get that kind of third, fourth end corner, I think that $18 million contract is well worth it.
So basically, though, what that means, Chase, is you're signing him to a 2-year, $36 million deal right now, coming off of how he just played.
100%. And don't get me wrong, you guys do a great job of talking about outplaying your contract or not doing that. And obviously you didn't do that last year, but are we looking at that really is an outlier? And to me, that's a big outlier right now.
Appreciate you. It certainly is, but it's also the most recent sample. So look, I'm playing both sides of this for the conversation in the sense of I'm just setting it up and discussing it.
Yeah.
I think he will be better, but my confidence when they acquired him that this is one of the best corners in the league does not exist anymore. I think he will be a lot better than he played, but he played 10 games. He missed 7 games in 23.
That's what I was going to say. I don't know that it's an outlier.
8 games last year.
Yeah, that's not what an outlier is. I mean, we've done this.
Actually, didn't he miss most of the season in 22?
Yeah, 7 games in 22, 10 games in 23, and then a whole bunch this year.
That he played in.
Not that he played in.
Yeah, he missed 10 in 22. He missed 7 in 23, and he missed 8 in 24.
Yeah,
so he's basically played a half season or less 3 straight years.
And it was basically 2 months between the hamstring injury and then finally coming back. And it was like, hey, he came back too soon. Dude, we were more patient than anybody could have ever been.
So, by the way, that means he has not played at a Pro Bowl level for the duration of a year since 2021. That is not an outlier. I'm sorry. That means there's a 3-year sample now that he's been oft injured. And while, yes, last year was the worst he's played, I agree with that. Again, the reason it's a no-brainer to me on their side is because of what they gave up in the trade. They feel like we can't possibly cut him now. It would look awful. My point is, the way I think you have to view this is, am I paying him a 2-year, $36.5 million contract? Yes or no? I either have $36.5 million over 2 years to spend elsewhere, or I'm giving him 2 and 36. Now, they also are desperate for corner help. They've got nobody they can really trust on this team. They're already going into the season with a massive hole in need there. Do you really want to create a bigger hole in need? That's got to be part of the conversation, too. CJ in Maryland, what's good?
Hey, what's going on, Grant and Danny?
Everybody.
Hey, so listen, my man Latimore was ferocious. And I love the kid. So first
Did
game
you
back
go
against the Saints,
ferocious on me? Is that I've never even heard that word.
Yeah, it was bad. Hey, that's Virginia Southern stuff right there. But
love it.
But look, Saints, he was locked down, but it went straight downhill from there. So remember, he played against AJ Brown first game against that Eagles and got torched. But so we didn't really need him for that. Playoffs, it's like, okay, we got a top corner, we can actually do something. First round of playoffs, you get smoked by Mike Evans in the first playoff game. And then when we played the Eagles again, mind you, fellas, the game was in hand. It was like 4th and forever. And all we need to do is stop him. We get the ball back midfield. He gives up a PI and then continues to get up another penalty and get torched by Devontae Smith. So I say all that to say, he got cooked. But like you said, Grant, you gave up a 3rd rounder. We're desperate for corner. Plus, he was coming off the injury, and he didn't have a full offseason with us. I would say still give him a shot. I still believe in him. But, man, it didn't look good when you needed a lockdown corner in the playoffs. And every time you needed him, he never delivered.
100% agree. And so here's my only pushback on that. It's a good call. Appreciate you making it. Is when you say, let's give him a shot, it's not a tryout. It's not a, let's see if it works out. If it doesn't, we'll move on. It's a sight unseen right now, 2 years, $36 million, and you're locked into that, nothing you can do about it, or an off-ramp. How certain are you about that gamble? If you're not certain, maybe we take the off-ramp. And it might work out, it might work against you. He might be great somewhere else, but it doesn't make you nervous at all?
Next, Danny wants to give the NBA some love for an idea they've come up with, and I want to tell you guys about the latest thing Juan Soto did that proves that he's awesome. You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In basketball, big news today. Spurs center Victor Wembanyama is expected to miss the rest of the season dealing with deep vein thrombosis in his right shoulder. Bucks forward Bobby Portis has been suspended 25 games for violating the NBA's anti-drug policy. The Wizards will take on the Bucks tomorrow at 7 o'clock as they return from the All-Star break and play at Capital One Arena. College hoops tonight. Number 20 Maryland taking on USC at home. 8:30 tip-off. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Four Nations face-off championship tonight. United States and Canada. 8 p.m. puck drop. United States coach Mike Sullivan said earlier today that everyone's going to be available for tonight's game. In baseball, the Nationals will take on the Astros on Saturday. You can hear the game over on the Team 980 at 1 o'clock. It'll be their first action of the spring. Nats Spring Training Live Sunday at 7 o'clock. Charlie and Dave will chat with center fielder Jacob Young and reliever Evan Reifert. In the NFL, Eagles center Cam Jurgens had a back procedure to alleviate nerve pain that he played through in the postseason. The Saints are hiring Eagles quarterback coach Doug Nussmeier as their offensive coordinator, and Zach Martin has let the Cowboys know that he's retiring. The 7-time All-Pro is hanging it up at 34 years old. This month only, get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Grant and Danny on The Fan will take you up to 6:30. We are 2 hours away from puck drop of the United States of America and Canada in the Four Nations Championship. If you missed our conversation off the top about it today or our interview with John Butchie-Gross from an hour ago, thefandc.com to podcast when we are done.
This is a cool thing Odyssey is doing. You could win an ultimate tournament trip to Las Vegas just by listening to 106.7 The Fan. Win a trip for you and 3 friends during the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championships, flights, hotel, and $20,000 in spending money. Just download the free Odyssey app, listen to The Fan for at least 1 hour, listen to more for at least an hour for another entry. It's Odyssey's Slam Dunk in Vegas national contest. For more, go to odyssey.com/slam dunk.
We had our poll of the day from Metropolitan Moving and Storage on whether or not you're going to watch the Four Nations title game tonight. 64% of you say you're going to. 36% say no, they are not interested. You're missing out, people. I'm telling you, there's nothing better that you're going to watch tonight. More entertaining than that hockey game. At least the first period. We'll see what happens after that. I guess it could get lopsided. We could go full Eagles-Chiefs or something.
Yeah.
But the early part of that game is going to be good. That's our Grant and Danny poll of the day, presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Let Metropolitan Moving and Storage do your heavy lifting and take it to the house. More at dcmetropolitanmoving.com. My favorite baseball player is Juan Soto. I love him. I find him to be not only one of the great players and hitters of all time, but also one of the most likable people in all of sports. Love his smile, love how he plays, love how much he enjoys himself. Did you see what Juan Soto, now of the evil New York Mets in the NL East, did yesterday?
Yes.
Juan Soto went and got a car for his teammate Brett Beatty. Beatty is a former prospect who's been a disappointment for the Mets at the major league level. He's a third baseman who just hasn't really found his footing. He's kind of now become a little bit of a tweener between the minors and the majors. I'm not going to go like full Carter Keyboom on him just yet, but he's kind of a guy that was supposed to have been a thing that hasn't really become a thing.
Hasn't become a thing.
And it's been just a disappointing run for him. But he wore number 22, which is Juan Soto's number. It's all Soto's ever worn everywhere he's been. Now, weirdly enough, he's bounced all over the place, right? He's played in Washington and in San Diego and in New York with the Yankees, and that's his number. He's 22. That's what he wants to wear. So Beatty had that number. Well, the way I understand it is Beatty was cool enough to basically be like, yeah, dude, I'll give you the number. And Juan Soto was like, I'm going to take care of you. Don't worry. Beatty's like, you're Juan Soto. I'm Brett Beatty. You can have 22. So Soto did some reconnaissance and found out that Beatty's dream car was a
Chevy Tahoe,
which is like a nice SUV that he got for him, completely tricked out. So there's this video now of Beatty walking out of the clubhouse, kind of coming out into the parking lot. Soto's standing there with his brand new tricked out Chevy Tahoe. And this is not like giving a car to Mike Trout, you know, like this guy is sized. This is the car he wants that he's getting. He has not really hit the big time with Major League money yet. And Soto is happy to hand over the keys to the new ride to thank him for giving him 22. Here's a little clip from the video the Mets put out.
Oh, you did it. My guy. Hey, man. I told you I got it. You're driving and everything. Oh, my God, man.
I love me some Juan Soto, man. He touches a lot of the right buttons. I know you're going to do everything in your power to somehow belittle this, Danny, because he's a Met now, and tell me how Juan Soto's the worst. Juan Soto's the man.
Can't do anything about it. Here's what I prefer. I'd love some sort of video where he was like rude to a waiter, or like he was mean to a stranger, or didn't say thank you somewhere, or was like gruff and annoying. He's awesome. He's wonderful. Cool. Thank God he's a Met for the next billion years for $1 trillion. Just tormenting.
You just went in on Milton there a little bit.
Yeah. That's wonderful for them. What a blessing for the Mets. That's great. They get to watch that every night. Hey, Juan, did you homer which way? Did it go to right field or left center? Verlander in the World Series. Ugh. Yeah, no thanks. This sucks. Frankly, Grant, it sucks.
It's going to be very, very complicated for me to have to watch him do awesome things on and off the field with the Mets, because this is a bit of a sticky wicket. I love the player. I've told you before, Soto makes me feel like a kid again, which is kind of a funny thing to say. But I don't have infatuations with athletes as a grown-up like I did as a young person. Soto transcends that a little bit. Some guys have poked holes in it. Like, I was a Scherzer mark. His competitiveness, his fire. Honestly, a lot of it had to do, not necessarily that he was on our show, but he is a loquacious guy. Like, he is always willing to do the interview and give the opinion and hold court, and not when the day that he's pitching. Don't make that mistake.
Don't do that.
Like any other day, you go up to Max and you're like, hey, I want to talk to you about the state of the baseball union. Nobody better to have a conversation
Seriously.
with. I really like that about him. And those are the kinds of athletes I like. But really, it was the get off my lawn when Matt Williams would come out to get the ball and he'd be like, get the bleep out of here. I am a Max Scherzer guy. But even with him, it was never to the extent of my love for Soto, where, I mean, I'll say this and everyone will be like, okay, that means nothing. You'll get it. I bought a Juan Soto jersey.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I don't have a single bit of burgundy and gold. Oh, I buy cap sweaters of fourth liners, occasionally.
Like your highest Nationals jersey would be like Adam Kennedy, who played second base before
I bought
Lombardozzi.
a damn jersey just because I wanted a Juan Soto jersey, because I just wanted to rock it because I love the guy. I broke my own jersey hipster rules. And now he's doing all the stuff that's awesome for the Mets.
Yeah, hit right in front of Pete Alonso.
This was Soto, by the way, talking about getting the car for his teammate, Brett Beatty, at spring training.
For me, it was great. It's a great feeling. We did our sources and tried to make sure that's the car he likes. And he was talking to one of our guys, and he was letting him know that there's a car of his dreams and everything, and that he dreams with one of those cars. So I made sure he got it.
So I actually think that is cooler and better.
Yeah.
That it was not like an agreement where he goes, hey, Beatty, I'll get you a car. You give me the number. Or he said, I want a car. He gave him the number. Soto said, I'll do something for you. He probably thinks he's going to get him some cash or a nice bottle of wine. And you just walk outside to a brand new whip.
That ain't bad.
How can you not like Juan Soto, man? You know the old line from Moneyball, I think it is, where he goes, how can you not be romantic about baseball? How can you not get sized for Juan Soto? And don't tell me he's a Met. Like, you got to do better than that. He's the best.
He's a Met, and it's going to sting the nostrils. Watching him in prime time, watching him torment Washington for, whatever it is, however many at-bats, how many times they play each year.
But you got practice. You've been watching Bryce do that, and Schwarber and Trey Turner.
This is different.
Than even Turner?
They didn't hit that home run off Garrett Cole onto the train tracks where only the big right-handed donkeys go.
Max?
They didn't. I love Max.
You've seen Max pitch against the Nats?
Different. I don't know why it's different, but it just is. It's different. it's worse somehow. And again, I don't begrudge him. Like, I do begrudge Bryce because of the way he did everything. Juan Soto got traded and, did his thing. I'm a little annoyed that it was like no one ever had a chance to sign him until they got to $750 million or whatever. But, do you? You got a chance to earn it, go earn it. But golly, it's going to suck.
How many athletes are there that you can't say anything negative about? You know what I mean? Like players for your team for years where you watch them for an extended period of time, and I just don't have anything negative to say about them. Soto is on that list for me.
It's a short list, honestly. I mean, again, I think about how remarkable this is. I was trying to. This is a while ago because obviously we weren't talking about Juan Soto every day in my house. Most of my kids don't really know what's going on. Well, just stuff happens. But I was trying to explain to them. I was like, I told my oldest a couple years ago. I was like, imagine tomorrow you go live in a foreign country where you don't speak the language. Not only do you have to learn the language on the fly while you learn where the roads go, and you're trying to do one of the hardest things there is to do in the world is to make the major leagues. But you figure out, I'm going to learn this language to the point that only a couple years later, you could sit down and do a radio interview in that language and talk to Grant and Danny in not your native tongue. I could not do that. Like, that is really, really, really hard to do with all the stuff you got to worry about, right? Again, trying to make the major leagues is a challenge for a lot of folks. Not only do they do that, not only do they thrive, but a couple years later, a couple years removed from pointing at a menu at McDonald's or whatever in the middle of nowhere in Rochester, he's sitting down with you and me, chopping it up just in his second tongue. Incredible. I could not do that.
It's an amazing story. Everything about his background is impressive. All right, you wanted to give some flowers to the NBA.
So the NBA is getting beat up an awful lot lately, and I've been doing some of the beating. I think it's justified. This is really cool. Now, it's going to get lost in the sauce because the United States of America is playing some hockey this evening. I'll be watching that. I'll be majoring in that. But at 9:30 tonight, Suns Spurs back in action, regular season game. So what? They're playing it on campus at the University of Texas. Yes. The NHL, again, another thing they've done really well is the Winter Classic, right? These sorts of things, these outdoor games, you have an outdoor series. When you have a mundane, broken to a degree, regular season that either goes on too long or isn't working for anybody, where guys are sitting out because of rest, or they can't play the second game of back-to-backs, or something's nagging and they're not there every night, or the minutes restrictions, whatever, where stars are dropping like flies, you need to find a way to break up the monotony. I give credit to a really good idea here. So Kevin Durant played at Texas. He played for 1 year. That's the reason they're doing this. Instead of just going and playing another, Thursday night in San Antonio, they're playing the game at UT. I think this should be something that the league says, this is a good idea. Let's kickstart this. Neutral site every once in a while. Like, you're bringing it to a market that doesn't have it. An NBA game in Austin, Texas, that doesn't happen, right? I've always espoused, I think there should be an odd number of NFL games. I know that's going away when we get back to 18, but the 9th game that should be a home game for you and should be a home game for your opponent, instead of alternating, have a neutral site game against a rival somehow. For example, DC and Baltimore, let's play it at Naval Academy. Cleveland and Cincinnati, play at Ohio State. You can go through and pick some of your regional teams that aren't that far away that could play at a place that's sort of a
you need to
college
play
market.
In a big venue, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, big.
Naval Academy seat like enough?
I don't know. It may not be a normal thing, but it's a, kind of a special occurrence.
Yeah.
You don't have to do that one every time, but pick something like that, right? Like, to me, that should be how we, I don't want to say expand the game because it's already pretty expanded and we've already tapped the vein. This is just one NFL example, but I think novelties like that are so cool. The NFL doesn't need any help. They're just fine.
I was going to say, I think the NBA needs to do this.
Yeah.
I think the NHL obviously absolutely has to do this. Soccer, you name the other sports, should do this. If I'm the NFL, I would not really dabble into any of this kind of stuff until I have to.
Right.
And so, I don't have to.
You don't have to do anything. I mean, you're kings. But what I would do, instead of going to play in Brazil and Australia and whatever, I'd go, let me go to a college football town where they don't care about me. Like, let me play a game at whatever Paul Dean Bryant Stadium.
They're watching the NFL already.
They're not. I mean, they don't care about it. They care about Alabama and Alabama. Like, let me go there.
You're saying in Tuscaloosa they don't watch the NFL?
Not like they watch college football.
Well,
I'm going to the college football towns.
Going and playing a game there, you'll get a nice turnout, but they're not going to start watching it's not like you're introducing them to the game like you are in Brazil. Like, oh, I was never going to watch the NFL, but now they came and played in front of me, so now I'll turn on the game next week.
Well, sure. I mean,
those people are watching the NFL already.
The guys in Austin, Texas have heard of NBA basketball, but like bringing it to them is a different thing.
No, it's a great idea, but you're not comparing it to that as much as going to Brazil. And I'm saying you're bringing the game to Brazil to introduce it to them, because then they get hooked and watch it in a way where maybe they didn't before. Like, you know, in a college town, they're already watching. I mean, we talked about this yesterday. There's only so much more growth that can happen in the States. You're expanding.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the rock star who got bored and started to try something else in the bedroom, you know? Like, there's only so much you can do if you're the NFL before you go, you know, the United States has been pretty good to us. Let's try another country. You know what I mean?
I do. No, of course I do. I'm just saying that to me is where I would have great theater, great visuals.
Totally.
These guys all love their college football days, but forget about the NFL example. But this sort of stuff is innovative and smart. I think this should be a league norm. Baseball did this for a little bit. I mean, they go abroad with the opening series in Japan or whatever.
The Iowa Cornfield game.
Yep.
That's huge and
That's
very
a neat
cool. They do now a game in Williamsport, like Little League World Series tied in with youth baseball. I think that's genius. I don't know how many more of those you can do. And I don't mean like how many more are you allowed to have on your schedule, as much as I'd have to sit down for a couple of hours with smart people to find venues worth doing.
Right.
But to your point, so that's hockey, baseball, basketball. They're all kind of getting in on the game. The NBA seems a little later.
Yeah.
Have they done the games on the aircraft carriers, or that was just college basketball?
That was college. Remember, that didn't work because I can't say this word. Condensation. God, I almost come up with condescension every time. Whatever.
Well, there was a lot of condescension on the court, and you know they felt
the court was so condescending and it was so wet, but they had to stop it. But I love those ideas, right? Again, when your regular season is broken, which is what the NBA's is at this point, like it ain't working. Stop trying to pretend that it's working and yell at me. You do something about it. Get my attention back. Like the NHL, it wasn't working. So they go, let's do outdoor classic. Let's do, these outdoor series, and let's add some stuff. You got 7 Nation Army now with these games. Yes.
We referenced this in the first segment, but there's that coach of basketball players, a shooting coach.
Drew Hanlon. Yeah.
Drew Hanlon, who basically just said, to your point, the issue with the NBA is not the NBA or basketball. The issue is the fans have changed. You know, in other words, we haven't changed. We've gotten better. The sport has gotten better. The shooting and the dribbling and the actual skill is all at the peak that it's ever been before. It's your guys' fault. You don't care about the regular season. You only care about the championship round. You're the problem, which is always a great idea, by the way, when there's a little less interest in your thing, to blame the person who's less interested
it's the
rather
best.
than to be introspective. Really good start to fixing the problem.
Yeah, it's my argument I always used to have with Chris Russell about hockey when, for so many years. He would like yell at me. It's like, that's a great way to get me on board with you. It's to belittle me. But it's to me, like there's a crisis happening with these regular seasons and our attention spans are going in one direction. The amount of stuff we can get instantly. You don't have to wait. It used to be if you wanted to see something, you had to wait till the news that night or wait till SportsCenter. Now everybody already knows. What are you going to do for me? You have to figure out a way to earn the eyeballs, not one time, every time. These kinds of innovations are smart, and I encourage it.
Yeah, I think it's brilliant for basketball. Hockey's done it great, and you're right about baseball, too. I forgot about that youth baseball thing I brought up, but I mean, the Little League game and the Iowa game, which for some reason I think they're not doing this year, if I remember correctly. But like, that's the kind of stuff. Especially, you're playing 162 for God's sake.
Yes.
You're playing every day for 6 months. You don't tell me you can't mix it up a little bit. You got enough runway there to have a little fun occasionally and let your hair down. Sean's in Falls Church, home of the Jaguars. What's up, Sean?
Hey guys, I appreciate it. I normally am agreeing with you, Grant, but I do think that the NFL could do a great job doing this in college towns. Yes, they don't need to make any more money, but can you endear yourself to American fans a little bit more? I think they can. And I think going to these college towns, like a Cornhuskers game, a big house in Michigan kind of game, you're going to fill that stadium. And I think it has a better feel to it.
I think it would be an awesome thing to watch. The optics would be amazing. I just think you have to be selective. Like I would not be for that when you're talking about a game every year. No. I mean, I'm not losing home games every single season. I'd rather undulate 9-8, 9-8 in terms of home away with the 17-game schedule. When you go 18 and it's 9-9, I have no interest if I'm an owner and not having 67,000 people in my stadium, so we go to a college stadium. But as a occasional event, like one-off kind of neat change of pace thing where every few years I'm going to play, I'm just going to make this up, but like Ravens Commanders at Blacksburg's Lane Stadium.
There you go.
Like that'd be a hell of a cool thing. I would travel down there to see that, to see everybody, them play Enter Sandman and the Commanders come out of the tunnel jumping up and down.
Yeah, like Philly and Pittsburgh at State College. I mean, you could go around the country and do it. So again, the 18 games ruins that idea for me. It's just one example of an idea. But
even if they stayed at 17, when you get a home game every other year, like bonus, I'm not giving that up.
So my counter to you is, what about half a home game each year? So you don't have the down year. Every year you split the gate with whoever you're playing at that road stadium. So you get 8.5 home games, no matter what. And there's no bummer year where it's like, damn it, I got 9 road games like Washington's going to face next year. I mean, but again, when they go to 18, it's over. So
I think there's already rev sharing and like gate splitting or whatever. But I get your point.
Yeah.
I think there's a way to probably work it out and to do something like that. My point is, I don't like, just as a general philosophy, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like the reason the NBA is doing this is they kind of need.
Fair point. Yeah.
The reason the NHL is doing this is it is broke.
Yeah.
For lack of a better phrase, baseball should be doing this. The NFL does not need to. Maybe it'd be additive and supplemental, and it's worth considering, as a pinch. But you're talking about really putting my trunks in and jumping into the deep end of the pool, where every single year you do one of these games, or in this hypothetical, every other year or whatever. That's just a lot for me. I don't think they have to get that cute at this juncture.
Makes sense.
In fact, we know they don't have to get that cute because all they're doing is printing those dollar bills.
And those rating numbers are large.
A couple of stories real quick, just in case people are jumping in their car, leaving the office. The Cowboys got news today from All-Pro guard Zach Martin. He is retiring. He's a future Hall of Famer. Danny, 7 first-team All-Pros, 9 Pro Bowl appearances. He's probably one of the 3 best right guards in the history of the league. Going to be a first-ballot Hall of Famer, and after a legendary career in Dallas, going to hang up the cleats.
That was one of those part of that run where every year it seemed like the Cowboys were drafting a star at an offensive line position. Just like whether it was the center or the guard or the tackle, just, oh my God, they were monsters, right? Blocking for Ezekiel.
I'm trying to think of who that would have been. I mean, Frederick had a couple of good years at center before he fell off. Travis Frederick was Zach Martin. Obviously, at left tackle, they had a
Tyron Smith.
But yeah,
it seemed like it was constantly. They're just they got another one, just monsters.
The Spurs have shut down Victor Wembanyama. He is out for the rest of the season. He's got a blood clot in the shoulder.
Scary.
Sounds like some iteration of the thoracic outlet issue that Strauss originally dealt with the tingling in the arm and a lot of that stuff.
Yeah.
That's scary.
It's 100% scary. So listen, not to say that another injury would be better or worse, and so who knows, man. I'm obviously not a doctor, but when it's we shut him down immediately kind of thing, it's like if you see him go down on the court with a knee or an ankle or something bad, it's like, again, I'm not saying that's good, but you go, okay, I get that. That's rehab. That's this surgery. That's this procedure. We've seen that. When it's blood clot and we shut him down right away, I'm kind of going, oh crap. I mean, I don't know anything, but it's scary. Wish him well. I hope he comes back. It's just better for basketball.
USA, Canada, about 2.5 hours. Actually, no, an hour and a half from right now at 8 o'clock tonight. If I could do some math. My patriotic song choice of on the way out here is Born in the USA, by the way. That's the one that I would get fired up for, like watching the U.S. skate around and get ready for the game. What's your go-to?
Yeah, so this is a bit of
your Greenwood, proud to be an American, but something that gets you the juices
yeah, they need
flowing?
a little bit more there. I don't know, because this is an anti-war sort of Vietnam War returning soldier sort of screed, so it's not exactly fully patriotic, but I get your point because you get a little Born in the USA.
I don't think people think about that on the 4th of July when this thing's on the speakers.
Yeah, you get the Born in the USA hook. I don't know, man. What would I do? I might go like Top Gun anthem just to hear it.
Oh, that's
sexy. It's like I'm so my headphones. That's not a loudspeaker thing. That's just me bobbing my head, just sort of thinking about it.
I want you guys to know this about Toby, who's hosting Overtime tonight. He's wearing a USA Trey Turner jersey.
Mm-hmm.
He's wearing a USA hat. The guy gets it. He understands what's at stake this evening. You got to be listening to Overtime. For him and Darius and Ryan behind the scenes, Grant and Danny saying so long. We're going to play you out. What does play you out
What does play us out mean?
Play you out.
We'll do it live.
Our guy, Coach Brooks, getting the lads ready to go skate with the Canadians. We are back tomorrow at 2 o'clock on 106.7 The Fan. Thank you for listening to the program.
Great moments are born from great opportunity. And that's what you have here tonight, boys. That's what you've earned here tonight. One game. If we played them 10 times, they might win 9. But not this game. Not tonight. Tonight, we skate with them. Tonight, we stay with them. And we shut them down because we can. Tonight, we are the greatest hockey team in the world. You were born to be hockey players. Every one of you. And you were meant to be here tonight. This is your time. Their time is done. It's over. I'm sick and tired of hearing about what a great hockey team the Soviets have. Screw them. This is your time. Now go out there and take it.